Hey, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of GitKon 2021. We are so happy you're here. We are so happy to be broadcasting out to everyone in the world, no matter where you are. We have a wonderful day full of sessions and panels and so much learning. We learned so much yesterday. But before we go any further, in case you weren't here yesterday or you just missed the beginning yesterday, quick introductions. I'm Dwayne McDaniel. I am the GitKraken developer evangelist and coordinator for GitKon. Couldn't be more thrilled to be here, and I'm going to be your host and guide for a good part of GitKon, but I'm not doing it by myself. There's an entire team here, including the other person you're seeing on the screen. Jonathan, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, I'm Jonathan Silva. I'm on the GitKraken product team. Definitely probably have heard my voice throughout the YouTube channel, and I'm very excited to co-host here with Dwayne on day 2 of GitKon.
Absolutely. We also have some huge thanks to say to the whole team. We'll thank them individually later as we do our outro today. Hopefully stick around for closing remarks. We have some real exciting stuff to announce there, so you won't want to miss that. Some preview of no, we won't spoil it. We'll stay to closing remarks and we'll talk more about that. But Jonathan, you want to remind folks that we do have
Yes, we have a few housekeeping items for all y'all watching. If you watched yesterday morning, this will be a nice refresher for you as well. So we do have a code of conduct that we will be enforcing. In case you're curious, you can find the code of conduct linked at the bottom of our GitKon website. But the long and short of it is, be excellent and everyone will be excellent to you. So if you feel that you see some unsavory activity on the Discord server, please feel free to email conduct@gitkraken.com. Or you can find a moderator in Discord. They are found by they have very festive colors, green or red. Either one of those folks in the Discord channel can help you out there. And then speaking of Discord, for those of you who attended day 1, this is also probably just a refresher for you, but we are using the GitKon Discord server for this event. So this is where you can have conversations with the presenter in the Discord text channel. And you can also ask questions and also, ping pong ideas with other attendees, introduce yourself, make some connections. So definitely jump into the Discord. That's definitely how you can get the best out of that's how you can get the live component of this conference. Just so you know, though, the Discord server will be discontinued after this event. So this is your opportunity, make your connections, and be sure to continue those conversations on other platforms. We do invite you, though, to join our GitKraken Slack community if you want to continue those conversations and you want to also talk to the GitKraken team. You can join our GitKraken Slack on slack.gitkraken.com. Don't worry, we'll remind you throughout the event in case you forget.
We'll send a follow-up email afterward as well.
There you go.
And they'll be in there. I'll make sure that happens. Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. Discord, besides just being the place to communicate with each other, it's also the place to communicate with our speakers. Yesterday, a lot of our speakers were able to join on the Discord and directly answer questions as the sessions were going on and hold some really cool conversations. If you're a part of that, you'll know what I'm talking about. But that's how we're going to manage getting your questions for the live Q&A. If this was a live event, of course, we'd have you line up with a microphone down the aisleway and have your turn to talk. Unfortunately, virtual events, that's not really a thing we can do, at least not practically. So we're going to get your text written questions, and we're going to ask those on your behalf. As you saw it yesterday, you'll see how that worked, and we'll display them on the screen, like as you see with like our Q&A with speakers.
And there's a really good chance that we were able to get most people's questions in the live Q&A. So this is definitely your opportunity to jump into. If any of those talks jump out at you, jump in that text channel, and even if you want to just post your question ahead of time, feel free to do so. There's a real good chance that the speaker will have an opportunity to address it.
Absolutely. Speaking of sessions, we are also in Discord going to be giving you a link to fill out a session survey. Every session, we're asking for individual bits of feedback about the session so we can pass that on to the speaker. As a speaker at events myself, I know that is super valuable information. That's how I got better as a speaker, is listening to the input from folks that sat through my talk. So please be conscientious with it and provide constructive feedback. That's all we're asking. Other things to keep an eye on while you're around here. is social media. GitKon social media all uses the GitKon hashtag GitKon. We made it really simple this year. In fact, if you're watching this on the live watch live page on the GitKon website, as you should be, if you scroll down a little bit, you will see a Twitter feed that might automatically refresh for you. It might not. You might need to manually refresh throughout the day, but we will try our best to present the latest GitKon related tweets down below. One other thing related to surveys, we're going to send out a attendee survey at the end of everything. So as we send a follow-up email, look for that link. We would love your feedback. This is our first time doing GitKon, and we would love to learn and get better and make sure everybody has the best possible experience throughout, not just this event, but every event. With that, I think we're done with housekeeping, John. I think now it's time to talk about what we're going to see today. What's
the lineup?
We had an awesome time yesterday. Just to refresh your memory, we heard from Matt Billman, as our keynote speaker yesterday, talked about really the history of version control on the internet. Really amazing. Andrew Rivera with continuous integration really led to a whole series of very technical talks. Like Adam Culp with his GitHub Actions for automated CI/CD deployment to an AWS containerized stack. That's a mouthful, but just go look at the schedule.
That was real good.
But that was a really technical talk with a lot of just really, really solid information. I recommend if you haven't implemented CI/CD before, that's a really good talk. You can walk away with a lot of really good, solid notions of how things worked. Mike Miles talked about how to manage releases using Git tags and semantic versioning. Really informative talk from the director of web development at MIT, MIT Sloan specifically. Zoe Bachman talked about how she's helping teach a lot of people Git. A lot of great insights there. These recordings will, of course, all be made available in the near future. We will email all the attendees how to watch these and eventually make them all public so everyone can find them and watch them and share. But we also had that great panel of Git tips and tricks. So many great bits of knowledge there. Related to that, if you're on the Discord, jump into the share your Git tips and tricks channel and, well, do what it says. Share your Git tips and tricks so we can all get better together. And then, of course, we heard from our product team yesterday. I forgot to mention you, Jonathan. You actually kicked us off yesterday with that GitKraken overview. But then we also heard from Justin Roberts telling us about the GitKraken CLI. 2 days out in the wild now. You can get your hands on it right now, gitkraken.com. And we ended the day with Johannes Schindelin, who gave us that great talk on Git for Windows and the challenges of cross-platform collaboration. What a talk. I learned so much. It's kind of a little bit of hero worship when I got to talk to him afterward. It's an amazing to talk to somebody that's touched so many lives and the technology that so many people use. And of course, we ended the whole day with Michelle Mannerings. She's a developer advocate from GitHub, but her really well-produced talk on using Git for ultimate teamwork just looked so sharp. Her lighting was spot on. It
was really good. Yeah.
Taking notes. We took notes.
Yes.
But today, let's talk about today, Jonathan. You wanna roll through the first part of it?
So we have our day 2 lineup. We'll start off with Justin Roberts, actually. This time, we'll be talking about GitKraken for Teams. And so there's some new Teams features that we recently rolled out in GitKraken. So you're going to get the commentator's perspective on what those features are and ways that you could take advantage of them so that you can collaborate way more closely with your team members. That will be followed up with our keynote speaker today, Edward Thompson, who needs no introduction, but he will have a talk about how maybe sometimes things that are worse is better. So definitely looking forward to that. Next up, we have a very musically inspired talk by Dylan Beatty. I'm really excited for this. As someone who got a sneak peek at editing the video for this talk, I'm not going to spoil anything, but I'm very much looking forward to listening to this talk with all of you. And then that will be followed by Leslie. So Leslie has harnessing the power of Git to improve your team and yourself. So definitely can't wait to hear her story. I'm not going to spoil also her story here, but there's a really cool climactic point here and the tale that she has to share for us. And then we move on to the next part of our day. So that will be started by exploring Dora. I could make a Dora the Explorer joke. I'm gonna pass that off to Brendan O'Leary during his talk, but he'll be talking about Dora metrics. I believe it stands for DevOps Research and Assessment. Brendan will of course correct me, or maybe someone in the Discord will correct me if you got the actual acronym down. But that's going to be a very informative talk if you're interested in trying getting metrics for your team. And this will be followed by Facundo Giuliani. So he'll be talking all things Jamstack. I know, Dwayne, you're excited to.
I very much.
I know you're Jamstack person over here, so you're going to hear lots of insightful commentary from Facundo and also from our own Dwayne. And then we're back to the GitKraken team. So my colleague here, Jeff Chanella, will be talking about building Git velocity metrics. So you're all going to get a sneak peek into some things that we're looking to build out here in the GitKraken team. So if you're curious as to what's cooking in the kitchen, please stop by and Jeff will give you a nice taste. And then you'll see Jeff again, and also maybe a few other familiar faces on our GitKraken product team Q&A. So I will be moderating a talk with Jeff, Justin, and then introducing Dan, our CTO, and where we'll be talking about, GitKraken features, things that are coming up, how things might evolve over time. We do have some nice fun topics at the end to kind of spice things up a little bit as well. So definitely look forward to that product team Q&A. And then we have, I already see in the Discord some folks excited for this talk, Writing a Book Using Git by Jesse. So definitely, this has been a use case that I've heard people talk about. Git is typically brought up in the context of software development, but you can definitely use it for other use cases. I've heard lawyers use it. So I'm definitely interested to see how you can use Git to, keep track of all your chapters, keep track of your book, get your editors involved. So look forward to that talk by Jesse. And then we're going to end the day with another colleague of ours, Adam Ride, who was the chief executive officer of Big Brass Band, but recently announced that Big Brass Band was acquired by GitKraken. So now Adam is now part of our team. Super glad to have him on board, and he'll be talking about how you can, optimize your Jira experience and how you can work together with respect to Git and also your team. So looking forward to that Q&A session as well. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and that should be a little bit of an extended section as well, so we could have a little bit of time to talk to Adam about all that acquisition and what that means for the Jira, Git for Jira integration. I can't talk today. Sorry, there's a lot of syllables there. Git integration.
The Git integration for Jira, which we just call it GIJ. Adam didn't call it GIJ before, and then we started. We had conversations, and now he uses GIJ. At least I think reportedly. So there's a nice acronym for you.
Well, so you see, we have a lot of things going today. A lot of fun surprises later. Please share your thoughts out there on the internet, on the social media using GitKon. Please keep sharing your knowledge there in Discord, sharing your links. Introduce yourself out in the introductions channel. That's a great place to share your Twitter links and your LinkedIn links and your GitHub links and all the other links you got for where you want people to see your stuff online. I just got to bring it up. My favorite thing I think I took away from yesterday, and I've quoted it now several times on a couple different Slack instances to my friends on the internet, is what Matt Billman said. Just kind of want to bring it up, and I hope we get like nuggets like this throughout today. And there was a bunch of nuggets. This is just the one that stuck out to me. Git is like the original blockchain. Never thought of it in those terms, but now I can't stop thinking about it in those terms. There's a lot of things that happened yesterday that were said that I haven't in the same level, but that's I hope today is full of nuggets like that as well. So can't hear those nuggets if we don't get started. So we better get started here. Without any further ado, let's just jump right into Justin's talk.
Here we go.
Hi, my name is Justin Roberts. I'm a director of product at GitKraken, and I'm very happy to be speaking at our first ever GitKon. I want to talk today about working with Git in teams and how GitKraken makes collaborating with your teammates on projects easier so you can spend less time trying to understand who is making changes and switching context between tools and more time releasing quality code. I'll walk through some of the core GitKraken features that help you understand repositories in the context of teams, show you some of the new team focus features we've released, and give you some insight into what we're currently working on to improve the experience of working with your team on projects with multiple repositories. One of the reasons Git is the most popular source control tool is because it encourages developers to experiment by creating disposable branches off of a primary code base on a local machine where they can write and test code with minimal risk to the main project. Git helps development teams move faster by allowing more people to safely iterate on a repository of code all at the same time. For an individual contributor to a repository, adding changes to a branch, making a commit, and pushing those changes to a remote is pretty straightforward. If you're using Git on the command line, these standard operations can be executed easily with nothing more than a sticky note full of basic commands. As any developer knows, however, commits are rarely that simple, often requiring you to review your code, select and stage only certain parts, and craft commits that better communicate a story of what you've built to the next person reviewing your code. As part of a team, it's also important to know what your teammates are working on, so you can choose the right places to branch, know where to rebase your own code, or help someone out by reviewing theirs. The more you want to do with Git, the more commands and parameters you need to memorize, look up, or add to that sticky note to be effective. While many people are comfortable navigating Git repositories via the command line, we've been building GitKraken as a more intuitive way to access all of the powers of Git, with clear visualizations of even the most complex repositories, integrations with hosting services that reduce context switching, and unique team-based features that have made GitKraken the most popular and powerful Git client in the world. The most prominent visual feature of GitKraken and the most loved by all users, even those who prefer the command line, is the GitKraken commit graph. When you're working on a repository with your team, the commit graph can be used to quickly find information about what is being worked on and by who, without writing a single Git command. You'll notice immediately that every commit node is marked by an avatar of the person who authored the commit, allowing you to see who made commits as you navigate the history. If you find that avatars aren't as easy to read, or simply don't think that an image of Sonic the Hedgehog accurately represents someone on your team, there is an option in preferences to display author initials on those commit nodes instead. The branch and tag labels listed along the left side of the graph make it easy to scan your repository for feature branches being worked on by your teammates. Beyond simply displaying the branch name, these labels also display icons that represent any remote repositories a branch is on, and even pull requests associated with a branch. If you have a hosting service integration connected in GitKraken, you can also quickly navigate to the pull requests on that service from a context menu on the branch label and begin reviewing your teammates' code. As you dive deeper into your repository to the file level, seeing who made changes to a specific file and when can help you understand why code was written a certain way and know who on your team to reach out to if you have any questions. The file history and blame views in GitKraken make this information easily accessible and display more than what a simple git log command will, allowing you to easily navigate a file's history through every commit, see line by line how each commit affected the file and who made the commit. Collaborating with others on code almost always depends on that code being stored in a remote repository that team members can pull from and push to as they work. And for most teams, this means using a hosting service like GitHub or GitLab. This is why we've built integrations with the most popular Git hosting providers that help streamline onboarding for new developers, make it easy to start work from issues, and allow teams to reduce context switching when managing pull requests. Connecting a hosting service integration in GitKraken is simple and can be done in the integration section of preferences by authenticating with any of the Git hosting services listed. When a hosting service is connected, members of your team will be able to easily clone repositories they have access to in your organization through the repository management view with a simple search, eliminating the need to navigate to a hosting service website to find clone URLs for the repositories you need to start working on a project. Once you've cloned a repository and have your feature branch ready to merge, the fastest way to open a pull request is in GitKraken. Simply drag the branch you want to merge and drop it onto the branch it will be merged into. This will open the Create Pull Request form pre-filled with most of the information you need to get started. Just edit the title and description, add assignees and reviewers, then open the pull request, all without opening a web browser. Keeping track of pull requests can be tedious. especially when you need to switch between your developer tools and hosting service website to monitor the pull requests you've assigned to other people on your team or those that have been assigned to you. We're addressing this problem in GitKraken by displaying a list of pull requests for the repository you're working on in the left panel. With the GitHub integration connected, you'll also have the ability to create and save custom filters for that list of PRs, so you can focus on the most important PRs to you and quickly monitor their mergeability with icons that tell you about the build and request status of each. GitHub users can now click on PRs in the left panel to open a full PR view inside GitKraken, with the ability to edit most of the fields on that PR and leave comments. This view also facilitates code review with controls that can check out the branch associated with the PR or select all commits in the PR in the graph so that files can be reviewed in GitKraken. There's even an option to merge the PR once it has been approved. In our continuing efforts to help collaborators be more effective while working together with Git, we recently introduced the ability to create teams in GitKraken so users who work in the same organization will have even more insight into their repositories with features that provide better commit filtering, team awareness, and the ability to catch merge conflicts before they happen. Users with paid GitKraken accounts can now see members of their organization in the new organization section in preferences. If you're an admin, you'll be able to invite members and create teams of members who will all be able to access new team features. Members who have been added to a team will see a new team view in the left panel of GitKraken. This team view allows members of a team to see what branches and files their teammates are working on in the same repository, even if those changes haven't been pushed to a remote. This is a powerful feature that increases awareness of activity within teams and aims to alert you and your team when your work in progress could have potential conflicts. If you and another member of your team are working on the same file in a repository, GitKraken will display a warning icon on that file under each of your names, indicating that there could be a potential merge conflict if those changes are pushed. This provides an opportunity to communicate with your team and ensure that conflicts are avoided before any code is merged. If you do not wish to share this information with your team, you may turn this feature off in preferences and display to your team that you've gone incognito. Also new to GitKraken is the ability to filter the commit graph by teams. If the author column is displayed in the commit graph, click the filter icon, search for the team you want to filter by, and all of the commits authored by members of that team will be highlighted in the graph, so you can easily see what a team has been working on. The last team feature I'd like to talk about today was just released in GitKraken version 8, and that is deep linking. Deep linking allows teams to copy a link to a repository, branch, or commit inside of GitKraken and share it anywhere. These links can be found in context menus on remotes, branch labels, and commits within GitKraken. When someone follows a link, it will open the GitKraken application to the intended repo, branch, or commit. GitKraken will open the repository in a tab and highlight the branch or commit in the graph. Deep linking makes it really easy to reference a branch or commit and share it with someone on your team so they can quickly take a look. The first use case for leveraging these deep links outside of the GitKraken client was also just released by the newest member to the GitKraken family, the Git integration for Jira. The Git integration for Jira is a powerful Jira application that displays branches and commit details associated with Jira issues, including file diffs, right inside of Jira. When this application is installed on your Jira instance, you'll see links from commits and file diffs that open those items in GitKraken. The GitKraken client will also include links back to Jira if you have the Jira integration connected, so you can seamlessly transition between GitKraken and Jira when necessary. All of the features I've talked about today are available right now in GitKraken version 8, but we have even more plans for improving teams and collaboration that will be available in upcoming releases. We're working on making it easier to see who on your team is available to assist with things like complex merges, and thinking about better ways to communicate with team members about your repositories directly in GitKraken. We want teams to be able to share settings like Git flow branch prefixes and commit templates across teams so their workflows are consistent. And we'll be releasing a brand new feature that allows teams to group repositories into projects so they can be easily cloned and worked on together, including the ability to view and work on all of the issues and pull requests associated with those repositories in one place. The GitKraken team is looking forward to your feedback on all of our new team features in GitKraken version 8 and beyond. Thank you so much for taking the time to join this session, and enjoy the rest of GitKon.
Well, welcome back. Let me put you on that side, Jonathan. Welcome back. If you were here yesterday, you have already seen this, but our director of product, Justin, who you just saw, unfortunately can't join us today live for the Q&A. Fortunately, we have GitKraken product manager, Jonathan Silva, right here.
Hey.
Who can answer questions. And we did get a couple questions come in from a couple different channels. So make sure I got with the right one here. Can you put inline comments when reviewing a PR in GitKraken?
So for this question, just a little bit of context. In GitKraken, if you have the GitHub integration, you get an additional special feature in that you get the pull request view. So you might have seen in that video that Justin was talking over that in the left panel, you get a list of all the PRs. And if you have the GitHub integration, you can actually click into one and it opens a PR view. So you get the title, description, assignees, reviewers, all that information that you're used to seeing on GitHub is available there in that GitHub PR view within GitKraken. And then there's also a section where you can add comments. So any existing comments will be in there. You can post new comments. And we did release a feature to quote reply. The inline feature still needs to be built out. So hopefully that answers your question there. But we do appreciate that feedback. We know there's way more things that can be done within that GitHub pull request view. And maybe even making something like that view available to other integrations. So we're exploring all of the possibilities there, but I hope that helps answer that question.
I think it does. All right, so the next one, give me just 1 second, get the right thing here. All right. Hold on. I'll go ahead and ask the question before I get the Chiron up there. Will there be a way to get... There we go. Will there be a way to get a deep link with a public URL instead of a GitKraken URL? Asked by Nexus.
So with the deep linking, yeah. So that's one of I know that the GitKraken CLI preview was the splashy feature of version 8, but if this were any other release, the deep linking feature would be the headline feature. So I'm super excited to make that available for us to make that available to users. And we are looking to build that out even further so that, as you saw towards the end of Justin's video, the Git integration for Jira now has a button that you can click and will take you into the repo in GitKraken. Is there a way for us to make that available to other applications, like a way for your other applications to build out their own deep links, the GitKraken deep links? So as part of that exploration, we could definitely look at the URL formatting. Can't comment beyond that though, but I hope that helps.
All right, it looks like we have time for one more question before we'll start our keynote for the day that I'm so excited about.
Oh yeah.
But is the Jira integration for cloud and data center?
So we do have we have the GitKraken client has integrations with Jira Cloud and Jira Server. And I believe the deep linking is available for both. Definitely for sure for Jira Cloud. I'll double check my release notes and my notes in the back end for Jira Server. Or actually, we can ask Adam towards the end of the day.
You know what? That's a great question.
You can ask the source. We can talk to Adam at the end of the day. And
if you're still here at the end of the day,
save that question. At the end of the day, look for that towards the end.
For sure. Well, definitely that's a good reason to come back at the end of the day. But what's a good reason to stick around right now is that it's time for our keynote. We are so thrilled. We're a man that really shouldn't need any introduction at all because he has touched so many of our lives. So let's just go for it. Let's just hit play. All right, enjoy everybody.
Hi folks, really happy to be here at GitKon with you today. Real quick introduction, my name is Edward Thompson. I'm a product manager at GitHub. I'm the maintainer of the libgit2 project, which is a sort of library that you can use in your application if you want to talk to Git repositories. And before I became a product manager, I was an engineer. I've actually been working on version control tools for a really long time. I've built version control systems at GitHub, at Microsoft, and a little company called SourceGear. I've been working on version control tools since the year 5 BG. When I say BG, I mean before Git. And why do I think about version control tools in terms of Git and its history? Well, because Git is the dominant version control system. If there was a version control war, Git won it. And so when I say 5VG, I'm looking at about 21 years of history in the version control space. So I've worked on Git and tools around Git, but I've also worked on Team Foundation version control, a tool called Source Offsite, a tool called Vault, CVS. If you are an old person like I am, you might remember CVS. And so before the rise of Git, we had a real diversity of version control systems. It wasn't a given that you would use one thing. CVS was popular, Subversion was popular in its time, but it wasn't dominant the way Git is. So why did Git become popular? Well, I'm going to borrow a term from Richard Gabriel, and I'm going to say that Git won because worse is better. Now, that's a little bit rude and a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but why don't I take you through what it means to be worse is better? Well, like I said, this was coined by Richard Gabriel. Richard Gabriel was the founder of a company called Lucid, and he worked on a technology called Lisp. It's a language, it's a set of computers that run this language, and when asked why C, the C language, and Unix, the Unix operating system, were winning, if you will, in terms of competition with Lisp, Richard thought about it and said, kind of tongue-in-cheek, well, because worse is better. And he actually went on to give a talk at a Lisp conference and write a paper to follow it up called Lisp, Good News, Bad News, How to Win Big, where he went on to define this worse is better philosophy. So it actually went from a tongue-in-cheek statement to a real idea. And the worse is better philosophy sets out 4 points that a piece of technology needs to hit in order to fall into the worse is better camp. First of all, it needs to have simplicity. Second of all, it needs to have correctness. Third, consistency. And fourth, completeness. Now, these all sound like good things, don't they? How is this a philosophy where worse is better? Well, we have to contrast worse is better with the right thing approach. Sometimes when you build software, you really want to focus on doing the right thing. Now, the right thing philosophy has these 4 same tenets: simplicity, correctness, consistency, and completeness. So they actually might differ in some more fundamental ways, right? So the worse is better philosophy and the right thing philosophy have the same tenets. Sometimes the right thing philosophy is called the MIT philosophy, MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. But we'll talk about that more in a second. Now, how do these 2 philosophies differ? Well, let's look a little bit more at the right thing philosophy. Doing the right thing means that when you look at the design of a system and you look at its simplicity, then the design must be simple both in terms of its implementation, so the code must be simple, and in terms of its interface. It must be simple to use. Users should find using the system simple. That seems like a great tenet. In fact, that's the most important tenet. It's more important than the interface of the system to be simple than its implementation. Okay. Next, it must be correct. Incorrectness is not allowed. You should have a bug-free program. Sounds good. Next, it must be consistent. And in fact, consistency is even more important than interface simplicity. Like we can cut a few corners in the simplicity area as long as it's consistent along the way. And finally, it must be complete. It must, be usable and do all the things that a user would expect it to do. Okay. These all sound like great tenets. Well, how does the worse is better philosophy compare with these? Well, again, simplicity is at the core of the worse is better philosophy. It's the first point. But there's a bit of a twist. Instead of focusing on the user interface being simple, it's more important that the implementation is simple. The code must be simple to understand and to extend, but it doesn't necessarily have to be simple to use. It should be. It's not quite as important. Next, correctness. Yes, the design should be correct in all observable aspects, but it's actually slightly better to be simple than correct. And of course, when we say simple, we're really talking about the implementation, not the user interface. Next, the design should be consistent. But it's actually better to drop the parts of the design that deal with less common circumstances than to introduce complexity or inconsistency in the application. So again, simplicity wins. Simplicity of implementation. And finally, completeness. And completeness is of course important, but it could be sacrificed whenever implementation simplicity is jeopardized. So really, the core of worse is better is building simple, extendable code. Not necessarily code that's great to use, not necessarily code that's consistent, not even code that's necessarily complete, just code that's simple. Now, of course, this is a bit of a straw man, and he did develop this sort of tongue-in-cheek, but as he was building this philosophy and thinking about it, he realized that actually software built with the worse is better philosophy has better survival characteristics than when you build software to do the right thing. That's why C and Unix won against Lisp. Because, well, it shipped. At GitHub, we talk about shipping being a feature. It's very important to get code out the door, right? We talk about minimum viable products over the last many years. That's a term of art that I don't think was in use when Richard Gabriel wrote his paper. But now we actually do think about the idea of building a piece of software, even though it's not complete, and getting it out the door so that we can iterate on it and people can start using it. I think it's incredibly important not to underestimate the fact that actually just getting software in people's hands is perhaps the first and most important step of developing any system. Now, I think that there's actually one person who adheres to the worse is better philosophy and understands this perhaps better than any other software engineer that I can think of. That person is Linus Torvalds. If you're not familiar with Linus Torvalds, he built the Linux kernel, and when he got bored with that one day, he decided to go build the Git version control system. And I think that those are two excellent examples of the worse is better philosophy in practice. And again, this is a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's also very important to why these two systems have been as successful as they are. Now, the first time anybody heard of the Linux operating system was way back in 1991, where a young student named Linus Torvalds posted on a Minix mailing list. Minix was a somewhat Unix-like operating system that ran on small PCs back in the late 80s and early 90s. Now, Linus had gotten a 386 computer and was trying to learn how to basically program it at a very deep, low level, right? He was trying to understand how the bootloader works and how to build an operating system on the 386 chip. And that's actually, the 386 has a lot more capabilities than earlier processors, and so he was able to, or envisioned that he could do things that Minix couldn't do. And so he started playing around with this early operating system. Now, one of the interesting things in this early announcement that he was playing with building a kernel was that he noted that it will never be the kind of professional operating system that Herd will be in the next century or so. Well, in fact, it turns out that the Linux kernel was incredibly popular. It took off. It really filled a need that a lot of hobbyists had. I was an early Linux user, and we had these relatively powerful computers, and we were still using maybe MS-DOS on them, or early versions of Windows, like Windows 3. Now, there were ways that you could extend that with tools like Desk View and QEMM, if you remember those days, and you could do some sort of multitasking on these systems. But there was really a need for something more advanced, like a Unix system could offer. This was really the first PC that could capably run Unix, and Linux really was a need Linux really filled a need that we didn't realize that we even had. And so, of course, Linux became very popular. And people built distributions on top of this. Linux is the kernel itself and the distribution sometimes you'll hear it referred to. So that's what we call the user space code, things like your shell. You interact with Bash on a Linux system, or ZSH or TCSH, and you don't really interact with the Linux kernel itself. And so some people have taken to calling a Linux system GNU Linux. The idea here is that the GNU project, which spun out of the Free Software Foundation and intended to build a set of user space tools, compilers, developer tools, shell. When you run ls, that's a GNU tool. And to build these for a Unix-like system. And GNU actually had envisioned its own Unix-like system complete with a kernel. That's Herd, that Linus had referred to earlier. But it was slipping, as he noted. It might come in the next century or so. So some people took to calling a Linux system a GNU Linux system because it used a Linux kernel, but it used a lot of GNU user space tools. So what happens when we think about GNU Linux versus GNU Herd, the complete GNU system with that mythical kernel? Well, that mythical kernel never really materialized. It kind of got developed in fits and starts, but even now it's only at version 0.9. They've never seen a 1.0 of Herd. Now, why is that? Well, remember when the do the right thing approach to software development was also known as the MIT style? Well, it turns out GNU and the Free Software Foundation came out of MIT. Herd is an incredible architecture of microservices and very clever operating system ideas that were developed in the 90s and implemented in the 90s and into the 2000s and 2010s. Herd never really materialized. Why not? Because they were so focused on the architecture and getting that right that they never really got the code out the door, if I'm blunt about the problem. Whereas Linux, with its worse is better approach, where Linus just announced a thing that he was building, even though it was hardly operational at the time. When he first announced it, it was very early days. It was not something that you could use. It was something that you could tinker with, that you could be a hobbyist about and develop yourself. But it was not something that you could use. Certainly it was not something that you could put on a phone or in a server room and actually operate anything. No. But he made that announcement early. He released it on an FTP server early and allowed people to start using it. Now, one of the interesting things about the Linux kernel is that it was developed in a collaborative environment. It's an open source project. In fact, it's probably the most successful open source project that the world has ever seen. And the way that the open source project worked was on a mailing list. Much like Linus went and announced on a news group that he was doing this, the actual development of the kernel itself took place on what's called the Linux kernel mailing list, where people exchange patches. When Phil Oster here says, here's a change to to the make file so that we can better support machines without the Pentium 4, without the Athlon chip. This is an older patch. This is from way back in 2002. He writes the code on his local machine. He runs the diff command, and then he sends the output to the mailing list. And if Linus or whomever is the maintainer of the subsystem of the kernel is interested in this change, and this is a good change, I think this got introduced, and then they'll take it in. They may discuss it more over the mailing list, but fundamentally, this is how changes get made in 2002 to the Linux kernel. And what would happen is Linus would save this mail message to his local machine and run the patch command. Now, this is a lot of manual activity. There was no version control system here. There was Linus's source tree. That was it. And this is how patches get exchanged and discussed and iterated on. And that hit a scaling point. And that scaling point really stopped at around 2002, where this was just too much manual activity and they needed a system to help. And that's where this system called BitKeeper came in. BitKeeper was really the first distributed version control system, and what it allowed to happen was this mailing list system that Linus uses and Linus enjoys using, but it added a little rigor on top of it. Now, the problem with BitKeeper was its license. It was a rather novel license at the time. The idea was that the company behind BitKeeper charged for the software. It was a piece of proprietary software, and they gave the Linux kernel developers a free open source license of that. So they were free to use it. They didn't get the source code. It was not an open source project. But there were certain limitations. And one of those limitations was that they couldn't try to reverse engineer BitKeeper, and they couldn't try to go compete and build a competing version control system to BitKeeper as long as they were using it. And there was some tension between some of the kernel developers and the team behind BitKeeper, and ultimately they decided that the Linux kernel should no longer use BitKeeper, that it wouldn't be appropriate anymore. And so they set out finding a new version control system. Now, thankfully, in those 3 or so years since the Linux kernel started using BitKeeper and the Linux kernel needed to stop using BitKeeper, other people had really sort of seen the distributed version control system ideas and sort of started productizing them. So you could see in 2005, Matt McCall, much like when Linus announced the Linux kernel on the Minix mailing list, Matt McCall comes to the Linux kernel mailing list and announces Mercurial, a minimal, scalable, distributed version control system. And he announces his early proof of concept, DVCS. It's very early on, but he's doing surprisingly well. Interestingly, in that message, he notes some of the things that remain to be done for Mercurial. That bottom one is what really interests me. All sorts of cleanup, packaging, documentation, and testing. This is a worse is better approach if ever I've seen one, and I love it. The funny thing to me, though, was the only response that he got on the Linux kernel mailing list is someone telling him that it was 2 worse is better. The first one and the last one are really important. If a tool is hard to use or poorly formatted, poorly documented, people won't use it no matter how great it is. And that is in direct opposition to the philosophy of worse is better. In fact, right, again, we can put simplicity of user interface aside as long as the code is simple. And actually, the code in Mercurial is outstanding. Now, the other thing that happened in April 2005 was Linus making an announcement on the Linux kernel mailing list. And in the same understated way that he announced Linux, back in 91, he announced that he was writing some scripts to try to track things a whole lot faster. Really, he was focusing on just creating some scripts to help him manage the patches on the Linux kernel mailing list. he says that his scripts will not be an SCM, a source code management system, a version control system. They'll be a very specific kind of thing. Very interesting announcement. Very worse is better. It will never be a true SCM, a true version control system. It's just some scripts to help him out. So he's releasing this, announcing this early, even though it is not usable as a version control system. And that was the first version of Git. This is, if you run git log on the Git repository, you'll see this very early. This is the first revision of Git that was quote unquote self-hosting, meaning that Git was using Git. And that was April 7th, 2005. It's a long time ago. It's amazing how impactful and how long-lasting Git's dominance has been. Especially when you think about the fact that it was only a handful of files. You've got a make file and just a couple of C files. This is not a lot of code here. If you run, it's across everything, even including the README, it's almost 1,250 lines of code. That's not a lot. Now, was it complete? No. You could hardly do anything with it. At best, it's a mechanism for, it's a distributed file system. But, as Linus said, what it's not is a version control system. It's not an SCM. Was it consistent? No, not really. Was it correct? Marginally, yeah. It was mostly correct. It definitely had some interesting correctness issues, especially in its caching. And we can forgive that because we know that one of the hardest things in computer science is caching. But no, it was not completely correct. And was it simple to use? Absolutely not. You had to be Linus to use it. It was built for him, for his workflows. It was not built as a version control system, and it was, definitely not the Git that you see today. Despite that, people started using it. Now, of course, the Linux kernel hackers started using it because it simplified their lives in much the same way it simplified Linus's life. Like, their goal is to create patches for him to accept. His goal is to accept those patches. So these two things go hand in hand, and that is really what this system did. It did not resemble the Git that you use today. When you start thinking about, did it have a server? Was there a server-side component to this? The answer was no. And why not? Well, in the worse is better philosophy, why build your own server when Gmail can do it for you? So again, this is just patches over email, and we're going to offload the actual hard bits, the server part, to somebody else, and it's already written. We can just pick right up and go. Incredibly clever, and an incredible use of the worse is better philosophy. Very impressive. And was the goal satisfied? Like, did it get out there and get used? And the answer is yes. And people started not just using it with the Linux kernel, but people started using it with itself. Git itself was self-hosting in Git. And so Git's development started picking up. Right? So here's an example of somebody fixing a bug in Git and sending a patch off to the mailing list. And again, using Git to do that. So over time, Git started picking up steam, Git started picking up activity. People started using it, even though it was not simple in its interface. It was simple in its code, and that's what allowed it to be extended, but it's not easy to use. Now, as Tom Preston Warner said, Git makes collaboration possible, but it doesn't make it easy. In fact, it makes a very specific form of collaboration possible, this very distributed open source philosophy. Open source was much harder to develop for when really one person had the quote-unquote keys to the kingdom, or a few people had the ability to write to the SVN server. Even if everybody could read it, it was still not a walled garden per se, but it was a very different experience to what we see today. And so Tom Preston Warner and several of his friends decided, well, if Git makes collaboration possible and doesn't make it easy, could they make it easy? Git's implementation is incredibly simple. It's elegant. It uses some really simple, straightforward data structures. And in fact, that makes it really easy to build on. And so, indeed they did. Tom Preston Warner, Chris Wanstroth, and PJ Hyatt built GitHub. GitHub.com launched in April of 2008. So a few years after Git's first revision, GitHub came with the ability to host public repositories and really easily send changes back and forth and discuss changes. Instead of knowing how to run the git format patch command and saving those files or understanding how to interact with your SMTP server from a command line, knowing which mail user agents you could actually trust to format your patches correctly and which ones would mangle them, knowing how to save those patches. That's incredibly tedious work. Now on GitHub, you open a pull request. You just push your code up to your fork, and you create a pull request on the main branch. It really lowered the barriers to collaboration on open source. It was revolutionary. The other really interesting thing, because Git is so simple in terms of its data structures, even it's not simple to use, its code is very straightforward. Anybody who's really opened the internals book on the internals chapter to the Pro Git book will look at it. Even if you don't really know graph theory, even if you're not super familiar with data structures, if you really read the format and how these things are laid out, you'll quickly be very impressed by the simplicity of the data structures, and that allows people to build other things on top of Git. For example, also in March or April of 2008, Heroku added support for Git endpoints. So now you can just git push to Heroku to deploy your code. This is incredible. Like there's no tricky deployment options. There's no separate command line. You clone your code with Git, you hack on it, you commit it with Git, and now you can just run git push to deploy it. It was about this time that I think the world really started taking notice of Git in a very meaningful way. This was when Git went from another version control system that's in use to the version control system. The other thing that happened was we started seeing some command line clients on top of it, because again, the worse is better philosophy says that the implementation should be simple. The interface doesn't need to be. And Git ships with a GUI. It's called GitK. And I don't even remember what's going on here. I mean, I do. I kind of know. You can see the graph, and that's kind of helpful to visualize. And you can kind of see a diff, and that's very helpful as well. But perhaps also not falling into the simple interface sort of category. But in 2008, 2009, we started to see some really new and really powerful user interfaces, some GUIs built on top of Git. You've got Tortoise Git, Source Tree, which was acquired by Atlassian, and then Tower, which is one of the, I think, at its time was really the finest GUI. At this point, there are many fine GUIs, of course, but I think that this really showed a level of commitment to user interface that allowed Git to sort of reach the next level of popularity. So you've got all these things. You've got a totally new way to interact with your software developed by GitHub. You've got a totally new way to interact with your deployments by Heroku. And now you've got easy to use and simple interfaces built on top of Git. And that point that at least I, building competing version control systems, really started to take notice. And at the time I was working at Microsoft, I was working on the Team Foundation Server team. Team Foundation Server, if you're not familiar with it, it's now called Azure DevOps. It's a platform, it's a software development platform, so it's a bug tracker, it's got build and test, it's got version control built in. And in 2008, that version control tool was a custom version control system called Team Foundation Version Control. It was a centralized system that we built, and that was one of the many version control systems on the market. But as we saw the Git ecosystem just growing and growing, and we saw these new sort of developments, we realized that perhaps building our own version control system felt kind of old school. We actually needed to sort of embrace Git. So in 2013, we released a version of Visual Studio that could speak to Git repositories, and we added Git support to Team Foundation Server. So now it could host both your Team Foundation version control, so the existing centralized system, and Git. We put Git into Team Foundation Server. And now this seems really obvious. Of course, Azure DevOps hosts Git repositories. What else would it do? It seems so silly to even mention it as if it could do anything else. But at the time, this was a big gamble for Microsoft. And it was actually tough for the Team Foundation Server team and the Visual Studio team to make this change. We were, in fact, starting to use a version control system that Linus Torvalds had built. And of course, Linus built the Linux kernel. A few years ago, there was some animosity between Microsoft and Linus, or at least the Windows team and Linux. And so it was not at all obvious that this was a good idea in the corporate experience that is Microsoft, to use a GPL software, the GNU public license, which various Microsoft executives have also historically had things to say about. It was not at all obvious that this was the right decision, but as you can see in 2021, 7-8 years later, it was the only decision we could have made as far as our survival goes. We simply couldn't have ignored Git and remained relevant. So, at that point in 2013, we really started to see things just continue to grow. And so now what we see is a really vibrant ecosystem. You've, of course, got Git itself, the Git command line application that Linus started and that Junio Hamano has maintained for years. Git is, of course, the core of the Git ecosystem. And then you've got other implementations that allow you to manage Git repositories in sort of a library, so that you can build applications on top of them, so that you don't have to shell out to Git and sort of scrape the output. JGit is a very popular one. The J is Java. It's a Java Git implementation. libgit2, that's the project that I maintain. It's a C implementation, and then there are many managed wrappers on top of that. So if you want to manage your Git repository with Python, you can, and there's a wrapper around libgit2 for Python. There are other various implementations. There's a new one in Rust called Git Oxide, which I think is really, really exciting. And so these sort of libraries and Git itself form the core that other tools can build on top of. Of course, you've got Git hosting providers like GitHub and many, many others. And you've got UI clients, that make using Git simpler. And of course, every IDE like Xcode and Visual Studio and VS Code speaks to Git now in 2021. Git won. There's just no way around it. And it won because it embraced the worse is better philosophy. It didn't worry about being complete, didn't worry about being correct necessarily. Obviously, nobody wants bugs in their code, but they didn't build a grand architecture and worry about, over-indexing on that. No. Linus went and built a minimum viable product. He scratched his own itch, as we say in the open source world. He built a small set of tools that were simple, that had a simple implementation, and released them to the world. And now, it's hard to underestimate the impact of being Linus and having already been successful with the Linux kernel when he released Git. But had he built this grand vision and some sort of crazy microservices architecture, I don't think Git would have been nearly as successful and impactful and had this great ecosystem support that it has. Now, it's 2021. Every developer uses Git. Obviously, there are still other version control systems out there that have use in different aspects. For example, game developers have very bespoke needs. If you're writing a game like Grand Theft Auto, it has huge assets, movies, audio, still images and artwork, and Git does not do particularly well there. But even said, this is the minority. Most developers are using Git for most projects. I don't mean most like 60%, I mean most like 99%. So, how do you go from this dominance? Again, if there was a version control war, Git won it. What's next for Git? Well, I've got three things that I think that Git needs. Despite the fact that they've won, there are still three areas where Git falls short. First, support for large repositories. Like I said, the game studios of the world cannot use Git. There are some sort of workarounds and tools that will enable large repositories. First of all, there's Git LFS, or Git Large File Storage. And what this does is it's a third-party component that works alongside with Git, integrates really pretty well with Git, and allows you to set up a list of files that when you add them to your repository, they'll be sort of treated specially. And they'll, instead of going into the main Git repository, they'll go into the Git LFS area. And the advantage here is, if you've ever run a Git clone, what happens is you pull down every single version of every file that's ever been in your tree. And that allows you to look at history locally. It allows you to switch branches locally without ever talking to another server. It's exceptionally convenient. It's a great way to develop your code. It's a terrible thing if you have a lot of movies. If you're checking in, a 1 gigabyte movie, and you check it in, 10 different revisions, and you run git clone, you're downloading all those revisions. You're downloading all 10 gigabytes. Git LFS allows you to only focus on the files that you need at the particular version that you're checking out. So it's very, it's very efficient, but it only integrates so well. It's not really part of Git. It's a third-party tool that you have to download and install. You have to configure your repository very carefully in order to make sure that you're using it. And it's not retroactive. You can't take a repository where you've checked in a bunch of movies, add Git LFS, and then win. No, you've actually got to rewrite history or actually change that the way that things have been checked in historically. So it's not perfect. It's great. It's a big help, but users, I think, require a little more simplicity. There's another tool that a team at Microsoft built. They're now at GitHub. It's called Scalar. And the goal behind Scalar was, again, supporting large repositories. the Microsoft Windows repository and the Microsoft Office repository are two incredibly large, chunks of code, both in terms of what's there just on disk, what you need to check out and build in order to ship. Remember, Windows fits on a DVD. It doesn't fit on CDs anymore. Same with Office. And so, not only the tools that get built, the code that gets built, but also the history, right? If you've got this giant repository that, when built, fits on a DVD, and you need to, and you're making changes to it, that's a lot of history. And so the goal behind Scalar is to address this and start thinking about actually in Git itself, downloading only the pieces that you need at any one point in time. So in other words, when you run a clone, maybe you just get the most recent version and you can start paging in those older versions dynamically. So it's a bit of a hybrid model almost between a distributed version control system where you've got all of your history and a centralized system where the server has everything and you go get it. Now, this is bringing a little bit more centralized philosophy on demand when, as an opt-in approach to Git. Most people won't need this, but the people that do need it really need it. And I think that seeing these sorts of improvements going into Git itself, so that they're not standalone programs, so that they're not, third-party add-ons, I think is going to be crucial for, the next few years of Git. The other thing that I personally would like to see in Git for what's next is better cross-platform support. Now, it's understandable in many ways, but Git works best on Linux. Git was built to manage the Linux kernel's development. No surprise, it works best on Linux. A lot of the people who are Linux kernel hackers, including the person who started Git, were very active in Git's development. And so what happened was you'll see things like, yes, Git is a lot of portable C code, but there's also Perl scripts and shell scripts and TickleTK, which, if you're not familiar with, is a older programming language and windowing system that was common on Unix systems, not very common on Windows. So there is a Git for Windows project, of course, and it's managed by volunteers who do an incredible job porting Git to Windows. And that is hard because, again, there's Perl and shell scripts in Git. So when you download Git for Windows, you don't just get an executable that is git.exe. You get a whole Unix-like environment. So the MinGW system, which is a minimal Unix-like environment on top of Windows, is downloaded every time you download it, Git for Windows. So that's why you see Git Bash, for example, because it's not because the maintainer of Git for Windows really thinks that you should be using Bash to interact with Git. Maybe he does think that. I actually don't know. I've never asked him. But the reason is a lot simpler. It's that you need Bash because you need to run these shell scripts, and you need to be able to actually have all of the various Unix utilities like cut and awk and sed that go along with having shell scripts. So when you download Git for Windows, you really get a Unix-like environment that gets installed. And that, in a perfect world, wouldn't be a requirement. Maybe it's optional, right? Maybe at this point, users of Git for Windows are so enamored with the Unix-like system that they want to keep this. That's fine, but it shouldn't be a requirement. So the Git for Windows team has been rewriting many pieces of Git in C, in portable C, so that they can remove some of the dependencies on shell scripts. I think that will continue, and I think that that's an important goal. Finally, making Git easier to use. we've seen definitely some improvements in Git's ease of use over the last few years. Obviously, it's very early incarnation. It was not easy to use at all, but there was a point at which it became a full-fledged version control system, and yet it was still very difficult to use. You know, the reset command does many different things depending on how it's invoked. The checkout command does does many things depending on how it's invoked. It might get the old contents of a file and replace the contents as they exist on disk with some historic version. Or it may switch branches. Like, those are two very different concepts for one command to do. It may create a new branch. That's at least kind of close to one of those two things, but like these are very different core concepts that the checkout command is operating on. And so you've seen some improvements, especially around reverting changes. And I hope, I believe that we will continue to see more, because we can't rely on third parties and GUIs to really do this. I think that Git itself, the Git command line client, has to be capable of simplicity in its interface at this point. It's had simplicity in its implementation from day one. I hope that we'll see continued efforts to simplify its interface. If not, I trust that somebody else will do it. In Linus's early announcement of Git, he said, well, I bet you could make a reasonable source code management on top of it, though. So hopefully somebody will. Just kidding, of course. I'm confident that the Git team itself will take care of this for us. Thanks so much for your time. I'm super happy to be a part of GitKon. I hope that you are too. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, please hit me up. The best way to reach me is on Twitter. I'm eThompson. That's Thompson without a P, ETHOMSON. And I look forward to hearing from you. Thanks.
All right, and we have here Ed Thompson for our live Q&A session. Ed, that was wonderful. Welcome to the live Q&A.
Thanks. It's great to be here.
Yeah, so we have a lively Discord channel going on. We have a few questions from the Discord. So first up, we have one from David, who is asking, will Git integration be embedded in most apps and not just for devs? Is there a way to track how many apps use libgit2?
That's a great question. Yes, I think we will see Git integration start to be integrated beyond just developers. I think that it's a handy way to store versions of things, especially versions of text-like things. And so I know a startup that was building some sort of proof of work, not proof of work in terms of sorry, let me back that up. That makes it sound like I'm talking about blockchain. Some sort of verifiable and auditable trail for documents on top of using a Git database and using libgit2 to do it. And so there are certain places where that makes sense. Git as a generic database, I don't think actually really makes a lot of sense a lot of the time. I think a lot of people look at it and are like, "Oh, this is going to be great," and then really quickly realize that it's not great because they hit some scaling dimension that most people's code just doesn't hit. But yeah, I still, despite that, I think that we'll see more of that. I know of especially like tools that are adjacent to development but not strictly for version control. I think makes a lot of sense. I know another company who was storing a version controlled sort of database of not code, but and they wanted to be able to roll back and view history. And it's like, well, that sounds like Git to me. And so they're moving away from a proprietary format to Git, which I think makes a ton of sense. As to the second question, is there any way to see how much libgit2 is in use? I wish there were. That would be That would be so helpful for me. I find it really hard to track, and sometimes I see a new announcement of a Git tool, and I'm like, oh, I wonder how they're doing it. And oh, they're using libgit2. Oh, that's great. I'm really excited to see that. But it's really hard for me to know. The easiest way for me to track it is the people who show up in our repository and either ask a question or contribute code back. That's how I found out that this tool called GitKraken was starting to use libgit2. And I've seen other people's, recently I found out that one of the math programs, I know that Mathematica has been using libgit2. I happen to be pretty well connected to that organization. And so I kind of knew that, like for version control, they have an interface where you can talk to Git from Mathematica code, which is really clever, I think. And so, yeah, it's great to see. I wish I had a better way to find out who was using it, but.
Well, you gave me a good segue earlier. You used a nice keyword here. So someone was asking if you can touch on the connection between Git and blockchain.
I can't. I know nothing about blockchain.
Yeah, it's good to know. I know there's been that was a fun topic to discuss in the Discord yesterday. So just not to poke your brain there.
I think that's where I've learned. I think I learned more about blockchain yesterday than I have previously.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that there are some similar characteristics, but Git's historical roots go back to Merkle trees and directed acyclic graphs, and it's not super cutting edge. I don't, so it's just simple data structures applied in a clever way.
Next up, we have a question from William, or Nexus, as he is famously known. What is the easiest way to test libgit2 to be able to help contribute?
The easiest way, I think, and I guess this isn't generally available yet, but one of the things that I've started playing with is GitHub code spaces. It's basically an IDE in a browser. It's a partnership between GitHub and the Visual Studio Code team. This sounds like a big plug, and I guess it kind of is, but I don't mean it to be. I actually really do love this. I think that it's insanely clever. And so, you can just start up a code space. And I've checked in a bunch of, getting started and dot files and stuff. So that if you do have access to code spaces, it's really easy to get started at libgit2. It just as soon as you click start, it just bootstraps your environment. It does your first build and you're ready to just start hacking. You can even hit, debug in code spaces, and you can start stepping through functions. It's so cool. By far the easiest way. I mean, second easiest is to take all that, clone it, and do it in VS Code locally, because it's the same setup. But who wants? It's 2021. I'm starting to get tired of cloning things to my local hard drive and running tests locally. It's getting a little tedious.
Next up, we have a couple comments. So they're more comments, not necessarily questions. The first one, just kind of a little bit of a praise here. Just fascinated by the history that you presented during your keynote session. What's it been like just to watch this Git evolve, or even just before Git, like BG, I think was what you called it, to kind of see that evolution over time?
It's mind blowing. I mean, like I said, I used to work on version control systems. My very first version control job, I guess, was working on a tool called Source Offsite, which was an add-on to Microsoft Visual SourceSafe, which was extremely popular, despite the fact that it was extremely poor. One of its defining characteristics was that it would frequently corrupt itself in its database. It was not good. Source Offsite basically was a wrapper on top that would fix the corruption problems. And so, that was an add-on to a popular but not revolutionary or the most popular version control system. And so being able to go from that to working on Git has just, I mean, it's been incredible. I never could have imagined that we would have a dominant version control system and that it would be it would be like this. So it's just been really fascinating to watch this history. I too am fascinated by the history. I've enjoyed every minute of it.
And with the history, so you talk about from before Git and then as it evolved, and now we're here at the present. What do you see about the other side of things? How do you see it evolving from here?
I really do hope that we finally, I'm glad that Git GUIs exist that make Git easy to use, but we're not there yet, in my opinion. I'm a command line person, and I feel like I would really strongly benefit from some nice command line features. I thought it was really interesting. I didn't actually know that that GitKraken was going to announce the CLI that they did, and so that's pretty compelling. That may be the thing that finally bridges the gap for me between using a third-party Git tool and the CLI, because I just don't love lots of windows. I know I'm just ancient, but it's still true. And so this may be the thing that finally does it.
Yeah, that release just dropped a couple days ago, so definitely check it out, especially those who are watching either in the present or in the future on YouTube. Definitely check it out. Maybe we'll change your mind. I'd be curious to hear all y'all's thoughts. We have a feedback in the top right. Another comment we got, I know you were mentioning Linus over there and how he casually or subtly, without much pomp and circumstance, would announce these major, huge, revolutionary tools. But love the typo that Linus Torvalds had. Looks like he wrote prodible instead of portable. That was big there.
Yep, I noticed that too. I had a lot of fun putting this together and just like going back and unearthing all these old emails and news group posts. I even the talk that I referenced repeatedly, which worse is better. I actually first read in this book, the Unix Haters Handbook, which is an outstanding book.
Wow.
However, it's from 1994. This was not my original copy. It didn't survive. I had to go buy this on eBay. And so there are still some copies in pretty decent condition. If this is, ancient Unix history is something you enjoy.
It just goes to show, I think this comment kind of captures a little bit of the core of your talk, where it's okay to put something out there that is not perfect, right? Even something like a description, don't worry about it. Just get it out there in front of people and keep iterating.
It's true.
So I want to close out and maybe give you an opportunity to share any final thoughts.
Oh, I think you did. I think that you nailed it. We often, a term that we use at GitHub is we get wrapped around the axle, and it's really easy in software to just get so caught up in in all the bugs that exist in your code, because they exist, of course they exist, and all the features that you don't have yet, and it's really easy to just find that North Star and just start hacking and not come for air until you think you're there, but you're never there.
Yeah.
You just got to ship. So that's one of the tricky things is figuring out when it makes sense to just get it out there versus the right set of bugs and features. But I often think that we're too conservative and we don't, and that doesn't benefit us.
I think that's an important sentiment to hear. I know for sure that's a relatable sentiment, where you because what's behind the curtain, you see all these things that you wish you could build or wish you could fix, and just to hear from an outside person like, hey, you're actually doing pretty good, and you don't have to worry, you don't have to sweat the small stuff too much. Well, the other stuff too much, I should say. Yeah. Well, Ed, I think we can leave it at that. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you keynote our day 2 session. And looking forward to seeing you on the Discord if you can keep us company there. And thank you so much.
No, thank you. It's been great to be here. I'm really excited about the first GitKon.
All right. Yeah.
So much. I had to jump in to say thanks in person. So awesome.
All right. Thanks, Ed.
Thanks.
Ed. All right. Well, it is just on the time, so we don't have any time for rigmarole here. Let's get to.
I'm excited for this one.
Jonathan and I are extremely excited.
I'm very excited for this one. Dylan, you did good.
Rips, Repo, and Rockstar.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? My name is Dylan Beatty, and I do interesting things with computers. I'm the founder of Ursatile, which is my online training company. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I run the London.NET user group, and I once created a programming language as a joke that was so successful that it became a joke with a reference implementation and a test suite. It is the programming language called Rockstar, and we are going to hear a little bit about that over the course of the talk today. Now, I'm one of those people who loves making things. Lego, woodwork, cardboard models. My dad got a computer when I was about 7 years old, and I spent a few weeks figuring out how to run games on it, and realized pretty quickly that I didn't want to play other people's games. I wanted to make my own games. And that was the start of my long and illustrious relationship with the craft of software development. Now, I use the word craft there. That's something that's had a lot of attention over the last decade or so. There's this long, fascinating discussion about what is it that we developers actually do. Coding, is it an art? Is it a science? Is it engineering? Is it an art form? Is it just glorified typing? Is it not glorified typing? Well, I think code can actually be all of these things. It depends on the code. If you've ever had to write functions that do things like calculating tax codes, it's basically data entry. You got a big list of rules and numbers over here, and you just need to translate those rules into C# or Java or something. I've written code that definitely felt like engineering, code where we were analyzing failure thresholds and metrics and monitoring, looking for bottlenecks, just as if we were creating a physical component to go in some kind of machine. I've written code just because I wanted to see what it did, and then thrown it away as soon as I'd answered the question. I didn't actually throw it away. It's probably on GitHub somewhere, but good luck figuring out what it does. But I've also written a lot of code just because I wanted it to exist, because I love the idea of computer programs that are also poems or songs or jokes. One of my favorite code snippets ever is this one. This is the C# lunch order. It's your public class lunch order, double cheeseburger, char-grilled peppers, shortcake, Long Island iced tea. I also like this one. This is a poem, a joke, a cultural reference, and it's a valid class in C#. It is public class Muhammad Ali, float like a butterfly, string like a bee. But let's go back to the idea of software as a craft. Now, the language here you might find it a little clunky. You see, English is a dreadfully gendered language, and we have these words like craftsmanship and workmanship, and we have people who insist that those terms are inclusive, and the people doing the insisting tend to be men, so maybe we don't have an entirely balanced perspective here. So I'm going to talk about craft, and I'm going to talk about crafting, and I'm going to talk about craftship. And I think most developers agree that there is an element of craft in the way that we write code. Variable names, indentation styles, little signs that the person who wrote the code, they don't make any difference to the computer. The compiler, it means exactly the same thing, but they tell you when you read that code, the person who wrote this, they cared, they were paying attention. And, it's natural for us to assume that if somebody paid attention to the little things and got those right, they probably also paid attention to the big things, and they got those right as well. Now, the comparison here, obviously, is with people who craft physical objects. Now, I'm a guitar nerd. I love guitars. I own many. I've built a few myself over the years. And the craft of guitar building is called luthiery. And when you pick up a guitar, there are countless little details that can tell you what kind of luthier built that guitar. You can walk into a store today and buy a pretty good guitar for about $200 or $300. But if you look closely, you'll notice little details, screws that maybe don't quite line up with the holes that have been drilled for them. You get tiny gaps between components that are supposed to fit perfectly flush, maybe the odd flaw in the varnish here and there. But if you go out and spend $10,000 on a guitar, you expect perfection. You're expecting, a high quality product crafted by an artisan who knows exactly what they're doing, and they have the skill and the time and the resources to create something that literally, they couldn't have made that any better. And let me tell you why this idea of, software craft, why I find this idea interesting and perhaps a little odd. And it's down to one thing. In software, we have revision control. If you're building a guitar and you make a mistake, you have a problem. If you drill a hole in the wrong place, you can't undo it. You need to fill it and then drill it in the right place and hope you get it right this time. If you're cutting timber, if you cut a piece of wood slightly too big, yeah, it's all right. You can sand a little bit off the end. If you cut a piece of wood too small, there's no way back from that. You have to throw it out and hope you have another one. And, we could be talking about figured maple or tropical mahogany here. Single piece of wood could cost hundreds of dollars, and maybe you didn't even make a mistake. Maybe you just changed your mind. Maybe you just finished staining your latest guitar cherry apple red, and now you're just really wishing you'd gone for midnight blue. But tough, the guitar is red, and it's staying red unless you want to spend a couple of days sanding it back and refinishing it. And if you accidentally run over your guitar with your car, there are no backups here in the real world, my friends. You are in the market for a new one, which most of us are anyway, let's face it. But in software, it's very easy for us to create a working environment where almost every decision that we make is reversible. You press the wrong key, no big deal, backspace. You decide that you really don't like the method you just wrote, undo it. You realize you just spent the entire day building the wrong thing because the product owner forgot to mention that the data export is going to be XML and not CSV. No big deal. I mean, you get a little bit upset, but you can roll back. You can go back to an earlier commit, delete the files, fill in some new ones, and if you accidentally wipe your entire hard drive and lose all of your work, we have backups, right? You have backups, GitHub, Dropbox, iCloud, maybe just email box full of zip files. A couple of folks out there probably suddenly looking a little bit nervous. Go on, take a moment, back stuff up. I won't mind. But imagine for a second that writing software was like building guitars. You can't use backspace, you can't use undo, no revision control, no backups. Every single thing you do, every action, every decision is permanent. And if you go to compile your solution and there is a bug in one of your files, maybe the file gets completely corrupted and you need to write it again from memory. That doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun, does it? Now, I bring up the comparison for two reasons. Partly because I think it's interesting, and I like to remind myself and maybe remind all of us working in tech with our backspace keys and our undo and our rollback strategies. It's worth remembering we actually have a pretty good time of it. But I also brought it up because it establishes to me two extents of a spectrum. And at one extent of this spectrum is a completely digital, non-destructive workflow where if we have enough hard drive space, we can keep every single version of every single element of our projects. Every decision is reversible. And at the other end, we are building guitars from limited stock Honduras mahogany, and if we make a mistake, you've blown the whole project and you're maybe thousands of dollars out of pocket. And within my own lifetime, there are art forms, media, there's entire industries that have moved from one end of the spectrum to the other. 30 years ago, making a movie was a bit like making a guitar. Movies were shot on film. That's where the word footage comes from. Film stock was sold by the foot. And so every minute of your movie would take about 90 feet of film. So you have to figure out how many feet of footage you needed before you go and shoot on location. And after a couple of weeks shooting, you'd have all these canisters of film. No backup copies, just a few thousand feet of 35mm film stock. And editing a movie was a destructive process. You'd find the scene you want, you would slice the film with a blade and attach it to the end of the previous shot with adhesive tape. It was incredibly delicate, painstaking work, and that's how they made Citizen Kane, and Gone with the Wind, and Star Wars, and Ghostbusters. And today, there are some directors who still insist on shooting on film, but even then, the film is normally then digitized before they start editing. The vast majority of film and TV production has moved all the way across this spectrum. It is shot on digital, it's imported into tools like Avid and Premiere. The entire process is non-linear and non-destructive. And, music is much the same. A $1,000 MacBook today has more editing power than the whole of Abbey Road Studio did in the 1970s. And that gives us freedom. It gives us the ability to try things out, experiment with ideas and effects. And if you don't like it, hey, no big deal. You can just roll back. It's wonderful. And when you're learning, that ability to explore and experiment is fantastic. And the thing about working across all these different kinds of media, from wood and metal to music and video and computer code, is, I'm always looking at tools that exist in one of those domains and wondering what it would take to use that tool somewhere else. And I don't just mean wanting to be able to debug source code with a hammer, even if we all have days like that. Now, early on in my career, I used the same revision control strategy for everything digital. I took a lot of copies. I'd copy stuff to floppy disks and then to CD-ROMs and make backups before I did anything that might turn out to be a bad idea. And this worked for, source code, photos, music, basically all the stuff you could do on a computer in the late 1990s. When I started working as a professional developer in the 2000s, that didn't really cut it anymore. Now, this is 5 years before Git was invented. So when it came to revision control, we had a couple of choices. We had CVS. I had to learn CVS at university. The only thing I really learned in that course was that I did not like CVS and I did not want to use it anymore. There was Microsoft Visual SourceSafe. Any of you remember SourceSafe? The way SourceSafe, it couldn't really cope with merge conflicts, so it avoided them by ensuring that only one person at a time could edit a file. To edit a file, you had to check it out, and no one else could work on it while you checked it out. So you'd check the file out, you'd make your changes, you'd check it back in again, and that sort of worked up to a point if you were all in the office together and you're all on the LAN, and if somebody forgets to check a file back in, you can just shout, "Oi, check your file," and at them across the room, Then they invented laptops. And some bright spark goes, "Ooh, I'm going on a business trip. I better check out all the project files in case I need to do any coding on the plane," and boom, nobody else can do any work at all, because Nigel has checked out the entire project and Nigel is somewhere on an aeroplane. Now, there were some commercial solutions. There was BitKeeper, I think Perforce was another one. And these were, pretty good, I gather. Some guy called Linus apparently used one of them for his open source operating system. But they were expensive. And, I was an undergraduate and then I was working for a .com startup, except without the budget you'd normally get. We couldn't afford things like, BitKeeper. But we had Subversion. And I loved Subversion. I set up Subversion every place I worked and had projects running on it for years. And, for me and for a lot of other developers of a certain generation, Subversion was where we encountered concepts like branches and merges and tags, these kinds of ideas. It was a completely new model of collaboration. And I used Subversion along with a thing called Tortoise SVN, which was the Windows GUI for it. I used that as my main revision control system for many, many years. And it was brilliant. There were really only two significant drawbacks. First of all, every once in a while with Subversion you get something called a tree conflict, which is where one of your branches had diverged so far from the trunk that Subversion could no longer work out kind of how to put them back together. And that got a bit convoluted. The other occasional frustration with Subversion was that it had this bizarre insistence that history had to happen in chronological order. And, well, it turns out rewriting history is actually pretty useful. Every couple of years, an American tourist will be driving around the part of England known as the West Country. And if you're not familiar with the West Country, it's basically Hobbiton from the Lord of the Rings movies. It's where all the hobbits' accents came from. It looks like the Shire. It's a lovely part of the world. And our tourist will be trying to find their holiday accommodation, which will be a cottage in a field on a farm somewhere that Google Maps has never heard of. And they'll pull the car over and they'll say to one of the locals, "Say, excuse me, do y'all know the way to a Hot Pocket Farm?" And the local gives him a funny look and is like, "Oh, well, I wouldn't start from here." It turns out in software, that actually happens quite a lot. Software development is a process of discovery, which means by the time we've finished implementing something, we've often learned a whole bunch of stuff that we wish we'd had when we started. You ever get the thing where you're halfway through adding a feature and you suddenly think, I should have refactored the data access layer before I did this? And it's that sold me on Git. Time travel, or rather the freedom to make changes across multiple branches and then apply those changes in the order that makes sense. Now, at the start of this talk, I mentioned the Rockstar programming language. And when the organizers invited me to speak here at GitKon, one of the questions they asked is, whether Rockstar does anything particularly interesting with Git. And I sort of thought about this. I'm like, well, not really. It's a quirky, esoteric language where all of your programs are also heavy metal songs. So it lets you write code that is also lyrics, song lyrics, 80s heavy metal bad power ballad song lyrics. So the language itself is kind of weird, but the code base is it's a JavaScript project with a bunch of documentation in Markdown format. And then I thought, actually, there is something that Rockstar does which is a little bit unusual, something I've not really seen anywhere else. Now, Rockstar is actually 2 repositories. They're both on GitHub, they're both open source. There is the core Rockstar language repository. That includes the language spec, the interpreter, the test suite. And then there's the website, codewithrockstar.com. And that site is built using Jekyll and GitHub Pages, and I wanted a way. The website is basically like the shiny public version of the language spec, plus a couple of other things. So I wanted a way to maintain a single definitive spec and have it appear in multiple places as part of the language repo and as part of the project website. Now, I didn't want to turn the Rockstar language repo into a GitHub Pages site, because that would mean that the language spec and the compiler would end up as subfolders of a website, which kind of felt like getting it the wrong way around, And GitHub also has a thing where you can take your /docs folder, and I think any folder, and you can say that's the website. But if you do that, there's no way of pulling in stuff from outside the docs folder and making that part of the Jekyll site that's going to get published. And I didn't want to get into, publishing NPM packages or anything like that, but I had an idea, what if I could use submodules to import one repository into another? Submodules, I think, don't get nearly enough love in the Git ecosystem. They are an incredibly powerful pattern for a specific code reuse scenario. And that's what I did. The Rockstar website repo imports the Rockstar main language repo via a Git submodule, which means all of the language spec files are available as part of the source tree that I use to build the website. So I can pull in snippets, chunks of the language spec, and JavaScript components and stuff straight out of the language repo and put them on the main website. Now that works really well. But it occurred to me while I was putting this talk together that actually there might be another way that I could have done it, which would be to do it using branches. Now, I realize long-lived branches are kind of controversial. There's people who will keep a feature branch open for a couple of months at a time, and there's people who think feature branches should only exist for a couple of hours, and there are people who think you shouldn't have any branches at all because all branches are bad. I'm kind of open-minded about the whole thing, but I do have a scenario at the moment where I'm using Git branches in a fairly unusual way. I teach a lot of coding workshops, 2 days or hands-on, coding, building distributed systems or JavaScript components, and I've written code for all kinds of applications in my life. Production code, prototypes, experiments, jokes about lunch orders and Muhammad Ali quotes. But, I think the most difficult code bases I've ever maintained are the examples I use for teaching. For starters, you've got to be able to explain, prepared to explain and justify every single line. And yeah, I know that is how all code should be written, but I'm sure I'm not the only one here who has occasionally copied and pasted something from Stack Overflow, and it works, and you're not quite sure why it works, but the tests are all green, and it's late, so you ship it to production and you go home, and don't ever really get around to understanding what it does. It's all right, we've all done it. I won't tell your boss. Second, workshop code, it ideally has to run on machines you've never seen before. Somebody turns up to one of my workshops with a Chromebook that they've somehow hacked to get the .NET runtime onto. I mean, they probably know what they're doing, and technically I could say that's not supported, but we all have a much better time if I can get that code to run. So I tested on a whole bunch of different platforms and things, but the main reason why workshop code is challenging is that it doesn't you don't have like a release version. It has to exist in multiple states at once. In each of my workshop repositories, there are half a dozen branches that represent the state of the code at a particular point over the course of a 2-day workshop. If you saw the Loki series that was on Disney Plus earlier this year, you've got people jumping around on different timelines and rewriting history and trying to get everything to line up. Maintaining workshop code feels a little bit like that. In my head, I kind of picture 2 days of workshop as all these little moments from history stretched out side by side like Loki's timelines, because if I need to update a reference or fix a bug, I can't just fix the final version of the project. I need to think about at what points in the narrative, the story that takes place over those 2 days, where does that fix make sense? Where is it relevant? And so each of those branches, they're not feature branches that are ever going to get merged back in. Each of them is a long-lived window onto the latest version of a possible future as to how that code base can evolve and develop over the course of the workshop. And that took a little while to figure out, but it works really well. And I honestly believe that without Git, it wouldn't even have occurred to me to try, let alone, figure out a way to do it. I find that a lot with Git. Like a lot of very powerful tools and techniques, it doesn't just give you a new way to do things. It gives you a new way to think about things. And until you've grokked the concepts that are involved, trying to explain them can come across as a bit meaningless. First time someone tried to explain to me what a rebase was, it didn't make a lot of sense. It was like, so we end up in the same place, but it looks like we got here from somewhere else. And I'm like, yeah, and it's like, this is like tourists getting directions in Somerset all over again. But in GitHub, it works. In Git, it works. It took me a long while to figure out, and it finally clicked. And it's not a feature I use very often, but on the occasions that I do, I often find myself wondering, how we ever wrote code without it. Now, I want to wrap up today with something a little bit different. Some of you may remember back in 2016, the folks at Axosoft, who've helped put this whole event together, they were about to ship version 1 of GitKraken, which is a product that I use daily and I love it dearly. It's fantastic. And they had a songwriting competition. And I entered it and I didn't win. And that's okay, because the song that I wrote was not very good. At one point, I think I rhymed GitKraken with Get Snackin'. The song is still floating around on SoundCloud if anyone wants to hear it. But at the time, I had another idea kind of in the back of my head. An idea for a piece of music that evolved based on branches and merging and rebasing and, all these ideas. What would a merge conflict sound like if you interpreted that through music? And that idea kind of bubbled away for years, and it would pop up once in a while. I'd play around with it and I'd put it away. And then when Dwayne emailed me to say that they were putting together GitKon and would I be interested in speaking, I thought, maybe it's time to see if I can turn this into something. And so here it is. It's a completely new piece of music inspired by Git. Now, remember, folks, this is art. Git does not let you branch and merge tracks in a piece of music the way that I've portrayed it here. So you do not need to email me and tell me that you tried it and it didn't work. If you try it and it did work, definitely email me, because I would love to know how you did that. And if anyone out there is working on revision control for woodwork and guitar projects, get in touch. I'd love to hear about how you did that. But in the meantime, folks, thank you so much for watching. I'm Dylan Beatty. You can find me online at dylanbeatty.net. And this is, I guess you could say, it's a song about commitment. It's inspired by Git. It's called Rebase. I hope you enjoy it.
Wow. Wow. I am so glad that we got to do the world premiere of that. That is amazing.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of fun putting together. How you all doing?
Awesome. Thanks so much for being here, Dylan. Thanks for that amazing talk. I mean, the end is got us all wowed, but the whole talk was amazing. Thank you so much.
So I always, when people invite me to do talks, I'm like, I use Git a lot, but I'm by no means one of the world's foremost experts on it. And I always try and come up with a talk that nobody else could do. Because I think if everyone on a program does that, then you get a really kind of good balance of perspectives and experience. And let's face it, when Ed Thompson is on the bill, there's no way I'm going to say anything about Git that Ed doesn't know 100 times better than I do. But so I'm like, yeah, great. And then literally the idea for that was 2016. It was the Git Kraken 1.0 songwriting battle. And I had this idea in my head of, I wonder if you could rebase a piece of music. And it all kind of grew out of that. And it's just bubbled around for a couple of years 5 years. And now it's done and it's a thing. And the rest of the world can see it on YouTube in about 10 minutes. So, but you got to see it first.
Absolutely. All right, let's dive into the question. We've got a bunch of questions here. How do you feel about submodules versus package managers? Asked by Alexi out there on Discord.
They solve different problems. To me, I have done stuff before where a classic example of this is you have like a set of shared types that you're using, like for a publisher and a subscriber in a messaging system. So you've got separate code bases that need to share some small snippet of code, like a couple of little classes or something. And I've worked before in projects where we did that by using an internal package manager repo. And like you'd be working away on something, you're like, I need to update the message format. All right, let me stop what I'm doing, check out that repo, make one change to something, open a PR, get it reviewed, get it merged in, get that pushed through the build pipeline, wait for the package to appear on the feed, and then go back into what I was doing before and install the updated version of the package. And what happens very, very quickly is everybody stops doing that because it's such a laborious workflow. And so everyone kind of has their own local copy and they've changed the project references to reference that kind of stuff. If you are sharing code with people who you've never met and you're publishing it on the internet for other people to consume, package managers are great. If you want to manage code that is shared between multiple projects that you control and which is never going to be consumed by anybody else in that format, I think submodules is a fairly compelling solution to doing that. It is, as we sort of mentioned in the Discord, if you're using submodules of someone else's repo, that is a supply chain attack waiting to happen. Because you are literally getting, we all clone code off GitHub and run it and pretend it's going to be fine all the time. So, depending how rigorous your InfoSec policy is. But yeah, submodules is potentially a way that code you've never seen before ends up in your build pipeline and then goes public on one of your projects. So you need to be very careful that you control, both parts of the pipe. But yeah, I use them both. I do stuff with package managers. I do stuff with submodules, and I have some specific scenarios that without submodules would be effectively impossible. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Definitely some good insight there. It's amazing how much of our modern life, not just with code, is controlled by security policy. So,
well, I did a talk at Deutsche Telekom Security earlier this week about that, and one of the things I said is, the problem with computers is the more useful they are, the less secure they are. What we want is, you unlock with a thumbprint or just by smiling, you get on the Wi-Fi and you go and share your stuff. And that's what makes them useful. That's what makes them fun. And that's what makes them cool. And that's what makes them so tempting for people who are trying to, compromise information. And creating a pit of success for security is a real challenge. Fingerprint readers is I think a great step forward. Although I do know a friend whose girlfriend got him drunk on tequila and then used his unconscious thumb to unlock his phone, found out he was cheating. So it's not, biometric is not all it's cracked up to be. But
can't feel too bad for him.
Yeah.
You mentioned it there. You're doing multiple conferences. You came right off of another conference talk to come right into this conference.
Yeah, I beamed into Romania this afternoon to do Code Camp with the .NET over there. And it's one of the fun things about stuff being online is, you can say yes to lots of different things. And obviously, the style of engagement is it's very different. If we did GitKon in person, I'd be in where would it be? Arizona somewhere right now, and there'd be a whole bunch of people who are out there for a couple of days, and we'd have found the cocktail bar and the karaoke bar and the good coffee place, and you get a sort of very different kind of engagement. But it also means you can't do anything else while you're doing that. And there's always the few unfortunate people who have a work crisis while they're at an event, and they spend the whole thing chained to a laptop trying to fix a production issue that no one else can figure out. I'm growing to like both. Now that there's some in-person events coming back, I enjoy the contrast between the online stuff and the physical stuff. When it was locked down and everything was online, that was kind of hard for an extrovert like me. So
I know that feeling very well. Let's move on to the next question from the Discord out there. Phobos Demos asked, did you consider using tags for your workshop code instead of branches? If so, what made you decide on branches?
I decided on branches because once you've tagged something, you can't change what's in the tag. You have to delete it and recreate it. And the point about the workshop code is that if I they release an update to one of the packages that I'm using, and I need to make sure that update has been applied, but I kind of need to apply that at multiple points in kind of in the timeline of the workshop, if you like, from the starting point to the... So I have one where I start with a website, and then there's a branch which has a REST API, there's a branch which has PubSub, there's a branch which has a gRPC implementation, there's a branch with SignalR, and then there's a branch which kind of merges all those things back together at the end. And once you've tagged something, it's like, oh no, well now the tag is done. The tag is intended as a permanent... it's my understanding anyway, and certainly my experimentation has borne this out, is that a tag is a permanent point to that state of that code at that point in time. Whereas what I want to be able to do is to rewrite multiple parallel timelines, but have kind of all of them be new versions of past events, if that makes any sense. The non-linearity gets a little bit clunky when you try to describe it. But yeah, the point about branches is you can keep changing them. Whereas a tag is a snapshot. Once it's tagged, you can delete it and you can make another one, but you can't just go in and go, oh, push this to that tag, push that to that tag. And so that's why branches is the way I approached it.
Absolutely. That is one of the hardest concepts after you understand that everything is local. Like it says on the front of the Git SEM website, once you that's a really hard concept. Once you understand that, the next hardest concept is branching. I always talk about it as parallel universes or parallel timelines. It's our brain function like that in normal day to day.
The Loki series, Phobos Demos just said in the chat, it's fine, I watched Loki too. Yeah, like that you watch that Loki show where they got all the different timelines and they're like, this one branches with that one and this doesn't end there and that kind of stuff. It kind of feels like that.
It's enjoyable watching it, not sometimes living through it to see where did my code go? Where did that?
There's a theory that a Git was actually created in the future and it was sent back in time to Linus Torvalds to prepare humanity for time travel so we can discuss nonlinear histories. So, which I quite like.
And still, no one showed up to Stephen Hawking's Time Travelers Convention.
So, he got the date wrong.
That's it. That's what he got the math wrong. Yes.
Yeah, he didn't anticipate that in the future they're going to need to qualify which of the generations of humankind he was referring to.
Moving on to David I99 out on Discord asks, definitely seems like MIDI programming could use Git.
Yes and no. The biggest obstacle to using Git for things which are not text or code is the ability to look at two files side by side and visually interpret the difference between them. And there are people who can read MIDI files the way there are, musicians who can read sheet music and, almost as fluently as most of us can read, written English and stuff. But if you have two MIDI files side by side and you can see something's changed on one of them, it is very, very difficult visually to look at that and figure out whether that change is going to sound good or whether that change is going to, mess up the timing or, any of the other things the other information which is potentially embedded inside a MIDI file. That's the big challenge with collaborating on things like music and video, is that they exist across time. They have to really kind of figure out what's changed. You have to start and you have to play the thing back and see what it looks like or see what it sounds like. And, Git is very much based on the idea of treating software as a frozen artifact. The code base is a static snapshot of a software system which is currently doing nothing. And so you can take two different versions of that snapshot and you can visually compare them and see what the difference between them. And, a lot of the interesting ideas that are coming up around, systems reliability and site reliability engineering are about trying to treat a code base not as a static artifact that then does weird things when you turn it on, but how can you visualize it? Think of the difference between looking at a street map and looking at traffic. And, we are only really starting to scratch the surface when it comes to treating software as traffic instead of as a street map with no cars on it. And so you're like, okay, well, I'll use that to make plans. And then you get stuck in traffic and you're like, well, the traffic wasn't on the map. So how was I to know that I was going to be late? And, that's something I think is very, very, has a lot of interesting implications for helping us to understand and maintain the substantial legacy code bases, which a lot of organizations have now, for teaching and improving, people's understanding of distributed systems. I teach distributed systems workshops, and one of the things is, well, the software, the thing you're seeing may be incorrect now, and it may be correct in a second or two because there may be some eventual consistency. And, that's something a lot of people struggle with, the idea of, well, is the software broken or not? And it's like, well, if it doesn't work within an acceptable time threshold, then you can conclude that it's not functioning as designed. But you can't ping it, and if it doesn't ping you back, you assume that it's down. It's not that kind of a Boolean proposition anymore. So
that's interesting. I've not heard anyone refer to code as traffic, not a map, before. But it makes sense that we think of now our machines should be cattle, not pets. Now,
hummus. No. Cattle, not pets doesn't work if your sysadmin is vegan. So
it's true.
Servers should be hummus.
Servers should be. As a vegan myself, I appreciate that sentiment. All right. I was going to ask this later, but you kind of alluded to it when we started answering that last question. How on earth did you make that video? Because that is quite amazing.
So it's made in the music is recorded in Logic, and it's just, I kind of started with the end. I came up with about 10 different instrumental parts that all worked well together. There's a plugin called Isotope, does the vocoder, the Daft Punk style vocal. The guitars are all real guitars. The rest is Logic sounds. And then I took that and I sort of took pieces out of it one by one and worked backwards. And so it was like, all right, so the doom, 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 the kick drum, that can run all the way through. That's kind of your main branch. And then the others, you kind of branch in and off it. So I figured out the structure. And then I wrote a batch file that did the correct series of Git commits to give me the graph in GitKraken, the shape I wanted. So, and that's actually on GitHub right now. You can go to Dylan Beatty, github.com/Dylan Beatty/rebase. And there's a couple of the scripts I used, but also I've replayed the history. So the network graph of that GitHub repo is the same shape as the thing you see in the song video. And that's like, the repo is now part of the art. So I had to write a batch file to get the right shape. And then I had to get the console transcript thing, I had to write a custom format where each line is tagged with the frame numbers that After Effects would use. And if it's like this number hyphen that number, like frame 1 to frame 26, it means I want the typing effect. And if it's just frame 72, it means it just appears like a console response. And then the stuff at the top is all animated by hand. It's all ellipses and curves with, radius edges, and there's a lot of masks and a lot of keyframing animation and stuff going on. And it is. I love that kind of stuff. It's a very nice combination of programming and creativity. And there's some fairly gnarly JavaScript that I actually had to write to help make the video, having figured out what had to happen at which point of which frame and where all that kind of stuff happened. Then you sit and you hit render and you wait for about 90 minutes. Because here we are in 2021 and computers are still too small and too slow. Fact of my life, ever since I started, I think there's like a thread. Anything takes more than 2 hours, you just give up. You're like, I can't be bothered. And so we have a sort of an upper tolerance. I switched last year from making my videos 1280 to making them all 1920 high def, and 1280, most things I could do in real time. Like you could move something and then hit play and it would play it. 1920 is too big, so now I need a bigger, faster computer that's like 5 times faster than the one I got, with a couple of terabytes of memory. So I'm waiting.
So in the last couple here, not really questions or comments, but would love to hear just your reply to them. Josie out there on Discord said writing code to exist. That's awesome. That was an awesome moment.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of code in the world that somebody thought had to exist, and you look at it and you're like, that shouldn't. This company should not have built their own banking system. This company should not have implemented their own cryptographic algorithms. And the opposite extreme of that is code that doesn't do anything and no one ever needs it, but it's nice that it's there. It's whimsy. It's like you write something, and there's a talk I have, which I'm sure many people have seen, which is on GitHub. It's called The Art of Code, where I talk about esoteric languages, and the language Pete, named after Pete Mondrian, where Hello World is a picture because it's a graphical programming language. And so you can print Hello World and hang it on the wall, and people just think you're into impressionist art. I love that. I love the idea of code that is hidden inside something else, and people can look at it and never have any idea what it is that they're looking at. So,
right on. And then one final one. We're wrapping things up. I use submodules building end-to-end type systems and TypeScript. It's an amazing tool to share types between the front end and back end without building an SDK. Just love to hear you expound on that a bit.
Yep. Exactly like I was saying earlier, if you've got some code you want to share between your projects, types are a very good one for front end and back end. Message types, if you're building message bus systems, validation policies. There's this kind of interesting, the principle in software of don't repeat yourself. I've seen that misinterpreted a lot by people being, well, that means that our entire project needs to be a single monolithic code base so that this one rule we have about tax isn't duplicated anywhere. And that's not really what don't repeat yourself means. It's like, don't make the same decision in 2 different places. And something like submodules can be a very good way of capturing some logic around things like taxation policies or that kind of thing, where it needs to be consistent everywhere, but it's something that your modules need to be aware of, but that doesn't mean those modules need to live in the same solution or in the same build process. And so as a way of sharing logic, rules, structures, those kinds of things between systems that you control, then, give me a second. YouTube just got very excited in another window. There we go.
I love when that happens. I love YouTube and their autoplay sometimes. When things refresh.
It's the premiere of Rebase going out to the rest of the world. The folks who weren't smart enough to catch it here at GitKon. That's all right. Cool. We got another minute and 52 seconds.
Yes. So yeah, actually, we're wrapping up right here. This is the end. Is there anything last parting words you want to say to our audience?
Get out, have fun, be creative, write code because you enjoy it. Don't always worry that everything has to be important. Enjoy yourselves.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Dylan, for being here. This is just an amazing talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And thank you for GitKraken. I use it every day and I love it dearly.
Well, awesome, man. Well, thank you so much. And we're going to bid adieu to you. And we're just going to go ahead and go into our next talk by Leslie Chapman, Harnessing the Power of Git to Improve Your Team and Yourself. So thank you very much. And we'll see you on the other side.
Hi, I'm Leslie Chapman, distinguished engineer with Comcast in beautiful downtown Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I've been in the industry for 20 years and with Comcast for the last 15. For many of these 15 years, I worked on developing the interactive guides that our Comcast customers use when they interact with their cable box via the remote. I was one of the lead developers for the X1 platform that currently serves over 35 million customers. And now I'm on a team that delivers the Xfinity mobile application. But we'll get into that a little bit later. As a distinguished engineer, a really big part of my role is to observe our processes and systems in order to make recommendations on how we can improve them to make my fellow engineers' work easier and more enjoyable, as well as helping to improve our product's quality. Today, I'm going to talk about how I used GitHub tools to derive metrics around our pull request and code review processes in order to improve them by proving that we had some problems. Another big part of my role is mentoring. Mentoring takes a lot of different forms, and every relationship is different, and every mentee has different goals. But one thing that mentees often have in common is a desire to get a great year-end review with an eye towards a promotion. In the second half of my talk today, we're going to chat about how I often encourage engineers to use GitHub metrics to bolster their year-end review. So as promised, a little bit more about the team I'm on and what we build. I'm on the team that builds Comcast's Xfinity app. This is a mobile application available on both Android and iOS that allows our customers to do things like check their internet health, monitor their home security cameras, purchase new equipment, and do other fun things like pause Wi-Fi for their children during dinner time. We have a 2-week release cycle and create our release branch on Friday every other week. We have a lot of different teams. We call them squads. They operate similarly, but they have the autonomy to do what's best for the way their squad works. So some teams were imposing what we might call an early code freeze, the Tuesday or Wednesday of release week ahead of the branch being cut on Friday. Other teams just got right down to the wire. A little bit more about our process. When developers are ready to merge, they raise a pull request, and then they link to that pull request in one of our code review Slack channels. We have one for Android and one for iOS. The idea being that it gives visibility of the changes to the entire larger team, not just the smaller squad. And it helps to crowdsource reviewers to get those pull requests through in a timely manner. When I first joined this team, about 1.5 years ago, part of how I got to know the code was to monitor these Slack channels. Some people would just paste the PR link, while others would paste it along with some commentary around the changes and what to look out for when doing the review. And then once people +1'd the PR, they would usually reply back in the Slack channel with a little done emoji or approved emoji. So I monitored both the Android and iOS channels, but coming from a Java background, I'll admit that I was keeping a bit of a closer eye on the Android side of things. One thing that jumped out at me right away was that our Android repository was only requiring a +1 in GitHub. I immediately raised this as a red flag. And I was told that, well, yeah, even though we're only enforcing a +1 in GitHub, that it's word of mouth that we actually require a +2. Okay, that sounded really fishy to me, but let's move on. So as I got to know the team, the other thing I did was just talk to people, engineers at all levels, from junior to very senior, to see what they liked and didn't like about our current processes. Some of the feedback that I heard from the junior engineers was that people weren't adding enough comments in the reviews, neither the submitter nor the approver. Okay, and I thought back to the Slack channel and realized, well, some people were at least adding a lot of context in the Slack channel, but shouldn't that belong in the PR? Moving on. Another piece of feedback from some of the junior engineers was that they didn't feel like they had the time to review the pull requests because they were getting approved so quickly that the other engineers just couldn't grok it in time. Wow, that sounds like it's happening too fast, huh? The next piece of feedback was that people felt like it was just a mad dash to get their PRs approved the day before a release branch was cut. And the final kind of most controversial piece of feedback that I heard was around this whole in the squad versus not in the squad for reviews. Some people felt very strongly that reviews should only be completed by people within the squad, since they're the subject matter experts and they're the ones that are going to continue to maintain and support this code. While other people felt very strongly that it was important for people outside of the squad to be doing reviews, to get fresh eyes on the code and understand what another squad might be doing that could impact your feature work. So now I was left with all of this conjecture. But as you know, we're engineers. We're not going to change our systems and processes because of conjecture. I needed data to back up all of these theories and gut feelings. Thankfully, GitHub has a suite of APIs. They are really well documented and easy to use. I had some questions that I wanted answered. Are people really getting a +2 in our Android repo, or are they merging with a +1 since the tooling allows for it? How long is the average review really open for? Are we merging a lot more on the day before we create our release branch? How many comments are we leaving in our reviews? So I got to work digging into the GitHub API to try to answer these questions. I was able to walk the list of commits in each of the repos I was interested in and take a delta between the time the pull request was raised and when the merge occurred, thus giving me insights into how long items were up for review. By looking at the timestamp on when items were merged, I was able to see what day of the week we were merging most of our commits. And then I was also able to look at if the delta between raising the pull request and the merge shrank on certain days of the week. For each commit, I was also able to walk the list of comments to see how many comments were in an average pull request. Okay, no script is perfect, so let's talk about some of the caveats. This didn't give me an insight into how long people were spending actually doing the review, eyes on code, just how long a pull request sat in the review state prior to merge. And since this was just a small experiment, I also did not subtract for normal working hours for various reasons, including we have developers in different time zones, wildly different time zones even. We have developers in Italy, both sides of the US, and also that developers work different office hours, especially in our predominantly work from home atmosphere. Some folks might start at 7 a.m., while others might not start until 9 a.m. So realistically, what this means is that if a PR was raised at 5 p.m. Eastern time and merged the next morning at 9 a.m. Eastern time, my metrics would show that that review was open for 16 hours, when really it might have only had eyes on it for 5 minutes. But at least I was aware of this caveat. Another caveat that might have been specific to my team was for cherry picks. In our team, cherry picks usually take very little time and require less scrutiny on review. So I knew that this might skew the results in terms of them having less comments and taking less time. But again, at least I knew that these were the caveats to the data that I was mining. Now, on a sad side, I found that I was unable to get the number of reviewers that approved the request per PR. To be fair, maybe I just didn't find the right API docs, But I did find other people looking for the same data that were also unable to find it. So basically, Stack Overflow confirmed that it wasn't in the API at the time I was using it. Okay, let's get back to the good news. I was able to determine that the vast majority of our pull requests were merged within 24 hours of being raised, but very few took under 30 minutes. So overall, this seemed pretty healthy. We were getting things closed in a timely manner, but the data didn't appear to show that we were just rubber stamping the reviews. Cool. Next up, the day of the week. Whoa, we had a spike on Thursdays before the release branch was being cut. A significant spike, like 40% of our merges. This was not a pretty picture. And when I looked at the delta of the closure times on those Thursdays, we skewed dangerously close to getting most of them reviewed in under an hour. And that just did not smell right to me. Finally, the comments, or should I say what comments? We were averaging 2 to 3 comments per pull request, keeping in mind the skew for cherry picks, which rarely have comments. So we needed to address that. All right, great. I have all this data. Now what? Well, the first thing was updating our Android repo to require a +2. That was a no-brainer. I couldn't prove through data that people weren't adhering to the word of mouth knowledge of getting a +2, but better safe than sorry. And armed with the data that we were clearly not doing our due diligence at the end of our release cycle, we made some meaningful changes in terms of our culture. All of the squads were encouraged to observe a soft code freeze earlier in the week. And we also made sure to socialize with all of the developers that it's more important that we adhere to our policies around quality than try to get something in at the last minute. With our 2-week release cycle, it's not like it will take forever to catch the next release vehicle. And finally, back to the feedback. I had heard about whether we should be getting reviews from inside the squad versus outside of the squad. We started to use Git's code owners files. So if you're not familiar with code owners, let me try to break it down real quick. When you create a file named code owners and commit it to the base of a directory, or when you commit it to the base of a repository, it allows for rules to be made about who must review a pull request. For example, I could say that for a certain repository, there is a list of people, and at least one out of that list of people is required to approve the PR. Another +1 could come from anywhere. And you can even use a granularity of different packages within the repository. So let's say for package X, Jane must give a +1, but for package Y, John must give a +1. So this way, we can ensure that an SME, or subject matter expert, gave a +1 for a given feature, still leaving the door open for anyone that's not in that approver list to give the other +1. This way, both sides of that headbutting one, both the people that thought the review needed to come from within the squad, and also the people that thought that everyone should be able to look at the review. So now we had the data. We had a plan. And the best part is that I can rerun these same scripts in 6 months' time, 12 months' time, and see if we've made meaningful progress towards bettering our processes. So that was my example of using the power of Git to quantify a problem, using Git tools to put a solution in place, and how we will continue to use Git to track our progress. So now I'd like to pivot, because I promised I wouldn't only talk about using Git to better the team, but also Git as a tool for personal and career growth. Many years ago, I had a coworker I was very close to who had been wanting a promotion for quite some time. But he seemed to be stuck in his current position, despite being a brilliant developer and a great teammate. One day, during our end-of-year review cycle, he stopped by my desk to ask if I wanted to grab lunch. I was typing furiously into a Word doc that already had about 2 pages full of text, and I told him that I couldn't go to lunch because I was in the middle of typing up my end-of-year self-assessment. He replied to me that he usually just checks the boxes in our end-of-year review tool and doesn't bother with the optional comments sections. I stopped dead in my tracks. I said, "What? Are you serious?" Needless to say, I sat him down and I explained the following. 1, I can barely remember what I did in January of this year. And I only need to remember for myself. So there's very little chance your manager, who has a dozen or more employees, will have committed to memory what you did in January. So it's your job to remind them. Number 2, I get it. It feels gross to brag about how awesome you are, but nobody else is going to do it for you. The fact is, not everyone on the team is going to get a promotion, and your best shot at getting it is to tell your story about why you deserve it. That means bragging. And third and final, while it's great to talk about the things that you've done that are over and above your current job description, the baseline is to prove that you're indeed doing your current job description. For most of us engineers, that baseline is write code, review code, raise issues when you see them. Pretty simple stuff, right? Once again, Git to the rescue. So, all you have to do is go into your GitHub instance, click on your icon on the upper right corner, and select your profile. And you can see all sorts of insights into your contributions year over year. How many code reviews have you completed? How many commits? And to what repositories? How many pull requests have you raised? And how many issues have you raised? There's even historical data there so that you can see if you're doing more or less than previous years. And you can see how you fare in relation to the other contributors in that repository. Knowing this data not only allows you to show off to your manager that you might have been top contributor for the year, but it also allows you to get ahead of your narrative on why you might not have been. For example, were you on paternal leave this year? Then your commits are probably going to be less than in previous years, and that's okay. Or if you're like me and you don't actually work on production-facing code very often, I work on a lot of proof of concepts, then you might not have a lot of commits. And of course, more code doesn't mean you're better or worse than your teammates. It's not about comparing lines of code. Somebody might have more commits because they keep creating more bugs, not because they're creating more awesome features. The key about using this data is to know how to control your own story. Because guess what? Your manager can see this data too. A quick aside, a few years after that incident, my manager gave me some feedback that he was tired of reading several pages of my year-end review. So maybe don't go as overboard as I did. But I encourage everyone to take a look at all of the tools that you use and see what insights you can gain and harness in your year-end review. For example, ticketing systems like Jira also provide dashboards on users, and you can use those to see where you're spending your time and show a view of your throughput. And if I might offer this final piece of advice, write everything down, whether it's in your commit, in your pull request, or even on a Post-it note that you keep all year. Take notes all year of all of your accomplishments, because I can tell you that if it weren't for my notes, I wouldn't be able to tell you what I did last week. And I can assure you that one of the things I'm taking note of today is being here talking with all of you. So I really hope you enjoyed it, because I certainly did. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of GitKon.
And we're back. And we're live with Leslie Chapman. Leslie, it's so good to see you again.
Nice to see you too, Dwayne. How are you?
Doing excellent. Thanks so much for being here. One of the more compelling stories I've maybe ever heard about using underlying data, maybe ever. I mean, it's so personal, especially there at the end. But we got a ton of questions out in Discord while your talk was going on. So I want to make sure we get to as many as possible. So let's, and then we can catch up maybe afterward. So a 2-week release cadence is pretty aggressive for an app used by a lot of non-technical folks. Was it hard to get into this cadence, or was that already in place when you joined?
So it was already in place when I joined, but I will tell you this. I've been with Comcast for a long time, but as I said, only with this team for about 1.5 years. And before I joined this team, my previous team at Comcast had a 1-month release cycle. And we did go through the experience on that team of moving the 1 month to 2 week. And it is a very big culture shift. We tend to do Scrum with story pointing, and you have to just kind of change your mindset on how you break problems up into smaller and smaller pieces. And as I alluded to, the other thing is, as engineers, we want to ship things, right? That's why we get into this. And you have to get better at like missing the train, because it's okay. There's another one coming. Like it's just not realistic to think everything gets done in 2 weeks. But it's great on the other hand, because the team I was on, where it was a month, it's the exact opposite. There really is this feeling of, I have to get it done. I have to, because otherwise it's an entire month. And that team was actually the team that built the platform for television. And that was really a big deal, because if you needed to write a feature for the Super Bowl and you missed your February release, it's kind of a big deal.
I'd say so. All right. Thank you very much for that. Moving right along. Again, we got a number of questions here. How to make and receive constructive reviews for your team, peer reviews, guidance for young devs and teams, like tips and reviewee for reviewer, how to seek improvement in your code from seniors while being respectful of their time. That's from Steffi out on the Discord.
Sure. One of the things that we do that I think is really great is we actually make use of the PR template, which gets a lot of the busy work and minutia out of the way and sets you up for a constructive review in the first place. And it's boilerplate, but it's the boilerplate sometimes people forget that's really important. Why are you making this change? So in our case, that would be linking back to a Jira ticket, because we don't make any changes without a ticket. So link me directly to that Jira ticket so that I understand, was it a feature? Was it a bug? If it was a bug, there's the ticket that explains what the bug was. If it's a feature, here's more info. So that's number one in the PR template. Screenshots of if you did add a new feature, just give me screenshots right next to it. What else? Oh, calling out whether you added unit testing or not and what your unit test targeted. So the PR template really helps to put that human narrative next to your code, so that you get to read all of this, why I did it, here's what it looks like, here's what I did to validate it. And now you're really stepping into the code with so much more knowledge that it's quicker for you to do the review, probably less questions. So that's just great for everyone. The other thing that we've tried to do is to really encourage people to put comments in line with their code in the PR. And then, of course, that opens up the bag of worms of like, well, if I have a comment to make on this line of code, why didn't I actually put the comment in the code? But that's like an entire discussion for a different day. At the very least, put it in the PR. Yeah, but that's what we try to do. And the other thing that we do culturally is to try always to keep it respectful. You definitely don't want to create a culture where people feel intimidated or insulted when, and sometimes it's just as easy as like, you know, if there's a line of code and I don't understand what's going on, or maybe I even have an inkling that it's wrong. There's a big difference between using words like, hey, can you explain a little more what you did here, versus this doesn't look right. So being mindful and creating a culture where we just use kinder words and encourage communication.
Right on. One of the announcements we're making later is about bonus content. Eric Adomio is giving a talk on GitLens as part of that bonus, and that's literally one of the reasons he made GitLens. That point you made earlier, people not putting comments in line, but they'll put them in the PR, they'll put them in the commit message. He needed a way to like show those, and that's one of the points of GitLens. But that's just easier for folks to to watch out for later. We will bring that up.
I will be there.
That's the closing remarks. We'll be unveiling where those are. Okay. Next up. Okay. How hard did you find it to change the development culture? Where so many seem resistant to change these days. Well, just in general, I guess. But thanks, Josie.
That is always so hard, right? Like we all get stuck in our ways. I tend to think, especially as engineers, I know I have certain very rigid ways of doing things, not just at work, but even around the house. I have a method by which I vacuum the house. And I always vacuum the kitchen first. I can't vacuum the basement first. That would be lunacy. So, we have to, first of all, admit that to ourselves, that change is hard. One of the things that I didn't mention, though, is sometimes the best way to get people to change is to remind them they're the ones that asked for the change. So at the same time that I was pulling all these metrics from Git to try to prove that we had some things going wrong, the other side of what I did was I actually sent out an ENPS or Net Promoter Score style survey to the engineers to ask them for their opinions of how things are going. And just like I said about the scripts, I kept that. And I actually pulled out comments. They were anonymous, but I pulled out themes from those comments. And we were then able to go and discuss as a team the various themes around, I don't feel like there are enough comments here, because that's a cultural thing. I can't enforce people putting comments, but if we have a whole bunch of people in the room that are all saying, I want this, now people might be more open to it. And we can again go back, send out those same NPS surveys, and just get a gut feel on are we doing better as a team? Do we have the same complaint? The other thing that I like to do is, for the folks on the team, and again, it is often sometimes the junior engineers that have more of the like, I need more comments here, I need more context. We try to set up like a buddy system so that if a junior engineer doesn't feel comfortable saying to a more experienced engineer, hey, can you add some more comments? Then I, as that person's senior buddy, can either make that comment on their behalf or just give them that extra push to say like, hey, I want you to flex these muscles. I want you to make that comment, but then I'm going to come in 2 seconds later and back you up. So whichever way makes them feel more comfortable. But I do think having like, I wouldn't call it mentorship, but having an ally or a buddy to give voice to the folks whose voices don't always feel heard helps to change culture in significant ways.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That actually makes me want to ask a question. As you're bringing new people into the team, especially people that might not have been used to working in an actually agile system before, I've heard a lot of people say, I never actually did agile. We just did waterfall really fast. How are you onboarding new folks to like the way that things are done and getting them used to like this idea of self-assessment?
A big part is, again, the buddy, having someone to walk you through. And I mean, I say the word buddy because, again, I do think it's very different than a mentor. We're really big on mentorship, though, also. Just creating safe spaces for employees, especially our new hires, to ask the questions. It's really hard to admit you don't know something. So to actually be like, I don't understand what a story point is. Great, none of us do. That's kind of the point of story points. But we have some really great agile coaches also. And the biggest thing that I try to do, and I try to encourage other like senior engineers on the team, is as engineers, we don't tend to like process, right? We just want to write our code and like invent things and have fun, and process feels like boring overhead. I really try to impress upon people that the process is there. If they're created properly and utilized properly, they're there to actually help you work faster and to protect you from possible mistakes or mishaps. So one of the things that I really love about how we use Agile is our story pointing, coming up with our velocity and capacity, and teaching our engineers like, this is exactly how you don't have to feel bad if you unexpectedly take 2 days off work. You can have a very data-driven conversation with your manager and with your product team on why you're not going to deliver the feature because you didn't plan on your dog getting sick and having to take 2 days off. And it doesn't mean you're going to work Saturday and Sunday. You know that your day is worth 3 story points, and now we're going to have to subtract 6 from this sprint. And now I've given you that information. You have to subtract 6 points from what I can do. You choose where on the board to take those 6 points off, but just know I'm not going to be able to do what I said I did. Sorry, my dog got sick.
Right on. And yeah, that's such a overwhelming feeling for so many people. It's like, I can't take days off. It's one of the traps of modern, a lot of tech companies I've worked for in my life, unlimited PTO, which means don't take PTO.
Yeah, it really does.
I had a lot of communications about that. But yeah, that having a fact-driven conversation, I really like the way that sounds. And I'm sure people out there were going to take that as a good nugget from today's talks. We got more to talk about, but next question in the board is, what goals did you set up for yourself for your own assessment? Thanks, Josie, out there in Discord.
So I actually was just re-entering mine the other day. So as I said, distinguished engineer is often like, what does that even mean? And it means wildly different things at different companies. And so for me, one of my goals I am completing today, speaking here at GitKon, because one of my goals for myself is to get publications, do public speaking, actually get patents as well. So a lot of it is self-driven and what we would call externally peer-reviewed work. So that's the kind of goal I set for myself. I set a lot of goals for myself around mentoring other engineers. And then obviously goals related to what our organization is working on. And so, you know, they change. A big one that I've set for myself this year is actually around diversity, equity, and inclusion training for my coworkers. As a lot of people might imagine, I am one of few Black female engineers just in the community and at my particular company. And so doing what I can to use my voice to make room for other people like me to get into the room, and reminding myself to get out of the way to give them that space. Yeah, and then like from a technical perspective, I'm really interested in making proof of concepts and documenting them well enough so that I can prove out that something works very quickly, but leave a nice breadcrumb trail for the people that are actually going to do it for production, which is an interesting talk kind of in and of itself that I've been thinking about, of like, how do you give people just enough so that they can have the fun of figuring it out on their own without making them like reinvent the wheel. So that's something I've been pondering lately.
That is definitely something in the development relations space we deal with constantly. I'm a developer evangelist, and I talk to a lot of DevRels in the world. And how do you make example code that doesn't just spoon feed you line by line? I've had that conversation with people. It's like, okay, I got to the end of the tutorial. Now, how do I use your product? We had that conversation. Like, well, that's what the tutorial is for. It's like, no, that's how I did this one thing with the tool. Like, how do I learn the rest of it? And that was eye-opening the first time I ever got that kind of feedback. So that's a very hard line to skate, and there's a lot of people out there facing it. I think we got time for a couple more questions here. Next one we had out from someone on Discord. I'm not going to try to pronounce that out loud. Did the metrics show a good average for code reviews between too long and too short?
Yes, I think they did actually. I was pleasantly surprised by our averages. While there were some that were under an hour, I think that's fine, again, because I have to account for how many of them were cherry picks, which I know everybody does them differently, but our cherry picks are usually like, hey, I cherry picked, can you approve it? Yeah, boom, boom. But then our next biggest bucket, and I kind of broke it into buckets. So I did like under an hour, and then I think I did like 1 to 4 hours, and then like 4 to 48 or 4 to 24. Anyway, our next biggest bucket was at around the 48-hour period, which I thought was really good. I think 2 days, again, because I didn't get rid of time when we weren't working, I think that shows that that's fast enough that we're getting things closed and through the pipeline, but shows that we're giving things enough time to have some healthy conversation and actually have eyes on each thing. So I felt pretty good about it. More than anything, I think just having the metrics allows you to have a healthy conversation, and that's what we did. Like, I didn't just look at this in a vacuum and decide, like, Leslie thinks this is healthy. I was able to take this back to all of the engineering managers, and we looked at it as a group and said, we think that's really healthy.
Right on. So the last question we had, I guess more of a comment, but we'd love to hear a little bit more, just for some fun to go out on here, is people love the cat paintings. I'm going to take myself out of the feed.
So this is my pandemic hobby. When the pandemic first started, I was watching too much television and probably had sometimes a little bit too much wine while drinking too much television. I said, I gotta do something more productive with my time. And I love cats. That's one of my cats right there. And so I started doing cat paintings. And I hope I didn't just lose you guys.
No,
oh, there we go. And so I started doing cat paintings in all different mediums. So some of them I painted, some are what's called diamond beading, and other ones are embroidered, and I'm always working on new ones. So this is the latest that I'm working on, a little cat mandala. And yeah.
That's a really awesome hobby. So is there any like final words? I know we kind of like went off sidetrack there, but any final words of wisdom, anything you want to share out with our GitKon audience?
Oh, no. Well, thank you all for the awesome questions. And, you know, I think the biggest thing I would say is like, go play around with all the tools that we don't even know are there. Like, there's so many insights that you can grab from Git about yourself and about your organization. And I think we don't even realize a lot that there's all this data that you can mine, and it's just kind of fun to play around with.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
For being here. That was an awesome talk.
Great Q&A.
Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, guys.
Really awesome.
Take care, Leslie.
Have a great day. Rest of the day. Bye-bye. We are halfway through day 2.
We are. What a first half. That was
what a roller coaster, as they say.
Slobber
knocker, as JR would have said back in the day at the wrestling. But it's time for a break. It's time for everybody. You know, go check your emails. Go. You've earned it. Go make a sandwich or what you do. We will come back after the break, and well, actually, we're gonna play the art of. We had a lot of people comment on the art of Git cracking yesterday. One of the other communities I am in, somebody begged me like, "Hey, can you please send me that video?" I'm like, "Well, just tune back in tomorrow for the break, and we'll play it again." This one goes out to him and everybody else in the world. So we're gonna play the art of Git again, and we'll be back after this rolls, and we'll tell you about the rest of the day. So we'll see you in about 7-8 minutes. All right, kind of that jarring end. We can't fade out the music, unfortunately, on the videos. But hey, we're back. Hopefully, y'all enjoyed the art of Git there again. We're gonna make that available after GitKon as well, as part of the playlist. So you'll have a chance to see that. I'm seeing a lot of great comments out in Discord. People absolutely loving the talks going on today.
Yeah.
And the rebase love just keeps continuing. Both internally in our internal Slack here at Get Kraken and out in Twitter. That's the most
that was a
common
hit.
talk. Yeah, very much so.
Big hit.
Holy cow, totally my first Dylan Beatty talk, thanks to GitKon, and all I can say is, whoa, amazing, so awesome. That's from Josie Hallworth out there on Twitter. I earlier said we're halfway through. We're about 3/8 way through. There's more. There's even more
Almost
than half. It's almost half, but there's even more. Like, I'm underselling it. There's so much good stuff happening. Let's talk about what we're going to see the rest of the day. So, we got Leslie. Next up, we're going to hear from Brendan O'Leary talking about exploring Dora. And you said it right in the intro. If those of you who've been with us all day, you kind of guessed that meant DevOps research and assessment, and that's exactly what Dora stands for. So he'll go in to break that down and tell us all what that means and where that came from. One of my favorite subjects in the entire world, Jamstack, deploying blazing fast static sites using Git. Really a continuation on a lot of the things that Matt Billman talked about yesterday in his keynote, if you saw that. So get ready to have your socks knocked off to learn how fast the web can really be and what all that entails. Then we'll hear from Jeff Chanella here, another director of product at GitKraken, about building velocity metrics. Brandon's going to talk holistically about Dora metrics. We're going to talk about, or Jeff here is going to talk about velocity metrics and how that interplays with Dora in that framework. Then we're going to hear from Jeff again and the entire GitKraken product team. They're going to do a little Q&A. Jonathan's going to be there. You want to tell us like a little teaser or anything that we should be on the listen for?
So we put out a call for questions from users at large about what questions do you have for the product team, and so we collected and curated some of those questions and even asked some questions that came up in the moment. And so I hope you'll take it as it's like you have a seat at the table virtually, right? Where you can kind of hear our thoughts on where certain features came from and how they evolved and maybe what they'll look like in the future. So it's definitely a great opportunity to be in the room where it happens. No? Okay. So I'm looking forward to, and yeah, I moderate that panel. So that was really fun to put together. Hopefully you'll we all have a rapport with one another. So I hope you enjoy that as well.
All right, on. And then stick around after that. We have some really cool stuff happening. Very anticipated talk. If you're out there in the Discord, there's already a lot of commotion in that room. But Jesse Shakarian will be talking about writing a book using Git. Not an obvious use case for a lot of people, but definitely one Git handles extremely well. I can say that we had multiple people apply to our speak at GitKon that had similar topics. So it's becoming a popular medium out there. But if that's your first time ever hearing about it, Jesse has put together an awesome talk that is going to blow you away. And then, of course, we're ending the day, ending GitKon with the conversation with Adam Ride, who was Chief Executive Officer at Big Brass Band, but now is a member of the GitKraken family. And he will be answering questions about that and what it means to drive Git with Jira, which, not to steal any of his thunder, it's all about letting developers do what developers want to do, which is push code and not update the Jira tickets all the time. Very exciting stuff. So
yeah,
thank you very much for
all of it.
Thanks again for everybody that has filled in a survey about any of the talks. It's not too late. We are not closing those surveys until end of day, or about tomorrow, about the same time, or after the 24 hours after the end of the talk. So you have plenty of time to still fill in the surveys. If you went to a session yesterday and didn't get to fill it in, go back into the channel room for that particular session, and you can find that link. Thank you very much, Diane, for putting all those out out there. We will make an announcement later today where you can find all of those links at one place. So if you haven't given us feedback, please do. And just a heads up, keep your notes about how things are going. We'd love to hear your feedback about all parts of this, and we'll be sending out an attendee survey after the event. And we'll talk more about that in closing remarks. Looking at the clock, we don't have any more time to talk about it now because it is time for Brendan O'Leary talking about Dora metrics. So we'll see you on the other side.
Hola, soy Brendan. Do you want the map to DevOps success without the risk of anyone swiping results from you? Then you're in the right place. And don't worry, that is the last of the Dora the Explorer references, I promise. But I do want to explore Dora with you today. And I'm not talking about the Nickelodeon character. I'm talking about something that my kids are way less interested in, but something that I hope you are way more interested in. Dora is the DevOps Research and Assessment Group, a group founded by Dr. Nicole Forsgren and Gene Kim to conduct academic-style research on DevOps and how organizations were implementing it throughout their software delivery organizations, to try and understand what makes for a great DevOps transformation. Basically, if we, people like me, standing on stage and saying DevOps is great, everyone should be a DevOps, while many others in industry are still struggling with understanding how dev and ops fit together and what that means for Agile or the future of software in general, how can we provide a happy path, a known map to distinguish those groups who see success with DevOps from those who aren't quite there yet? If we had this map, we could apply it to our own DevOps journeys and be able to say, Excelente, we did it. We did it. Okay, seriously, that is the last Dora the Explorer joke, I promise. Like every good journey, I want to start at the beginning. I want to go back to when DevOps was in its infancy, at a time when I was running product and engineering at a small medical software company. And one day there, I was walking back to my office from the CEO's office. I don't remember what the meeting in the office was about, but it ended up being a lot less important than the other lesson I learned on the way back to mine. Here you can see this highly accurate map that I made of the office. Look, I'm clearly not a graphic designer. That's why I learned how to code instead. But it still helps illustrate the point. Between the CEO's office and mine was the server room. Do you remember those? We used to have these big rooms where we put big air conditioners in and these things that were actually called offices that we used to have. Well, that's a story for another day. But on this day, I'm walking past the server room and the door is propped open. That is never a good sign. That door is almost never open, right? So as I walk past, I look to the left into the room where the desk is at the other side of that room. That's kind of the work surface area. And there, sitting with a server on their lap, is one of our lead developers on a new product that we were working on bringing to market. And they have a screwdriver stuck into the server, getting a hard drive out. It turns out that was the Redmine server, the tool we used to track all of the work we were doing and the plans for the product. It had a hard drive fail, and the developer didn't know what to work on next. So instead of coding, they were fixing the server. And I had an epiphany in that moment about something that economists like to call opportunity cost. We were working on getting a new product to market, a modernization of our existing product line, to be the first to bring tablet-based questionnaires to market in our limited vertical. And here was the lead developer for that project, the architect really, with a screwdriver and a server. We were paying them to develop the software for our customers, but their time was being spent on a Redmine server. The next day, I took my corporate card, the one with my name on it, at a company that was not venture-backed and was very conservative about spending money, and I started paying for tools, ones we didn't have to stick screwdrivers into. I wanted my engineering team to be able to spend their time doing engineering work for our customers. People thought I was crazy for spending this kind of money, but I knew that it was all leveraged. Getting our team back to work on the things that they and I wanted them to be working on. This example may be from long ago, probably 10, 15 years at this point, but I always find myself coming back to it because there's still a lot of time we spend with screwdrivers in computers, though maybe not always literally. Time in the AWS console, that might as well be a screwdriver. What about time spent on moving software between different tools, on waiting for CI to finish, or on doubling back when a security problem is discovered too late in the review process? What is that time spent? And you may be saying to yourself, so what? Like, especially if you haven't spent a lot of time experiencing this pain directly. But I postulate that this is the number one thing that business leaders and engineers should be thinking and talking about. Famously, the venture capitalist Mark Andreessen was quoted as saying software is eating the world. Well, in this time where we order our actual food from an app and then document it by taking a picture of it with another app, I think we can safely say that software has in fact eaten the world. And in this world, the businesses that are able to survive and thrive are those who can quickly adapt to changes in their markets, the macro economy, or the world as a whole. And the way that businesses adapt quickly today is through software. And that's why more recently, Andreessen was quoted as saying that cycle time, that is the time from idea to production or concept to cash, is the most underestimated force in determining winners and losers in tech. And those winners and losers in tech will determine winners and losers in every industry. Every company is a software company, and their ability to ship better software faster is the thing that will determine if they win or lose in their respective markets. But wait a second, Brendan. I hear a lot of you saying, it surely isn't all about speed. Going faster isn't the only thing. You can't just go fast and break things. And to some extent, you're right. Not only do we have to be concerned about speed, about how fast we can deliver products to market, and how quickly we can then adapt those products to match changing market conditions, we also have to think about the stability of our product and our platforms that we put out there. Our customers will only stay our customers if we're able to provide them with a stable and reliable product, one that they can count on to be there, one that is secure and safe. And oftentimes in the technology world, we see these two forces as out of sync. Our intuition, our traditions, our preconceptions of what it means to deliver secure, stable products make us say and think, oh, well, the way to keep a system stable is to slow down. More changes will only serve to destabilize any systems, so we have to resist the urge to move faster for the sake of stability. But I'm here to tell you without any reservations that that is completely incorrect. This is one of those cases in life, which I guess there aren't many of, where you can have your cake and eat it too. In fact, not only do the top performers in terms of software delivery operations excel in both speed and stability, there is actually a positive predictive relationship between speed and stability. Now, that's kind of a bold statement, so how do I know that? Well, that's where our friends at Dora come in. They've been doing research for over 7 years at this point, applying complex statistical analysis to data collected from thousands and thousands of organizations to be able to draw meaningful conclusions from that data, identify patterns in it, and create models that can then aid organizations of any size to know what to focus on to improve their own software delivery performance. In fact, they've quite literally written the book on the subject. The founders, Dr. Nicole Forsgren, Jez Humble, Gene Kim, they wrote a book based on the aggregated findings of their years of research. It's called Accelerate, Building and Scaling High-Performing Technology Operations. I actually have it right here. Great cover too. Don't judge it by that though. But I think that this book should be required reading for all software engineers, engineering managers, product managers, CTOs, CIOs, and CEOs everywhere. Really, anyone building a business that has any reliance on software, which we've already discussed is most of them, should read this book. It's a fantastic examination of the scientific data and the principles that they applied against those data to inform the conclusions that are drawn from these years of research. Yet today, we don't have time for me to do a whole book reading of the book. I'm sure you'd love that. I wonder if maybe we should have those kinds of meetups in DevOps, just, book club to read Accelerate. But never mind that. Instead of reading the book directly, I want to talk to you about some of the most surprising and most critical findings from the DORA research and the Accelerate book. First, and I think the most surprising thing, is the one that completely debunks the idea of having to make this trade-off for speed versus stability. In the research, they found that high-performing teams, they call them elite performers, were actually significantly faster at deploying code, their cycle time, as well as deployed much, much more frequently than the low performers. At the same time, the mean time to recovery of their services when they experienced a production impacting incident was significantly less for those elite performers when you compare them against the cohort of other organizations. This holds true even when controlling for other variables, things like company size, industry, or other firmographic information. So it's not just that the data shows that, some high technology companies are able to move quickly and have more stable systems. It actually shows this happens across industries. In retail, healthcare, manufacturing, government, financial services, you find these same patterns exist. So that begs the question, what exactly are these performers doing better than their lower performing counterparts? What are the measurements here that drive performance? What are the important factors that engineers and leaders should be focused on to improve their performance? Well, luckily for those of us in industry, DORA has been able to answer these questions as well. In fact, they found 4 key measurements, just 4, that both correlate to higher performance and have predictive relationships with both software delivery performance and overall organizational performance. They've found that focusing on the capabilities that enable these allow organizations to measure and improve these metrics. Measure and improve these metrics. Those are directly attributable to how the organization performs overall. So that's like areas of revenue or other organizational goals, as well as human factors like job satisfaction. Improvements in these categories can lead to all of those. It's really a groundbreaking discovery, especially supported by data, because it's really supported by both intuition and the data when you get there. It gives us these 4 key metrics of software delivery and operational performance. And I want to go over each now. These have become known as the DORA 4. So it's worth spending some time to know what each is and how exactly it's defined. Then after it, we'll talk about how to measure and improve these metrics. The first 2 metrics, lead time for changes and deployment frequency, consider the effectiveness and efficiency of the software development process. These 2 are really speaking to the speed half of that pie that we discussed before. And the last 2, change failure rate and mean time to restore services, speak to the second half of the pie, stability. These metrics get at the software deployment processes and their effectiveness in achieving those stability goals for organizations. So let's talk about lead time first. Lead time for changes seems like a simple metric when you think about it. How long does it take for a change to make it through the whole process? But now to measure that with scientific accuracy, the definition must be much more specific than that. In manufacturing, lead time refers to the time between a customer making a request and the time that request is satisfied. In software development, that's a little bit more complicated by the fact that there's design and product engineering time that goes into fulfilling some, if not all, requests. And then on the other end, when the request is satisfied, can have multiple definitions too, right? Is that when it's in production? What if production means waiting for an app store to publish the new version, or even waiting on the customer's IT team to update the software? So to focus on software delivery performance, this metric specifically refers to the time it takes from code being committed to being in a production-like environment, aka that code is released and ready for production, even if that means there's additional time spent after that point before the customer actually sees the change. If that is, time that the software and DevOps teams don't have control over. Oftentimes in talking with customers, I like to ask, let's say you have one line of code to change or to fix something. How long does it take for that line to get into production? What is every step that line of code has to go through to get there? Asking what seems on the surface to be a pretty simple question like that can actually lead to extremely fruitful discussions about the overall bottlenecks in getting code to production. The other metric that sets teams apart when it comes to delivering better software faster is deployment frequency. How often are we deploying code to production? Again, at first, it may seem unintuitive that deploying code more often, changing things more often, can actually have a positive correlation to system stability and thus overall software delivery performance. Surely going slower and making sure changes to production are slow and infrequent means the system will be better in the end, right? More stable at least. But in practice, that's just not true. And while there are a lot of factors discussed in the DORA reports and the Accelerate book that go into detail about this, I like to force my own intuition to accept it by thinking about deploying to production like a muscle. The more you work out that muscle and build muscle memory, the stronger and better it becomes. So if you find that your team, dreads release or deploy day, or you're scared to deploy on Fridays, the answer might not be to deploy less, but to deploy more. In the end, the top performers are deploying multiple times per day. They've built up that muscle so that deploying on Friday is no worse than any other day, because the system they've built has built up resilience and reliability because it has had many at-bats with deployments and testing. And speaking of deploying without worrying, let's talk about how often we do create a problem in production when we deploy or change something. We all know this number, it's called change failure rate in the DORA papers, is never zero. But does your team even have an empirical way to look at this today? Do you know what percentage of production changes cause an issue for your users? Many folks don't track this type of specific data today, and most do these kind of calculations from anecdotal information at best. And even if they are making a conscious effort to track it, it can be next to impossible to really trace the change back through the entire development lifecycle to identify what really caused it to be able to slip through. And because of that, many changes end up, hey, let's close this barn door after the horse already got out. But as with the other DORA metrics, measuring and focusing improvements on this rate shows direct predictive relationships between change failure rate and all the overall software delivery and operational performance of our teams. And finally is MTTR, or mean time to recovery. Again, number of production incidents will never be zero. If yours are, please see me afterwards and let me know how. Because even the largest technology organizations in the world that were born into the cloud and have the best distributed systems engineers in the whole world, they experience incidents. But elite performers and elite performing software organizations work with methods like SRE and SLOs and error budgets to ensure that when incidents do happen, the length of time that they impact users is minimized as much as possible. And they're always iterating on that. So, what do these metrics really look like? how can we measure ourselves against peers in the industry? Well, DORA reports provide the ability to do exactly that. So this table here is from 2019. It's from their State of DevOps report. And while I won't go through everything and every number with you, you can Google it and download the whole report. In fact, you probably should do that. But it is interesting to see the disparity that still exists. Look at deploying multiple times a day versus once every 6 months. That has a huge impact on an organization's ability to adjust to market conditions. Think how quick things change these days. And to those who are able to focus on where they are now on this chart and build measurements to improve, will be able to outcompete their competition in new and innovative ways they haven't even thought of yet. But there's still a problem. That problem is that measuring all of these things can be extremely complicated. We all know if we measure it, we can focus on improving it, right? But today's tooling does not always make it easy to have a clear understanding of even the simplest things, like when did code get committed and when did it get put into production? In a world of disconnected tools doing independent jobs for the SDLC process, it can kind of be like a black box. Code goes in one side, bounces around a bunch of teams and different tools, hopefully comes out the other side into production at some point. If you have many different unintegrated systems that are used, it can be really hard, if not impossible, to understand how to measure these types of metrics, much less visualize them and then make them actionable for your team. To make them actionable, you have to be able to understand where is their wasted time in the process. Often as engineers, we can see this easily, but only anecdotally. We can say, oh, it takes a long time for security to pass a build, or testing takes too long. We haven't had enough time to automate a lot of it yet. But turning these anecdotes into data that anyone at any level can see, from IC engineers all the way to the CTO, is critical in building buy-in from the whole organization to improving the places where time is really wasted. Just as DORA has seen elite performers adapting and improving over their years and years of research, at GitLab, we've seen an evolution in the way teams think about their DevOps tool chains. DevOps is over 10 years old at this point, and we've gone through a number of different phases. These 4 phases are: first, bring your own, then best in class, or then DIY or do it yourself, and then finally the phase we're entering now, the phase of the DevOps platform. In the first, in bring your own DevOps phase, each team would select their own tools. When teams had to come together to create a single product or an application, this approach caused problems when they attempted to work together because they weren't familiar with the tools of other teams, or lacked access to those same tools or the data that those other teams had. I experienced this myself. I was working on a large contract project where the security testing was all done by one person at the end of our 8-week development cycle. And as you can expect, this would often lead to hundreds of new security bugs that now had to be carefully examined to understand their impact, figure out if it was a false positive or something else. And all this while, the engineers had no access to this data or the scanning system before release time, which just led to frustrations all around. To address this problem, many organizations moved to the second phase, best-in-class DevOps. In this phase, organizations standardize on the same set of tools for teams, with one preferred tool for each stage of the DevOps lifecycle. Sometimes these would be tools that allowed for some integration, but often, because it was best in class, it was still a very diverse set of unattached tools. So this phase could help teams collaborate with one another, but the problem then became in moving changes through each of the tools for each of the stages. Those integration points were probably questionable at best, and oftentimes fell on the organizations themselves. So that's what led organizations, especially large ones with lots of software teams, to adopt what we'd call do-it-yourself DevOps. So they would build on top and in between all of those tools. They perform a lot of custom work to integrate their DevOps point solutions together. However, since these tools were developed independently, they never quite fit right. The way different tools look at data points, like the ones we were discussing as being part of DORA research, can vary greatly. And anyone that's ever dealt with a large scale data integration project can tell you what a huge struggle this is. So, and then, many organizations maintaining these DIY DevOps tools, that's a significant effort. Upgrades and changes to each of these tools can easily break the brittle integration points you did have working, or threaten to make the data you had been collecting not able to be compared to current data. So all of this effort actually resulted in higher cost of ownership than if they just stuck with best in class. And worse yet, with engineers spending time maintaining tooling integration rather than working on their core product, where are we back to? We're right back to screwdrivers and servers. A platform approach was needed to improve the team experience and improve business efficiency. In fact, many of these large organizations would refer to their DIY tools that they built on top as platforms, but they lacked the integration that one can gain with a single application, a single data plane, a single place for user role management, and a lot of other benefits you get from a single application. That's where GitLab, the DevOps platform, allows organizations to replace their DIY DevOps, allowing for visibility throughout and control over all stages of the DevOps lifecycle. And we're seeing other DevOps tools teams come to the same conclusion and then try to play catch up with what we've been building as the industry shifts into this new phase. The DevOps platform lets you realize all of those benefits we've been trying to solve for since we invented the word DevOps. After all, DevOps was supposed to represent merging developers and operators together. And then you hear people these days say things like DevSecOps or DevSecBizOps. And those sound really buzzy, but those phrases have, some truth behind them. As we've seen already, companies' very business survival depends on their ability to ship software. And to ship better software faster, you have to be able to control, measure, and understand how your teams are building that software. Bringing teams together can't just be a catchphrase. It has to be the reality of the operating model of our organizations. Without that, we'll never understand and realize the real promise of DevOps, right? And in much more practical terms, that means moving teams to using the same tools, the same platform, to optimize not just for team productivity, but for cycle time, for deployment frequency, MTTR, and for reducing the change failure rate. By empowering all of the teams, software, operations, IT, security, and the business to collaboratively plan, build, secure, and deploy software across a single end-to-end unified system, GitLab represents a fundamental step change in realizing the full potential of DevOps. The DevOps platform is a single application powered by a cohesive user experience, agnostic of being self-managed or SaaS deployed so that you don't even have to think about it. But it's built on a single code base with a unified data store, which allows organizations to resolve all these inefficiencies and vulnerabilities of unreliable DIY tool chains. And to top that off, it isn't its own black box. By building our company and our software in the open, you gain the increased knowledge of millions of other practitioners coming to bear on these problems. And being built on open source, everyone can contribute to this next phase of DevOps and to the DevOps platform directly. Thank you so much for coming today, listening to me speak, and I hope that you learned something. If you take nothing else away from the talk today, I at least hope I got you thinking about your own team's performance and how metrics like the DORA 4, which are backed by scientific evidence, can help your team improve over time. Or even if you just learned about Accelerate the book and added it to your cart to read later, that would be enough. I'll be around afterwards to talk about the talk and any questions you have, or if you could share experience that you have that run counter to any of the examples I've talked about today. I'd love to hear about that. After the conference, the best place to find me is on Twitter. I'm at O'Leary Crew, all one word. My DMs are wide open, and you can follow me for a healthy balance of tech, snark, and probably a lot of Taylor Swift quotes. Thanks.
All right. And we're joined live with Brendan. Brendan, we've been getting a lot of love on the Discord over there. Seems like people have really been enjoying. Some of them are learning about Dora for the very first time. So some pretty good energy here. They've been asking some questions, and I thought to get as many of them in as possible within the Q&A session.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Let's just get this going here. So first up, what are your thoughts on giving developers more hats to wear, like making them also manage DevOps?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think it's something that's happening, right? Like, so you can't ignore the fact that it's happening. That's probably, the question kind of even is peppered with that, right? But is that what we should do? I don't know. I think the idea of bringing the word DevOps together was, developers should be able to think more about what it means to operationalize software, but it also means operators should be able to think more about what it means to develop software and be doing things as code, right? And so really what it should mean is bringing the best of both worlds together, right? The ideas behind SRE and, operating systems and distributed systems and all those things, those should come, and flow down to developers, and developers should be able to understand more of that, and vice versa. So in reality, though, a lot of folks hear DevOps and they're like, okay, now developers are responsible for operations. I don't think that's the right choice. I think there's still, a discipline of system reliability engineer that needs to be, part of a successful team. But hopefully the DevOps methodology can bring that team together with developers, so it's not just throwing code back over the wall between the two.
Right. Along those lines, so DevOps metrics. DevOps metrics is one metric more important than another, or are they all equal?
Yeah. So I actually I saw that question and I broke out my book. I'll show the book off again. And I was like trying to frantically look up the science, like if there's, a scientific difference in the correlation. I didn't find it. I might tweet at Dr. Forsgren later and see if that's true. So I'm going to give a non-scientific answer is the lead up there. I don't think that there is one that's necessarily significantly more important. I do think that lead time is the one that I start with people, because I think it's the easiest to kind of gronk. If you're not doing anything with metrics today, it's like, how long? I've got one line of code I want to change. How long does it take for that line of code to get into production? And what are all the steps that it takes to get there? Right. I think that's the one that I would focus on first. But that's not from a place of science. That's from a place of anecdote. So it would be interesting to know if there's a stronger correlation, and that may be buried in the report of the book somewhere, but I couldn't find it in my brief.
I think that's still pretty helpful, especially for folks who are still new to Dora. I think getting your take on that will help lead them in the right direction. Next up, we have a question by Josie from Discord. And they ask, what is the real cost of trying to look at everything using Dora?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple ways to look at this. I think traditionally we've been really bad as an industry at measuring effectiveness, right? You've seen people like, oh, I'm going to measure the line of number of lines of code that someone commits, and like there really couldn't be a worse measurement probably for software development. And so I think there's a bigger cost to measuring nothing than whatever the cost is to measuring something. Now, the Dora 4 really talks about your software delivery performance. And I do think that ties directly, and they do have evidence in the research that ties directly to organizational performance. So you could say that, in theory, that's the be all end all, according to that research. But, of course, things like, the growth of your business or the satisfaction of your users that your users have using the software, those are the kinds of things you should measure as well. But if you're trying to, if you're an engineering manager or you're on a team that's struggling to understand what does good look like for a software team, it's a great place to start. And then the cost can be high depending on, if you are able to easily answer those kinds of questions, right? So I think that's why we're seeing this kind of consolidation in the DevOps kind of tools industry towards DevOps platforms where you have more and more things happening inside of a single platform. The reason for that is folks want to be able to see from start to finish, what their DevOps lifecycle looks like.
So I'm so glad you made, of course, the book Accelerate is foundational to your talk.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we had a question. Remember, the author had a section about surveys, internal surveys. Do you have any recommendations when it comes to surveying teams, maybe how to structure questions? Anything you can comment on there?
Yeah, sure. There's an entire chapter on it in the
Wow.
book. So I would definitely recommend reading that because, again, Dr. Forskens knows way more about it and has studied it and is a PhD in these kind of human factors and surveying and how to get the right things out of survey data. Talks about, what are the right things that survey data is good at measuring, how to look for bias in surveys and avoid it. And then, a lot of other things like that. So I'd recommend digging into that. But I think the most important thing that they bring up in the book is that, there are some kinds of things like employee satisfaction and how, if they feel empowered in their role, if they feel like they're able to, change and enact change in their day-to-day, those kinds of things are really only found through surveys. So that's what makes it so important to have, some level of surveying to understand what's going on in an organization.
If I recall from that chapter in the book, I think what I liked most about it was that it measured the degree upon which someone agreed or disagreed that of a statement like, I feel that my team is listens to me and gives me feedback, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because even though each person might feel, they might think of a certain number differently than, say, one of their peers, I think you eventually kind of get the overall sense as to what, yeah.
Exactly.
So that's one thing I appreciated there. So next, we have a question from David. Did I see on the Dora site mention of a fifth metric, the ability to meet or exceed reliability targets?
Yes, so there is this fifth metric that they kind of differentiate from the four. And so I did, simplify the talk by not bringing that into it. But yeah, it's this kind of bringing the concept of SLOs and reliability targets into this world. And I think, I don't quote me exactly, but I think that the correlation is different than with the other four. And so they talk about that not as part of software delivery and operational performance, but as part of overall application performance. I can't remember exactly how they put it, but there is a fifth metric that they really started measuring for the last like 2 or 3 years versus the other four they have data on going back the 7 years. And so it will be interesting to see that the next report is coming out sometime in the end of this year. What more they've learned about that.
This makes me think of a question. I don't have a card for it, so I'll just ask it. How have you seen teams put together the measurements? I mean, is it just really an Excel spreadsheet that's shared with people, or is it some sort of dashboard, or are there tools right now that help facilitate that and visualize it for people?
It's a great question. And so, yeah, I've seen a lot of different implementations of it. Some of them take, basically the Dora survey if you have a large organization of 1,000 or more developers, they might be doing the same thing Dora is doing, but just internally, right? Which is surveying folks to understand, what do they think? How do they think they're performing? How do they think their teams are performing in these metrics? But we're seeing a huge push towards, the ability to actually measure with, some accuracy. In theory, you should be able to measure with some accuracy, what these things look like. And so when it comes to each of them, though, the problem can be that, there's a different tool for each metric, right? Like our MTTR might be in some tool our SRE team is using, but our, lead time for changes might be in some tool that our developer team's using, or might really be the combination of time spent in a bunch of different tools. And so I think that's kind of goes again to that developer or DevOps platform that we're seeing. It's something that we're focused on at GitLab. And so we've actually got a section of GitLab where you can find some of these measurements today if you're using GitLab. And we're very focused on how we can help teams, measure this kind of more accurately.
When it comes to teams who are, again, this one's just inspired a follow-up question for me.
Yeah.
When it comes to teams who are trying to implement this, what would be your recommendation for striking that balance of, because you are measuring potentially either a team or maybe even down to the team member, there might be some big brother accusations sometimes from those individual developers. How do you encourage teams to strike that balance, or what have you seen has been a successful way of it, working around that or through
that? Yeah, no, I think, and even in the book, they talk about this a lot, where it's like, it's not necessarily some absolute metric that says you are better than me or I'm better than you. It's really metrics that are meant to be used by teams to understand kind of where they are and then how they can improve. And so I think that's a key thing to keep in mind, right? Like it's not a metric that should be used to, decide who's better than who. It's a metric that should be, designed to find areas for improvement. And so that's tough. I mean, I think this is just, true in business in general, that you have to be careful about the metrics you use and what you use them for, and how you apply their use. And, if you do that in a way that's, seen as punitive or negative, like you're going to drive all kinds of weird behavior you don't want.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of a rule for life. Yeah.
Completely agree. Looking at the Discord, it looks like you have a little shout out. They love the pink magenta GitLab pin.
Thanks. Yeah.
It's subtle. Very shiny, very subtle, but yeah, very easy to miss as well. I love the notes, the repetitive. I like the color repetition that you got in the neon lights behind you. We do have one for Funzy question. Looks like there was a lively discussion about monitors in the Discord. Can you ever have enough monitors?
Yeah. So I have got two answers to this question. One was my funny answer that I put in Discord, which is I also fancy myself an amateur woodworker. And in woodworking, they say the number of clamps you need is always n+1, being like where n is the number of clamps you have now. So you always need one more clamp than you have. So I think that's kind of fun to apply to monitors. I'm currently sitting and looking at like 3, but I recently got one of those ultra wide monitors. And so now there's like a whole debate of like, do I have one big monitor or many small monitors? That is number of monitors is probably also like tabs and spaces. You can get 3 engineers in a room and get 7 opinions about what the right answer is.
The debate will rage on, I'm sure. So as we hit the top of the hour here, Brendan, I wanted to give you an opportunity to give us any final thoughts you have on anything that you want to tell our audience.
Sure, thanks. Well, like I said, I think that we're going to see this evolve. If you've just learned about Dora for the first time, go get the book and read it. It's fantastic. Look for the latest Dora reports coming out soon. GitLab's actually a sponsor of that as well. So we'll be having some messaging coming out around that. And then you can find me on Twitter, like challenge me, the things that you find not working for your team that I talked about today. I'd love to hear from you. I'm at O'Leary Crew and I'm available. So I'd love to hear from everyone.
All right. Thank you so much, Brendan. I really appreciate the talk. And thank you so much for being a part of GitKon.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And thanks for for the conference and the fantastic work that you all do. Really appreciate it.
You got it. You take care.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. I gotcha. Here we
Twice
go.
over this past summer. And my favorite part of it, I kind of hate to say, is Martin Fowler's introduction. I was like, all right, what's this book really going to tell me? And then that introduction was like, Martin Fowler said this? This is going to be great. And it was. So highly recommend that book.
That was the introduction to the Accelerate book, right?
Yeah, Martin Fowler, the godfather or grandfather, he coined the phrase continuous integration, continuous deployment.
Nice.
If you're not familiar, if you go back and read his like seminal piece on that, it's older. He wrote it before Git was a thing, and then popularized it. There's a bunch of great talks. Martin Fowler's pretty awesome. Maybe we'll get him for a future event. Let's hope. But who we definitely have for our current event is our next speaker, speaking about one of my favorite topics currently in tech, mostly from my work in the web space, about Jamstack. So without any further ado, let's turn it over to Facundo.
Hello everyone, my name is Facundo, and today we will talk about the Jamstack and how to get advantage of this new approach to create web projects. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Facundo Giuliani. I'm a developer relations engineer at Storyblock. I'm also a GitKraken ambassador. I'm a Prisma ambassador. Prisma is an ORM that we can use for our projects to manage databases. I'm an Auth0 ambassador. Auth0 is a platform to add security to our projects. And I'm a Cloudinary media developer expert. Cloudinary is a platform to handle image and video in our applications. The talk is not related to these last three products. If you want to talk about them, if you want to talk about GitKraken, Storyblock, or wherever, you can reach me on Twitter. My handle is Facundo Zurdo, or you can write me a message through my personal site, which is fgiuliani.com. So let's start with the definition. Let's talk about static web pages, which are pages that are delivered to the user's browser exactly as they are stored in the web servers. So we talk about static web pages when we have HTML content, CSS file or CSS code, and JavaScript code or JavaScript files, and we deliver the same files to every user that visits our website. So there's no change there. Probably they will have different experiences, but the code and the files will be always the same. They are delivered as they are stored in the web server to the browser. Different is the case of the dynamic web pages, where some of the content is generated dynamically when needed. So, for instance, we have a user that requests a page to our website. If we deliver HTML content, CSS content, and JavaScript code to them, exactly as they are stored in the web server, we are talking about static pages. In the case that we need to generate some dynamic content using template engines or databases or third-party APIs or other services to create the HTML content before delivering it to the users, we will be in the case of a dynamic web page. And this difference is good to have it in mind because we can identify some benefits that the static web pages offer us. For instance, static web pages are fast because we are just delivering files as they are stored. We don't have to generate anything on the fly. They are cheap because the web server doesn't need any kind of behavior or any kind of advanced configuration to deliver static assets. They are easy to maintain because we are handling files that exist as in any file system. They are more secure because we don't have to execute any kind of code on the fly, and we don't have to be careful or secure that code. I mean, there's a phrase that says, there's no code more secure than no code. If we are not executing any code, we don't have to worry about the security of it. It's easier to scale because adding more storage to our web server will help us to scale our application. And it's also stable because we are not executing any algorithm or process to generate the content while the users are visiting our web projects. We are delivering files. And having these benefits in mind, some years ago, a new approach was created or thought or, I don't know, launched, let's say, which is the Jamstack. The formal definition of Jamstack is a new way of building websites and applications that deliver better performance, higher security, lower cost of scaling, and better developer experience. That would be like the formal definition. But it follows some principles to create the web projects and to maintain them. Let's talk about those principles. We have the first idea, which is we should try to generate static assets at build time whenever is possible. I mean, we can run a process or compile our project or build our project and try to generate the more static assets that we can at build time. So we will have static assets and static files to have a static website living that will be visited by the users. These static assets, the idea is to deploy them to a CDN. A CDN is a content delivery network and is a group of servers that are called nodes that are interconnected between them and then replicate the content in different cities or geographic points, let's say. So as the content is replicated and the servers are improved to deliver static assets, the speed of browsing our websites will be faster because, for instance, I live in Argentina and I deploy a website conformed by static assets to a CDN, and the CDN has nodes in, I don't know, North America or Europe. A user from Europe will visit my web project and the request will travel to the let's say, the closer node of the network living in Europe, and the request won't travel to a server living in Argentina to visit my website. So that will make the page load speed faster. And also, if we need some dynamic content, because we can need dynamic content and not only offer static content, to generate that content, we should use JavaScript to call APIs. Those are the principles that we should follow to say that we are developing an application following the Jamstack approach. So here it is probably clear. We will have a build system that will execute a content integration or content delivery process. And whenever the build is executed, we will be generating static assets that will be stored in a CDN. And those assets, if we need some dynamic content, we will use JavaScript to call APIs to generate that dynamic content. So we won't need any web server to, I don't know, to execute processes or to generate dynamic content on the fly. To follow these principles and to create web applications following the Jamstack, we have some tools available in the community and in the market, let's say. Those are the static site generators, the headless CMS, and the serverless platforms. Let's talk a little bit about them, and after that we will see a demo of how we can get advantage of these tools to create static sites. First of all, we have the static site generator, which is a software that produces and deploys a static website using data sources and templates. So these static site generators will grab data from different sources and templating engines using different programming languages. And whenever we execute this static site generator, let's say at build time, if we have a project or a web application, we will generate static assets that will be our website. There are various static site generators depending on the programming language or the framework that you feel more comfortable with. We have Hugo, static site generator to use the programming language Go. We have Gatsby if you want to use React, for instance. And another example that we can use as a static site generator is Next.js, which is a framework and static site generator that we can use to create files using JavaScript and React and execute a process at build time to generate static assets that we can deliver to our servers. After that, we can talk about the content management systems, which are applications that are used to create and manage digital content. You may be familiar with this concept because there are some content management systems that were used for many years, like WordPress or Joomla or Drupal. But there's a new concept of content management system because those applications have let's say a limit, which is that the developer has to use a certain framework and a certain programming language to create the presentation layer of the content that is generated using these applications. So for instance, we will have users that will use an admin panel to generate and create content. And if we want to display that content that is generated in these platforms, we are forced to use, in the case of WordPress, for instance, we are forced to use PHP to create the web pages that will conform our website and use the content that was created. So let's say not to be tied to a certain programming language or a certain framework, a new concept was created or developed, which is the headless CMS, which are content management systems where the content repository is separated or decoupled from the presentation layer. So with the headless CMSs, we will have applications where the users or the content editors can generate content using an admin panel, and then the developers can use the programming language that they want to create the presentation layer for the applications, which is also cool because we can reuse the same content generated in the admin panel through different channels. I mean, we can create web projects, we can create mobile applications, we can create applications for smart devices like smartwatches or, I don't know, like the Amazon Alexa device, using the same content that was generated once through the admin panel of the headless CMS. I will focus today in my example using Storyblock, which is a headless CMS that offers us a real-time visual editor in case we are working on a web project, and we will see how it works later. But we offer the content editors the possibility of seeing how the content will look like when it's deployed to production without having to do any kind of deploy or without having to change any code. And that's a feature that it's super cool in case our content creation department or team is separated from the development team. And the last tool that I mentioned are the serverless platforms, which are services to build, integrate, deploy, and host our applications. So we have these different products available to do this. What they do are, whenever we change the code of our application, let's say that we have our web application living in GitHub in a Git repository. Whenever we change the code and we push the changes, or we create a pull request with changes, these platforms will trigger a build process or a static site generation process. They will generate the static assets, and the same service will grab the static assets that are generated and deploy them to a CDN that is maintained by the same team and the same server or the same platform that we are using to integrate and to generate the static assets. And well, our website will be available in these CDNs, living there so the users can visit our web page. In my example, I will use Vercel, which is a platform that we can use to follow this goal, but there are others like Netlify, Azure Static Web Apps, etc. And another tool that I will use in my example is GitKraken to commit the changes that we are doing to our web application, so we can generate the static assets and deploy a new version of our website without having to execute any content integration process or anything. So let's go to the demo. I will show you now. Here I have a multi-language blog. In this blog we can have, well, more than one language. I mean, it's translated. The blog is deployed in Vercel, in the platform Vercel. If we go here, we see that we have different posts that we can visit, and we have different format for that. I used Tailwind CSS to get format to these pages. But as I said, this blog is conformed by static assets. I mean, the images, but also the pages, everything is a static file that is downloaded to the user's browser, delivered to the user's browser, sorry, and it's living in a CDN. So it will be faster than having to generate the dynamic content whenever a user visits our website, like we do, for instance, with a platform like WordPress. This is the dashboard of Vercel, where I can see the status of my web page living. I have all the URLs that we can visit, and etc. And we have different details and configuration and customization that we can follow. And this is Storyblock. This is the visual editor that I mentioned before. If you see here, I'm pointing to the production URL where my website is living, and we have a visual editor that we can use to, I don't know, click here and edit the text on the fly. You will see that I can add some text here, and the visual editor will display the changes in real time. Here I can edit the title also, adding some stuff there, change the blog post that we are displaying here in the page. And this is done because, well, we are pointing to the production URL, but I can also see the possibility to see my local environment here, point to my local computer to see what is living and it's not deployed on the site. This is a space that I generated inside Storyblock. I mean, I have a user and a space, and I created all this content and all these different components that we can see, in the page. I mean, we have teaser, grid, feature pods, etc. And I have the code of my application living here. I mean, this is my local computer, and we are using here Next.js, which is based on the React framework for JavaScript. So you can see that for each one of the components that I have in Storyblock, I will have a visual representation of them using React. So for instance, if I go to the website, you will see that here I have a teaser which has an image and has a headline. And if I go here to my application, I have a component for the teaser also, using some NPM packages that are provided by Storyblock to create like these components easily and to be able to edit them using the visual editor. And you can see here that I'm using the information that is brought using the Storyblock API. As I said, as it is a headless CMS, Storyblock offers us an API that we can use from our projects to bring the information and not be tied to use any particular programming language or framework. Next.js is a framework that offers us server-side rendering to generate dynamic content, but also we can generate static assets. And this is the case of this blog post. if this blog website. If I go to this file, you will see that I'm getting some static paths, which would be the URLs and the paths to the different static pages that we generate every time we run the build process. And we are getting all the links, all the URLs from Storyblok, and for each one of those URLs, we execute some code here in get static props to bring all the data for those URLs, bring all the components, and render the pages with a certain layout and the markup that we define for each one of the components, for each one of the types of components that we define. So if you see here, I can edit this page live and see the changes in real time, and that's not affecting our production instance of the website. We can do the same pointing to the local environment, but the information in the headless CMS will be only affected if we save here and we generate a draft version of the content, or if we publish and we send the changes to production. So let's say now that we can add some content to this page. I will point this to my local environment. I'm executing the same web project, but I want to show you that we will add now a component that is living in our Storyblok space. I mean, we define the component and the structure, but we don't have markup for it in our application. So we will add that markup and deploy that to show you how the Jamstack works. Let's say, for instance, that I can add a new block, a teaser. We have teaser here, like the one that we have at the top. So we can say this is the new teaser, and we won't add any image. We can reorder the blocks here if you see, which is pretty cool. And I will add another block, which will be the text. And we see now that the component text has not been created yet. That's what we are displaying here. And that's code that is being executed in the web project. I mean, we can go here to the text and put the text that I want to display, but it is not being displayed because we don't have that in our web application yet. So we will go to the code of our application, and here in the components, we will create a new file called text.js. And I will add some code that I have here separated that will be the markup of our text component. So here we are creating a text component that we will link with Storyblok components. And then I will go to here to the dynamic component component that we are importing from Storyblok SDK, and we will add a new import text from text and here we will add that if we have a text type component, we will use our text React component. So now if I go here, we refresh and we see that now we are displaying the text that I want to display. But again, this is not changing our production. This is not changing the content that we have saved in the content management system. So if I want to do that, I have to click on save here, and we are generating a draft version. And I will also click on publish to publish the changes to production. So now if I go here to my production website, I will see that we are not displaying that. And that is because we didn't deploy the changes of the component, I mean to the project that is being hosted in Vercel CDN. So now let's go to GitKraken. I will see that in my repository I have two changes, the dynamic component change that applied and the new component that we create, and I will say, okay, add a text component. I will commit the changes and I will push the changes to our repository. This is a GitHub repository that I'm pushing the changes. But if I go to the GitKon control panel, you will see that here in Vercel, we have a building process that is being executed automatically because I added this commit add text component. I can go here and see the process and see the terminal and all the tasks that are being executed and how the static pages are being generated. So you can see here all the static assets that are being generated at build time for the different languages that we have for our blog, the different posts, and etc. And after all those assets are generated, they are uploaded, they are deployed, and well, we are setting the cache of our website. And after that, we will have the changes living in our web application that we can visit now. And if I refresh the page, you will see that now we have the new format, the new component that we added, and the content that was added in the headless CMS. The headless CMS also offers a webhook feature that we can call whenever we publish changes in the headless CMS. So we can configure that webhook to work with Vercel, and whenever we are changing content in the headless CMS, we can trigger this build process to generate the static assets with the new content that we are adding to our headless CMS. So that was the little demo that I wanted to show you. If you want to learn more about the Jamstack, you can go to jamstack.org, which is the official website of the movement, let's say the Jamstack community. If you want to learn more about static site generator, you can go to Netlify website, and you can read more about that in this blog post that I will share later. You can go to storyblok.com, which is the official site of Storyblok, and learn more about what a headless CMS is in the third link that I'm sharing this slide. Or if you go to the last link that I'm sharing, storyblok.com/technologies, you will have a technology hub with different programming languages, frameworks, and tools that you can use to link to the headless CMS and get all the benefits of using a headless CMS, and different SDKs that Storyblok offers to the developers. So thank you very much. And if you have any question or any doubt, please contact me, and see you later. Thank you.
That was awesome.
Yes.
As you might notice, neither of us is Facundo. He is having a little bit of problems connecting in today. It's a live event, and we got no control over certain circumstances, international data lines and all that good stuff. But we're happy to try to handle your questions here. We actually had one from Josie out there on Discord. Looks like we both tried to hit the button.
We collided, yeah.
Why don't you drive, Jonathan? You drive the questions.
Yeah, I'll send you some questions here. So.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
Wait a minute. It looks like the universe is in our favor. We're going to go ahead and bring him on right now. Yes, the connection worked. Facundo, welcome.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I'm going to dismiss Jonathan for the next little bit because I'm very excited to talk to you. Thank you so much for being able to join us here. What a great talk. So many great comments out there. This was a great introduction to the Jamstack for so many people. I saw one comment out there, the brand new to Next.js. We'll talk about that here in a bit. But again, thank you. I think this is such a wonderful compliment to pretty much the entire event at this point, to see the world, the web that Matt Billman talked about, yesterday in his keynote and see like the nuts and bolts implementation of what that really looks like. So we have the first question there for you on the screen. One of the challenges of working with static sites is allowing visitor interactions like forums, comments, etc. You got any tips for dealing with things like that? And that was Josie out on Discord who asked that.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think that there are a lot of services that we can consume from our static assets or static pages that we can use to make this work easier. Like there are already built-in forms that we can use, comments, platforms that we can use on our websites. Probably one of the main concepts that I like most about the Jamstack is like reusing a product or a service that is already done instead of reinventing the wheel or trying to do a thing like from zero to recreate something that is already created, let's say, or like do by ourselves something that we can consume or we can use a service, a tool, a framework, let's say, and use that time to create or to add value to our products, to our services that are unique or add unique features to our services and our products and offer a better experience for the users, let's say.
Right on, man. Well, next up, I don't have it on a Chiron here on the screen, but Josie again asked out from Discord. So one of the challenges that she sees for this kind of a project is that the costs just grow over time. They might start out small, but there always needs to be another company, another service, another API you hit involved, increased costs, and then increasing number of compliance issues like GDPR and etc. What would you say give advice for folks that are struggling with that aspect of implementing this kind of paradigm?
Yes. Well, I agree with the comment. I mean, it's true, or at least I see the same, that when the products get bigger and bigger, and you start to getting more demand or more users, more concurrent users to your application or your product, the costs start to increase, and to like you have to evaluate the different platforms that are out there in the market to see which price fits the better for you, for your platform, for your product. And well, probably one advice would be like try to evaluate the cost of paying those services or those third-party APIs or platforms, let's say, and compare that to what cost would it incur to like creating your own service and maintain that with a development team, let's say, developers like focused on maintaining that platform. So like probably that will be one factor that you can evaluate when creating an application following the Jamstack approach, let's say.
Right on. That's some sage advice right there. All right. Next up, we have from William Penton, or Nexus out there on Discord. I've been told that I would need either an API that is not static to be next to the static site or a third-party service. Is there any other way to implement? I believe this is in reference to the question earlier about forms, comments, and that sort of stuff. Is there a native way in the Jamstack paradigm or to do that?
It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, I would say that depending on how you create your application or how you get it developed, which kind of third-party APIs or services would you need? Again, I mean, you can create your own services, your own applications, and maintain them if they are, I don't know, if you need a custom service or a custom application, instead, or you don't find any service that fits your use case, let's say. I mean, probably you don't need to use a third-party API, and you can create a platform to use in your application. But again, probably or the point that I understand from the Jamstack is trying not to invest a lot of time recreating something that is already out there in the market. Again, one of the examples is probably creating an authentication platform or a security platform. If you have built-in platforms that the only thing that you need to do is to connect to their APIs and etc. Probably it's not something that you need to do. It's something that you should evaluate at the moment of starting your application or migrating your application or adding some services or modules to your application.
Right on, right on. A follow-up from that, I guess, that's kind of one of the things that at least I've been fascinated about, the evolution of Next.js. And I know you mentioned that in your talk, and there's been some talk out there in the Discord. But that has the ability to both be a static site generator and a server-side rendering tool that can handle these sort of things. At the Next.js Conf last year, I think it happened about a year ago in October, there was a great talk about everything is a CMS and how Next.js can be an ingestion engine of that. Do you have any experience building that sort of like server-side services within the same framework?
Yes, in fact, I consider myself probably a big fan of Next.js because you have the opportunity of creating a static site or a server-side rendering application, depending on what you need. Probably if you need to create, I don't know, like an admin panel, for instance, or CRUD pages to create information or content in a certain database. You can do that using server-side rendering and like doing that exactly with the same framework that you are using to generate static assets. So that's one of the features that I like the most from Next.js, probably.
Yeah, definitely something to dig into. That's actually a good segue into our next question. It starts out as a real comment, but I think there's a good solid question behind it. For a personal blog, was holding DJ Otaku out there back his 15 years of WordPress and not wanting the headache of porting to something else. So if you were going to point people in the right direction of like, how do you get started with this? What's the best way to start? And then the follow-up question naturally evolves from there is like, how do you go from just starting a static site to evolving that and start building your own services with the tools available? I know it's a big question, and we can I'll restate it in the middle if you need to.
No, it's okay. It's okay. In fact, one of the most used example that I see when presenting the Jamstack or probably a static site generator or even a headless CMS is a blog or a blog site, let's say. And probably it's one of the how to say, the examples that reflects the most the possibility of creating static assets and visiting a static site, but without having the example of the 90s in your head where you needed to create an HTML page and manually writing the HTML code that you needed for that static asset, because a blog post is a static page that whenever, no matter which user visits the blog post, you will see always the same content, and it's content that it doesn't depend on the user that is visiting your website. So I mean, WordPress, WordPress is a great product for some use cases. That's why it's being used nowadays with probably 10 years old or 15 years old, like Jotaku said. Sorry if I didn't pronounce correctly the user, but the thing is that the how to say that the problem that WordPress has is that you are rendering the page for every user that is visiting your blog post. If you are hosting that application or that blog site in a server and the server has I don't know, a limit amount of availability or bandwidth or etc., you are consuming that bandwidth to generate the content for every user that is visiting your blog post, when you don't really need that, because the content will be the same and you can have a static page already generated for all the users and use the same page for all the users that are visiting your website, and you don't have to dynamically generate the content for every user that is visiting your website. So that's probably I think that it's one of the most used examples to explain what are the benefits of the Jamstack, right? About the headache of porting to something else. Yeah, probably I don't know. We can like evaluate some tools that you can use to import the information from your WordPress database to a headless CMS or a different database that you can use and at build time consume the information from the database and generate the static assets for your blog or the static pages for your blog, consuming the information from the same database that you used at that moment to create your blog posts.
I'm glad you brought that up. That's one of the common conversations I have out there with folks is, and it came up yesterday in Discord. I don't remember which conversation it came up on, but do you still need a database layer here, or is that one of the APIs? You know, Jamstack came from JavaScript APIs Markdown, or I'm sorry, markup language. Do you still need a database layer when you're dealing with these Jamstack sites?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that you need a database. You can have because of probably you are porting information from somewhere else, or you are storing the information in the way that you need a database, let's say, because I don't know, a headless CMS doesn't fit to your needs. There are very cool services out there that you can use as a database and that you can consume the information using an API. One of the platforms that I used when I begin to work with the Jamstack is FaunaDB. I really recommend the product because you can have like a NoSQL database there and consume the information using an API that they offer to you. FaunaDB, it's very, very cool. But besides that, I mean, you can use a product to, or I don't know, a client to connect to your database at build time with the static site generators to generate the static assets using information coming from databases. Like, for instance, one of the products that I really like is Prisma. Prisma is an ORM that you can use to map the information coming from the database and create like an object mapping, let's say, strategy, and that you can use that at build time with static site generators to create the static assets that will be your website after that, right?
Thank you very much for that insight. I'm just curious. Don't have a chiron for this or a caption for this, but how did you encounter Jamstack? Like, what's your origin story with going down this path? I mean, 10 years ago, this wasn't a thing. And we all like stumbled onto it. My first experience was actually the Smashing Magazine article about them leaving WordPress, and it kind of shocked me. I was a WordPress nerd at that time. Still a nerd, but now I'm a bigger sense of the word nerd. But it really surprised me. Like, wow! And I started reading the benefits. Like, is this for real? I started playing around with their demo, and it was like, this is mind blowing. That's when I really first started digging into like what is possible here. So I would love to hear your story on that.
Sure. It's fun because I mean, right now I'm working as a developer relations engineer, which is kind of a different position, let's say, than I don't know, a backend developer or front-end developer or full stack developer. But most of my working experience with, I've been working in the software industry for 15 years or so probably, and I've been mostly working as a backend developer. But when I was super young, let's say, I don't know, 15 years old or so, my first experience with web pages and websites was a software that I think it doesn't exist anymore, which was called Microsoft Front Page, which you had the possibility to create web pages in the way that you could create Microsoft Word documents, like moving images and placing them there and using buttons that redirect to other documents and etc. And like you were creating web pages, right? I mean, I moved from creating documents using Microsoft Word to creating pages using Microsoft Front Page. And I felt at that time, I felt like I was Superman, right? I mean, I'm creating web pages, right? And the truth is that the information or the content was static. And like those the Jamstack, probably when I started to read about the Jamstack and these static site generators and using static assets, reminded me to that time of having static pages and display static content. Like the first web pages that I visited were 15 years ago, probably, when we used different type of connections to internet, and internet was something very different to what we use nowadays, or we used to visit different pages or different websites that nothing have to be with what we use nowadays, right?
Very much. I mean, that GeoCities was my introduction to how websites work. And
American Online, right? I mean,
yeah,
that
exactly.
time, Dreamweaver.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the paradigm like swing from you hand build everything to you swing over to you have a complete monolithic CMS that takes care of all of your needs, like Drupal and WordPress and other Magento, Joomla is the one I'm thinking of. And now we're
Joomla,
and very much swung the other way. And it's like, no, let's build static things again. And let's just build them with like little pieces here and there. And I slowly see that pendulum starting to swing back. It's like, let's get all of our ducks in one box. Mixed metaphors there, but it's just interesting to watch them in the technology swing. But that's about all the time we have for questions. But no, multiple people commented just wondering where you're at. Like, it's a beautiful background. It looks like you're in a very nice part of the world. So where are you located?
Yes, sorry because of that. I mean, I had an emergency and I had to run, but this is I'm in Argentina. I'm from Buenos Aires, but this is a different state. It's called Mendoza, which is very close to Chile. And yeah, it's a beautiful place, and this is the place that I can encounter to connect with the Wi-Fi connection and well, be here with you. So,
well, thank you so much for joining us. It was a real pleasure to have you for Q&A. And thank you so much for your talk. I know you exposed a lot of people today to some new ideas and some new technology, and that's what being a DevRel is all about. I know that personally. So thank you so much. And thanks for being a GitKraken ambassador, by the way. Didn't even say thank you from that earlier. So
thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Take care, and we will see you online. Take care. All right. So good to see you, Jonathan.
Hey, good to be back.
We only have 3 more sessions to play.
Yes.
Oh, 4
I can't believe how fast it's going.
4 more sessions. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong line. So let's just jump to the next one, and then we'll be back after that to talk a little bit more about it, and then we'll have a break after that. So without any further ado, take it away, Jeff.
Hello, GitKon. Welcome to Building Git Velocity Metrics. My name is Jeff Shanella. I'm a product director here at GitKraken. I'm going to talk about Git Velocity Metrics, a couple other things we're very excited about, and hopefully it'll get you excited too. We think that the Git velocity for team Git development is going to be crucial in helping you all deliver software better, becoming better developers, and just being more satisfied overall with the work you're doing. This is rooted in a couple of themes, and these themes are inspired by what's known as DevOps Research and Assessment. This is a Google initiative. Well, recently Google acquired the initial initiative, but there's 2 themes that we've pulled from this DevOps Research and Assessment, or DORA, reports, and that is, we want to be able to allow developers to deliver product changes to the customer faster. Every time you push a change to production, you're adding value to your product, right? That's the goal. You want those changes to come out and give people new abilities to do things, fix issues they were having, address pain points they have in their daily life, and add value to those customers as well as the customers that consume them. The other side of this is, obviously we want to do that faster, but we don't want to do it too fast, right? Or have too many bugs. We want stability to be an issue. So introducing the code changes with less bugs is the other theme. And both of these are kind of encapsulating what was found in the DORA reports by Google. And if you're not familiar with DORA, I'll cover it really quick here. It stands for obviously DevOps Research and Assessment. And this was a series of behavioral science studies done that analyzed thousands of developers and development teams over 6 years to understand what behaviors they had that sets the higher performing teams apart from teams that were maybe struggling in some areas. This is a result of those studies. And one of the bigger outcomes was these 4 key metrics to help inform teams and have goals to deliver software more effectively, reliably, and securely. This is all outlined in the book called Accelerate. Authors Nicole Forsgren, Jez Humble, and Gene Kim. And Nicole Forsgren was sort of heading this whole thing up. They decided to write this book. It dives into the research really deeply. The metrics are only one piece of this. Very important to mention that these are not like magic bullet metrics that is the only thing your team needs to do. There's a lot of analysis and study done on culture, on workflows, on things organizations can do and leadership as are part of this book as well. So I highly recommend you read it. The metrics are just one piece of this. The code, they're here to help you ship higher quality code and do it more frequently. And as a side note, Brendan O'Leary from GitLab, he has a talk on DORA. You should go check it out here at GitKon. He goes into a little more detail than I will here. I'm just going to cover the basics of the metrics. And those metrics are cycle time, throughput, time to recover, and change failure rate. So the speed side, frequency of delivery, that's going to be cycle time and throughput. And cycle time is a measure of how long it's going to take your code to go from the time it's first committed to the production environment. The other one is throughput. Throughput is going to be a simple measure of just how often those deployments, those changes are being pushed to production per day. And those two are going to help you and your team focus on the speed. One thing to note, lead time for change is the official metric name for cycle time, but we're calling it cycle time. We like that a little better. It's a little more intuitive. The other two are focused on the stability of your code. Change failure rate is a percentage of the deployments to production that resulted in a failure or degraded service or a bug, really. And the mean time to recover is how long it takes from the time you identify those bugs or those failures in your production environment to the time the change gets pushed. And these are things that teams can leverage to look at to stay on top of core, thresholds that they want to deliver. Your team might decide that, we want PRs to be merged no more than 6 days, cycle time of 6 days for a PR. And we're hoping to be able to provide mechanisms to do this. So one thing too, these are not magic bullets. Like I said, these are team focused metrics. This is going to be focusing on how the team is performing rather than numbers. That's one of the things that the research makes clear is some places try to go too granular and say like throughputs for individual developers or recovery times, things like that. This only shows the data, the success rates for this at a team level or an organization level. And so that's really helpful in that instance. The one thing to mention too, so the popularity of this stuff is out there, it's growing. If you're not familiar, you can go to GitHub or GitLab's public roadmaps right now, search for DORA, and they have entries in their public roadmaps for including DORA metrics across their platforms. There's a lot of other services as well that have been popping up to help developers measure software, right? How are we doing? How can we get better? And there's a lot of just buzz and stuff popping up nowadays, which has piqued our interest, and we like that idea, and we think that we can also do that as well. So, excuse me, we're in the early stages of a design process with this. We're kind of excited about what we have. We want to walk you through what we're thinking, how it might work at a very high level, and this is not a final solution, but this is a direction. So with that, the goal here is that we have a place where we can monitor these core metrics for our teams and check the status of, PRs that are currently open to give us insight into the bottlenecks that might come up before we have traditionally been able to do that in the past. Usually we have a release post-mortem You can review what happened, make changes and address things. But this allows you to have a space to leave the time, look into things that might be at risk and you might have to address. So with any system like this, this is going to have a mechanism to connect repositories to. We're going to be looking at providing access through all the major providers, GitHub, GitLab, Azure, and Bitbucket, and allowing you to connect any amount of repos that you want to these services to be able to get insight into these metrics. There'll be support for PAD and OAuth. And once you go through this flow and you select the repositories that you would like to have tracked in Metric, you'll have a dashboard that could provide some data on this. So we're thinking a dashboard like this will simply have the list of key metrics on the left side. You could see a trend line for these metrics. So not only are you just seeing the flat numbers, but you'll be able to assess, oh, in the past 30 days, week, whatever it is, this numbers has been going down, and that's a good thing. Obviously, these are filterable by date range. We're thinking it's filterable by teams for GitKraken, and also by repositories and projects. And I'll talk about projects in a minute. But one other thing to note here is that we want to bubble up things that might be helpful in this instance as well. So this is all based on the PR data, and we want to identify open PRs that might be at risk for pushing past certain thresholds for your cycle time, or that might have a higher risk of introducing a bug, those kinds of things. So this idea of at-risk pull requests, these are pull requests that have been stuck in review longer than a certain amount of days, or they are pull requests that have had merge conflicts against the remote for more than 3 days. There could be a high degree of comments on changes and diffs on this pull request. There might be, a pull request that's been in review and re-requested for review multiple times. The point is, we want to make sure that you have access to this pull request data in a way that allows you to find them sooner than if you get done with the merge or just status updates and you don't really get to see it from your status updates. So this is all pretty basic. We want to be able to provide push updates here as well with Slack integrations and email digests to let developer managers know where it's going, what it's doing. Like I said, there's going to be access through the GitKraken client in the projects. And with projects, we are going to let's talk about projects. Projects are collections of repos where if we're thinking about being able to provide access to multiple repositories in a single project outside of folder structure. Right now, our projects are restricted to folder structure. These are just arbitrary groups of repos, no matter where they are on disk, that you can put into a group and start working with them and have access and insight into the status of multiple repos at once. So you see a very simple project list here. This is things that you could make in your client and see an activity stream for. And when you get into what a project is, it's, like I said, the set of repositories. This is one view, one place where you can have access to see at a glance multiple repositories, what the status of each repository is ahead, behind of the checked out branch against the remote. And you can even interact with the repos here in a bulk level, right? You could select all these repos and clone them or fetch them. They would update automatically. They have access to see where they are on your disk. And you additionally, if you notice, can see pull requests and issues for multiple repos, which is something we're really excited about, something we always want to be able to do. You can view the pull requests, for example, for issues, the pull request, for example, for multiple repos in one view. Usually you have to bounce around tabs to go to different PRs. In this case, you have all PRs in one instance, and you could make a PR from here, review it, merge it, comment on it, and save you time and alleviate some of that context switching that we've heard a lot about. So additionally, one thing I want to mention is these projects are team-centric, right? So you'll be able to share a project with team members. And by that, I mean, you can come into GitKraken, create your account, create your org, create a team, and create this project. And what you do is you share this project with your team members, someone else with GitKraken can come in, and as soon as they log in, if they're a member of your organization and on that team, they have access to this project in their GUI. So they don't even have to find out what the URL is for the repos. They don't have to open a form multiple times to clone multiple repos. They can come here, see the project, see that this 8 repos have not been cloned, and you can go ahead and clone all of them in one go. This is super, super helpful. It also gives them access to the same PR and issue data that you have for these repos. And we think it's going to make life super easy for all of the people who are using it. The Git velocity metrics additionally would be something that we bubble up in this PR view. So in a PR view here, you could find and identify at-risk PRs that maybe are assigned to you or assigned to other team members and address maybe some of the things that are cropping up sooner than if you had not had that. So that said, we're super excited about those 2 features. We always welcome feedback. We would like to, we'd like to know what you think. And if you are interested in having early access or being a preview tester for either of these features, please send an email to feedback@gitkraken.com and cite your interest in Git velocity and or Git projects. We will follow up shortly with everybody who does so, and we look forward to being able to get these out into your hands to get feedback from you, and appreciate everything you guys are doing. So thanks a lot. Have a great one.
And we are back. Again, not with Jeff, but with Jonathan. We are going into a break next. So I thought, since we are doing that and there's nothing we're going to like knock off schedule, maybe we could just ask, there was one question out there, but before we get to that, in case you didn't get that on the slide, the feedback@gitkraken.com is where you want to write to get early access, to ask your questions about that upcoming feature you just saw previewed just here. But there was one question here, Jonathan. Are GitHub, GitLab, Azure, Bitbucket metrics the only ones supported, imported? Can you import other metrics from other systems, including internal systems?
So the short answer is yes, but this is more of like our first goal, right? These are the major services: GitHub, GitLab, Azure, DevOps, Bitbucket. For those of you who might remember the earlier days of GitKraken, those were some of the first integrations that we built out for the GitKraken Git client. And so, but we did eventually also start adding some additional integration. So I think the goal is to hit the major ones and then listen to our users, get feedback, and see which ones make sense to build out from there.
Well, right on, right on. Let's see, are there any other last minute questions that popped up there? People are excited about it. That's awesome.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good, I'm glad we stacked the Brendan's talk earlier where we got full in-depth, let's talk about Dora metrics. And then this one's more of a, well, let's try to apply it, right? And what could that look like? So I thought that was a really good pairing this afternoon for GitKon Day 2.
Yesterday was all about the lower level of DevOps and CI/CD. Today was really a higher level look at things, I think. And that's what we got looking forward to after our break here. Now we have 3 more sessions in the day. Higher level. I played the wrong thing. I should have hit the one that looks exactly the same on my menu. They look identical. You got to hover over to see which button. It's confusing back here in the back. But if we come back from break, we will hear from the entire GitKraken product team. Again, higher level view of how GitKraken got built, some of the features and like how we got to those. Then another talk about, a use case outside of development, writing a book with Git with Jesse. And then we're going to end our day with another higher level look at using a tool outside of Git with Git. I'm really excited about this one. I got a preview of these slides when Adam was first putting them together. And it's just like, wow, I hadn't really thought about it in those terms. So really looking forward to that and the great conversation that you're going to have with him after his talk. But for right now, stretch your legs. Important to move around during the day, get the blood flowing. And here's a little bit of dance music. It's going to look a little familiar to you, but no, we only have so many videos in that playlist. So here you go. We'll be back after this. All right, we got right back to where we left off. Sorry about that volume issue, everybody. Did not mean to blast anyone's eardrums out there or blow up their speakers. I simply loaded the wrong clip and didn't normalize the sound on that one. So apologies. But that's the beauty of YouTube controls, is you can monitor that yourself. So hopefully it didn't deafen anyone. maybe woke up a baby or two, and hope they didn't happen. Scare the birds off your window. If you're working from home, there's like 3 different stages you go through. You find out pretty quick. The first is like, it's awesome, I get to work from home. I don't like get coffee anytime I want. Second is like, it's kind of lonely around here. And the third stage is, I hope those pigeons come back today. So those pigeons just got scared off. Actually don't have pigeons living outside. I used to. But we were getting here toward the end. We already went through what you're going to see next. But we're going to see you talking next here, Jonathan. We'll do a little more Q&A after it, but wondering beforehand, what's the best way someone, if they wanted to experience GitKraken and play along at home when they talk about various features and whatnot that you're talking about here, what's the best approach they should take? Like they have enough time between now and when we play the video.
Yeah.
What would they do if they were sitting at home and like, how do I play along at home?
So first of all, if you don't have GitKraken downloaded, I would be remiss not to mention that you can download it from gitkraken.com. We support Linux, Mac, Windows, whatever your flavor. We got you. You can go ahead and download it. And then if you do have questions about specific features, there's a couple resources I'll name. So the first one I'm very proud of, a little soft spot for it, is YouTube. We have tons of learning resources. We have a Learn Git with GitKraken series. So if you're also just curious about if you're looking for a refresher, or if you're brand new to some certain Git concepts, we do have some videos that go through a Git concept and then show you how it's implemented in GitKraken. So that would be a nice way of both getting a crash course on, say, interactive rebase, and then trying it for yourself with a repository inside of GitKraken. We walk you through how to do that. And if you're more of a reader, definitely respect that as well. We do have support documentation that hopefully walks through and goes into deeper detail as to how certain features work. So if you want to learn about like what will trigger an interactive rebase, like there's certain conditions. So for example, you can usually trigger it, but if you have a merge commit, you might want to try a different route when it comes to that interactive rebase in the graph. So small details like that might not be very sexy to mention in a video, but are definitely important when you search through them. Those can be found on support.gitkraken.com. And then if you're looking to talk to people, if you want to bounce ideas back and forth, and if you want to continue conversations that you've been having here in the GitKon Discord server, since the GitKon Discord server won't live forever after this conference is over, we will shut it down, give it a nice sending off, but you can continue those conversations on our GitKraken Slack community. So that's where a lot of our ambassadors meet and talk and also interact with our community. And you can join by going to slack.gitkraken.com. So that's where you can join and continue these conversations that you're having here in the Discord server. I'd love to see you there. And if you have questions, you can definitely mention Keith. So GitKraken team members are in that Slack as well. So you can ask us questions, maybe make some feature requests or report anything that you think we should take a look at. We'd love to hear it either way.
You just mentioned him right there, but who's Keith?
Keith is, let me pull up the shirt a little bit. So Keith is our mascot. The squid, the Kraken, I think it's more often called the Kraken. It is more of an alliteration, Keith the Kraken. But Keith is, and we'll talk about it actually in this upcoming panel about
spoilers.
Who Keith is and what Keith gets up to after each release. So we'll definitely have a nice little fun section towards the end of that panel that you can look forward to.
Awesome. So before we play this, and we're going to dive in pretty soon, Jonathan's going to be fielding all the questions from that. So if you have questions, please ask them out in the channel. He'll be more than happy to shed some light on those questions. We're also asking for your survey feedback still. So if you watch this session, all the sessions, in the Discord channel, there is a link that Diane's put out there for you. Please fill that in. Speakers love to get this feedback. We're really looking forward to the feedback from this session on how to better present how GitKraken was made to the world. So this is a really good and rare opportunity for y'all. I
also want to say a big thank you to those of you who have already filled out some of the surveys. A a lot of you have left some very helpful, specific feedback. So that's been very helpful. It's been good to get a peek at that, and it's been good to see that a lot of our talks have been well rated by the attendees. So that's been good to see as well.
It really has been. All right. Well, we are about a minute early, but I don't think anyone's going to scold us if we play a minute early, especially when we get to the good. It leaves more time for Q&A afterward before the next
That's
session.
right.
Let's just go ahead and get to it. Get cracking, as they say. And here we are.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining us for the Q&A with the GitKraken product team. My name is Jonathan Silva. I'm a product manager here with the GitKraken team, and I'm joined by our panel members. I'll go ahead and introduce each of them. First up, we're joined up by Dan Suchava, our CTO. Hey, Dan.
Hi, Jonathan.
Next, we have Jeff Chanella, our director of product.
Hi.
And then we have Justin Roberts, our director of product.
Jonathan.
All right. Well, panel, I have a number of questions submitted by users and also just some general topics to kind of get this discussion going. And the first one has to do with the look and feel of GitKraken. So I know I've seen some tweets about people comparing GitKraken to Guitar Hero with its colorful array. And I just want to maybe we'll start with you, Justin. Maybe you can talk about, your approach to the look and feel of the GitKraken app.
Yeah. I mean, one of the reasons why we decided to build GitKraken in the first place was that the environment for Git clients was pretty bad back when we started. And surprisingly, there were no Git clients that even had a dark theme. So it was kind of an easy win for us to start with something that felt like a developer tool and just start with a pretty basic dark palette. And I think that's something that immediately set us apart from other clients, but has since kind of evolved into kind of like what makes GitKraken look like it does. When you have a dark palette and you're trying to have some colorful things like the graph that we built, you start to define this kind of like style around, these bright colors against a dark background. And I think when you see that, that's kind of what defines what GitKraken is. So really just starting almost all of our designs with dark theme first kind of defines where we're taking that style.
Awesome. And then I also want to get your take on that, Jeff, on the look and feel of GitKraken there.
So I think one of the things, it's not Guitar Hero for sure, but that would be cool if we had the Guitar Hero like scrolling and Easter egg thing. We've talked about that in the past. But one of the things I think, Justin, you've mentioned in the past too, is initially early on, that as design approach was inspired by almost the subway style maps of different cities and different stuff. Liking those connections of nodes and being able to like look at a status of a Git repo and follow along a pathway of stop sort things that have happened in your journey of changing the code was really kind of one of those major things that gave direction to the team who kind of built it out. So yeah.
Yeah, and I remember when we were doing some sort of like mood boards on marketing around GitKraken, that was kind of like a heavy influencer in some of the additional marketing material that we had designed, both in like the design of Keith himself that you can see on all of our shirts, but also in kind of like the type that we decided to use for the GitKraken logo type, all heavily influenced by kind of like 60s, like very clean graphic design, subway system maps and that kind of stuff. So we were influenced by that a lot in the kind of, definitely with the graph and in some of the marketing materials we developed early on.
One of the other key features I hear users talk about is this idea of dragging and dropping. So in the GitKraken graph, you can drag and drop a branch to start a whole bunch of other operations. I think it's helped me learn about Git and what it means to trigger a merge or a rebase because the direction matters. Can you talk about, similar to the look and feel, maybe this time we'll start with Jeff, where did the idea of a drag and drop kind of get introduced, and anything else you want to speak to that?
Well, I mean, drag and drop has been around for a while. We kind of I think more of just how can we make it easier for people to approach changes to the repositories without having to like type, or traditionally with the CLI and terminal, you would not have these necessarily these visualizations. So I think when I think about it, one of the early talks I watched on Git, I don't remember the name. Is it Tinker Toys or one of these blocks where there's a structure built, and the idea of just a branch is pointing at a node in this structure, and then when you want to check out a different commit or move the branch, you just move that node to a different, or move that branch label to a different node, right? So it makes sense, I think, from interacting with a visual graph in the same way that you would want to almost grab it and drag it to like a new location, because that's exactly what's sort of happening at Git. It's taking that pointer and moving it to a different spot. So
yeah, and when you talk about visualizing things, which is a big part of what makes GitKraken is that you can visualize what you're looking at. Is being able to see and visualize what a commit looks like and what a branch looks like, even though that might not technically be exactly what it is. The fact that you can visualize that and understand it, and then discover things that you can do that you might not be able to do if you were using just the CLI, or you had to go find what a command was. Just by dragging a branch onto another branch and letting go, you get a context menu that says, hey, here are all the things that you can do between these two branches or these two commits. So it also offers some discoverability in what can I actually do with Git that you might not know if you just had to go look through a list of commands in the help page or something.
So next up, I have here a question from a user. I'll paraphrase a little bit, but effectively the user is asking, what are our plans for integrating with Azure DevOps Server? But before I guess we get into the answer to that question, Dan, I wanted to ask you, maybe can you talk about what the difference is between using one of our GitKraken integrations with the Git hosting service and versus just connecting over SSH and HTTPS?
Yeah, so generally speaking, when you set up your integration, you use an integration with a specific provider like GitHub or GitLab, what you get with that is the ability to use provider-specific actions or things like pull requests, for example. If you want to use pull requests within GitKraken, you have to set up the integration, and then you can view your pull requests. You can create pull requests from within GitKraken. Now you can even review pull requests and even merge them. So just in general, it gives you the ability to do certain things like that, or even fork a remote, for example. You can fork it directly from inside GitKraken rather than having to go out to GitHub and do it from there. So it gives you a lot of power to do a lot of things inside GitKraken. And then with GitHub in particular, you can also use your GitHub login to log into GitKraken as well. But if we don't have certain, we have a lot of providers that we integrate with, but if we don't, you can still use SSH and HTTPS to do, regular Git commands and stuff.
And you can even have different profiles set up to connect to different integrations there. Jeff, I'll bounce this one to you. So can you talk about maybe what factors do we take into consideration when exploring which new Git hosting services to connect to, or maybe any other feedback that might come in similar to this?
We roll dice and we map each of the providers to help. No, just kidding. We don't do that. We have a few channels that we reach out through. I think the big one, and we've sort of just started this, there's a lot of different integrations, AWS Code Commit, Azure, and there's limited time and resources, obviously, so we can't integrate with everything. But what we're trying to do now is have a place where your voice can sort of be heard at Feature Repo website. I don't know if we can show that, but if we can, that's great. You can go there. I think there actually is an issue for the Azure DevOps integration. It's kind of being upvoted now. So we're looking at that space and seeing, not only how many people want these sort of integrations, but what the types of specifics they want for the integration to be supporting. We also do annual surveys throughout the year, and we have regular conversations with our customers through sort of, we call them user experience sessions. And as we talk to customers, as we have the survey data, as we're kind of monitoring, what's going on, we are building this backlog of, integrations and ordering them based on priority and all of that exercise.
All right. Hopefully, I'm sure that'll help the user out. They can go upvote that and much more on feature upvote. I think that's feedback.gitkraken.com. Okay, so speaking of features, let's talk about existing features. I'm sure there's a number of features that each of you use in your own use case with GitKraken. And I'm curious to know what you feel is either the most underutilized feature in GitKraken that would help out other users, or just maybe your favorite pet feature that you think would help other users. Dan, I think I'll start with you on this one.
Okay. So yeah, I have a couple that I want to talk about. First one that I like a lot is blame. And I don't know if a lot of people know that we have that feature in GitKraken, but it's a very powerful feature that lets you kind of look at the history and I don't use it to go blame people, but it's good to be able to go in there and see who's made the changes and when the change was made, so you can track down when certain things, like when something broke, you can kind of go through the history and really dig down into when the change happened and potentially who did it. So that's one that I really like. One that I think it's underutilized that I know people kind of ask for is the activity logs. That is a little tiny button at the bottom, on the bottom bar, on the footer bar of GitKraken that looks like a menu, but it basically shows you what, when you perform actions inside the client, you don't, some people who are used to the CLI and seeing what happens, GitKraken doesn't really show you. It's just a visual tool, and it does a lot of stuff in the background. So you can click this activity log button, and it pops up a window that shows you, as close as possible, kind of what GitKraken did and what operations it performed when you perform your actions.
And I think there's like a different modes, different levels of verbosity. I don't even know if that's a word.
Yeah, verbosity. Yeah, there is. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a very useful kind of tool for people who are used to the CLI and may want to kind of understand what GitKraken is doing behind the scenes.
Justin, I think I already know yours, but I'll ask anyway. What feature do you think is underutilized?
Yeah, for sure. For me, it's the fuzzy finder, which is, I think that we have some issues with people even discovering that it exists, which is why we're doing some things to improve that in the upcoming release. One being that we're renaming it to the command palette, which is a more familiar term that's used in IDEs, basically for this thing that you can pull up with a quick keyboard shortcut that gives you access to a lot of commands that the application offers without having to go and actually click them. So for users who might be getting comfortable with GitKraken already, and even clicking and dragging something becomes slower than what they want to do, we have this command palette that you can access with Command or Control P that just pops up a little search bar, and you can basically run most of the commands that you can do in GitKraken. I use it a lot for checking out branches. If I'm reviewing PRs and the PR is labeled with like the issue number, I can very quickly just do checkout and then start typing the issue number. And because we fuzzy search through the branches that you have available, you don't even have to know exactly what it's named. It just finds it, and then you can check it out without having to go and actually hunt it down in the graph. Dan had mentioned blame and our history views. Those are really easy to access the same way because, again, with the fuzzy search, you can very quickly find a file without having to know the exact path for it. And then we also, many people might not know this, and I guess this is a secondary feature, is that we have an editor inside of GitKraken. And it's really easy to get to a file to edit if you just use the command palette to search for the file and open it up within the editor inside of GitKraken. So I think that for me is like my biggest power user feature that I like that I'm always surprised when people don't know about. So we're doing what we can to try to make that more discoverable. We're even adding a button into the toolbar that kind of shows people that it exists because it is a powerful feature. And we even took some inspiration from that in the new GitKraken CLI in our autocomplete suggestions, because that ability to fuzzy find through branches and files is so helpful that when we created our auto suggestions feature for the CLI, it very much mirrors what we do in the command palette now. So I'm excited to have kind of both of those features available.
Definitely have a question lined up for you, Justin, on the CLI. So we will get into that in a little bit. But before then, Jeff, want to ask the same question to you about the most underutilized feature.
Well, I don't know about underutilized, but my favorite feature, one of the favorites, is the interactive rebase. I just, from start to finish, that whole process of trying to figure out and understand, how interactive rebase happens for most people in this CLI, and trying to utilize the drag and drop that we've talked about, utilize a really beautiful design where you can have this GUI come up and you can sort of reorder your commits or merge them, squash them together, rename them, do all of that stuff that is kind of tedious to do outside of a system like that. Was probably my favorite, just the look, the experience of the whole thing. I think that would be my choice for it. Oh, and undo redo. That's also really helpful.
Redo.
My favorite. Yeah.
I'll throw out mine for funsies. I like to reset my branches. I don't know if that's a good practice, generally speaking, but I never pull. I almost just right click, reset hard. I'm merciless. Reset hard just to get all the updates. And so if you're someone who that works for your workflow, there's my vote there. I did want to do a quick shout out. If you're a student, or if there's a student in your life, GitKraken is available for free to all of our students through the GitHub Student Pack. And if you're a teacher, and if you have a teacher in your life, same thing. They can get it through the GitKraken for free through the GitKraken Teacher Toolbox. So I'll try to throw up something here on the screen and provide some resources so that if you're someone, or someone who fits that bill, they can definitely download GitKraken, get that free license, and get all of the paid features for free. Okay, Justin, I promised that we'd get back to the GitKraken CLI preview. So for those who don't know, so first of all, Justin had a session all about the CLI. And with version 8, we released the GitKraken CLI preview. So Justin, why don't you tell folks about that, and maybe, what inspired the product team to develop such a major feature set?
Yeah, I mean, getting back to kind of the origins of GitKraken, the whole goal was to make things that were super intuitive and super clear to users who might be new to Git or might not be as familiar with Git, that they know all of the commands. So we wanted to expose those in a graphical user interface that made using Git really easy and clear. So from the beginning, we always kind of had this aversion to the CLI. It was kind of like GitKraken versus the CLI was kind of our stance for a long time, because we just, from that initial goal, didn't understand why someone would choose to use the CLI over something like a graphical user interface. And over the years, you start to learn more about the users that use your product and the people that use Git in the industry. And it's clear to us that the CLI is not going anywhere, and there are people who have grown up using the CLI. It's very familiar to them, and there are still some things that are more powerful to do in the CLI. So we didn't want to ignore that segment of the developer world. We didn't want to alienate them and have it be this GUI versus CLI battle anymore. We really wanted to embrace what you can do in the CLI and then apply some of the same kind of usability things that we've done for GitKraken in a CLI tool. So that's why we designed the GitKraken CLI with a terminal that makes doing a lot of things that you would normally do in Git much easier right out of the box. So, a lot of the things that we discovered from interviewing users with terminals is that setup is always really stressful and annoying and difficult, and the amount of packages and things that you can use to customize your terminal are many. And some people still enjoy doing that, but some people might not want to spend that time. So we tried to package a lot of features that we think are helpful for users that are using Git in a CLI inside the GitKraken CLI. Things like I had mentioned autocomplete suggestions. So when you're typing Git commands, rather than having to memorize commands or go dig through the help command for Git to find what command you want to run, we just start to suggest things to you based on where you're at in building this command. And also bringing in things like the visualization that we think is really powerful in GitKraken that we also hear from a lot of CLI users. They use GitKraken because they can visualize things and then they go back to the CLI. So we want to try to create a place where there's less context switching and you can do all of the things that you do with Git, whether that's with CLI or with the graph, all in one place. So that was the kind of primary focus, was take the kind of approach that we did building a GUI and apply those same principles to users of the CLI. And how can we make this as a good of experience as possible that is actually enhanced over a regular CLI rather than just layering things in for no reason. So I think that was kind of the initial goal. I don't know if that's too much or too little. But
beautifully said, Justin. So then that's kind of more the higher level concept. I will say the auto suggest feature in the CLI is killer. It helped, like I was doing git status and I forgot what flag to apply. So just having that drop down list of all the flags was super helpful. Dan, I did have a question for you related to the CLI. So what were some of the considerations you and the dev team had to take into account when developing the CLI preview?
Yeah, so as Justin mentioned, we're trying to get, or we're trying to create a terminal that is way better for people to use the Git CLI in or the GK CLI in, right? So we're trying to convince people to move from their existing, or not move, but at least partially move when they do Git commands or anything like that, any Git related activities, to move from their existing terminal to our terminal. So a couple big considerations are that it has to look and feel familiar. It can't be a whole new experience, right? Like people like their customization in their current terminal in their shell. So we needed to make sure that our terminal uses their shell that they have set up with all their customization as much as possible, so that once they go into our terminal, everything looks and works the same as far as the terminal goes. And then on top of that, we're building all this extra nice experience for them. So that's one consideration. And the second one is obviously performance. We need to make sure that our terminal is performant. Everybody loves the terminal and they love their shells because they're fast. So we need to make sure that our terminal is as fast or faster than what they're currently using. So those two are big things that we have to consider. And then a third thing for kind of new users, I think Justin already touched on this, but out of the box, we want to make sure that we provide an awesome experience for new users to the CLI. Currently, people learning the CLI, learning Git. You can do a lot of stuff with Git, but you need a lot more tools and plugins and themes and stuff to make your whole environment way better. So we want to make sure that eventually we can provide a lot of that stuff out of the box, so people don't have to go, hunting for all these things.
For sure. Thanks, Dan. So Jeff, question for you. How do you see the GitKraken CLI preview evolving over time?
The CLI preview obviously will evolve to become just the CLI. That's the first step. And then we plan on just layering in, I think, a lot more access to some of the enhancements that we're already providing. So, the autocomplete feature that Justin mentioned is really, really useful, and it's really tightly wound with the Git commands, but it might be enhanced to be able to just perform better or access paths, and you can autocomplete paths down your local machine as you're typing out, references to different repos. So we want to make sure that that's just like bulletproof. The other thing, just as we're pulling in some of these visualizations with the graph using the GK command, that GK command hopefully will expand to be something even more useful and provide access to some more of those resources. One that came up during some user feedback sessions was simply being able to get access to your pull requests, right, or issues. So if you have those integrations tied in with GitKraken, you can use the GK command to either list those PRs, get a quick reference right in the CLI, and start work or check out the branch associated with those PRs without having to shift your context and without having to leave that view. And obviously, more ideas from people would be helpful. We are looking for feedback all the time. So,
yeah, definitely. If you're watching this during the time of our V8 release, there is a nice feedback button ready for you. We'd love to hear your feedback as we continue to evolve the CLI preview, hope to eventually just the CLI, the GitKraken CLI. Okay, so just before version 8, we released another big release, version 7.7. This one had the team view. So in the left panel, you now have a team pane where you can select any teams that you belong to. Justin, I'll kick it back to you. What inspired the team feature set that came with version 7.7?
Yeah, so I'm going to do this a lot, but basically thinking back to what our initial goals were when we decided to build GitKraken from the very beginning was to visualize what was happening in your Git repository. And one of the advantages of visualizing things in the graph the way that we do is that it expands your understanding of what's happening in a project beyond just you. It is a visualization of everyone that you are working on a repository with, all of their remotes and how they're connecting to the project, how they're changing the project. So even from that initial step, we were thinking about like, how can this visualize a project and how a team is working on a project from the most basic level. And I think over time that has evolved, and GitKraken had primarily been a single developer tool, even with the ability to view what your teammates are doing inside of a repo. And we wanted to build on top of that because even internally we would find situations where, you know, maybe there were still inefficiencies in the process of working on repositories that we thought might be helpful. You know, some problems were, you know, it's not easy to get to a branch that someone wants a review from you on, or you're working on something that someone else is and you ultimately get merge conflicts that cause a lot of problems. So how can we try to minimize that? So just starting with those two first points, we wanted to show you who was working on the repository at the same time as you. Talking about merge conflicts, like the easiest way that we found to try to make people aware of merge conflicts or potential merge conflicts was to show them what other people on their team are working on. And you can do that in the graph. You can see when someone has pushed something up to their remote, but that doesn't necessarily tell you that they have been touching the same files that you have. So what we wanted to do was, even before work gets pushed up to the remote, be able to detect when you and someone else on the same repository are making changes to the same file and give you a little warning that says like, hey, you and Jonathan are both working on this file. You might want to just like talk with him and see like, are your changes going to overlap, and try to head off those merge conflicts before they happen. So that was, you know, our kind of first reason for having this list of the people who you're working on a project with. And we decided to have that kind of as the base. And we have a lot of other ideas for what we want to do to help teams work better together, to make it easier for you to communicate with them about things that you're working on inside of a repository, to head off issues like merge conflicts and things like that. Back to my first point, you know, when you want to share a branch, for example, with someone, you usually hop on Slack or whatever and you say, hey, can you go check out my branch? And you have to remember the branch name and you have to type the branch name, and then they have to read the branch name and go back into GitKraken and search for the branch. So the kind of second thing that we have added as a team feature, or it's a team feature, but also really important for anyone that's trying to do work inside of GitKraken, is deep linking into GitKraken itself. So making it really easy to just grab a link to a branch and then paste that link into Slack so that someone could click it and then come back into GitKraken and be on the branch that you were just talking about. So the team view with the conflict detection and deep linking are just some of the first things that we're trying to explore and to work on to make it so that GitKraken is way more powerful when you use it as a team, because it brings in a lot of efficiencies that help you work really well with your teammates, help to minimize errors and merge conflicts and things like that. And I think everyone will be really excited about some of the things that we're working on even in the future, to continue on that path of like making teams work really well together with Git.
Thanks, Justin. Dan, I'll ask you a similar question from the last round. What were some of the considerations that the dev team had to take into account for these team feature sets?
Yeah, so one of the things that we had to really think about is privacy and security. So we're obviously, in order to get the information from one user to another user, we have to look at what this user is doing currently, what files are they working on, and then try to match that information or send that information to somebody else and figure out if if they're working on the same files. So we were really concerned and we paid attention to privacy in terms of like, let's just only get the minimum information that we need. One of the big concerns and considerations that the team had to kind of work through with this feature is because we're actually looking at what files a user is working with on their local machine, and we have to show some of that information to a user on a different machine. We really wanted to make sure that we had the user's privacy in mind. We don't want to take any information that we don't need about the files or the path that they're working on. So we're storing as little information as we can about the file and the commit, or not the commit, but the remote that they're working on, so that we can identify that same file and same remote on somebody else's machine. So that was one of the biggest considerations that we had, is privacy and security. We're encrypting all that data on the back end, making sure that none of that is visible. Okay. And we don't want to store any information that we don't need.
Thanks, Dan. And then Jeff, I did want to ask you a similar question from before as well. How do you see the Teams feature evolving over time?
Yeah, as Justin alluded to, we have a lot of really useful ideas. I mean, one of the things that has been kind of thrown around a term is just like Git is a team sport, right? We can look at, you are working with other developers on the same repository using Git, and you're trying to achieve something together most of the time, right? So we have ideas revolving around making sure some of the things that your team has decided are best practices or you want to do together can be enforced or suggested to in GitKraken, right? So we have shared settings or shared templates, like commit templates, that you could possibly automatically have distributed to your team by using GitKraken and having teams built there. An admin could go and configure those and have something accessible that when one of the developers logs in with GitKraken, oh, there's already suggesting the commit template I should use from my manager or whoever it is. We also have some other ideas in place, not only to sort of allude to something that's not out yet but coming. A lot of times teams are working on multiple repositories together, not just one. And even if it's just one, it's a project, right? So we have this idea of projects that we're kind of thinking about now and designing out. And this would be really, really easy for someone on your team to create a set of repositories on GitKraken. And when a team member gets added to that group, that team in GitKraken, and they log in with GitKraken, they can see the same repos and projects and clone them all at once, and have access to start working on the same code base that you are. Also, being able to do other things as well, pull requests and issues for multiple repos. That's just a kind of a glimpse into a bigger initiative that we're headed towards moving forward. So yeah.
And Jeff, I believe you also have a session that might tease that out even more.
A little bit, yeah.
So definitely for those who are watching, feel free to check out both Jeff and Justin's sessions. So I did have a lighter question to kind of help round things out here with our panel. So for those of you who don't know, Keith is our mascot. That's the name of the what do you want to call it? The squid, the kraken, the
Kraken,
logo here.
Is a baby Kraken.
It is Keith. And Keith loves to dress up in costumes, and we have a Keith gallery available on getkraken.com/Keith-gallery. Just wanted to see, what were each of yours favorite Keiths so far? And Justin, I'll start with you.
Okay. Yeah. I thought about this for a minute, and I always go back to the same one, mainly because I had a sticker out of it on my laptop for the longest time, because I loved it so much when it came out. But we have a Dia de los Muertos Keith that is all made out of bones and has a really great sombrero and some really awesome colors around it. And I think that was probably my favorite one that we've come up with so far.
I love that one. Dan, how about you?
Well, so I'm biased. So I'm going to say the Suchava Keith is the best one.
How could you not pick that?
Yeah, how can you not pick that? I think a close number 2. I really like the one Justin likes. That one's good. But I think the new Baby Yoda one, what is it? The GitKraken is the way. That one's pretty cool.
Pretty good. I think also with V8, speaking of Keith changing, we have a new loading Keith screen,
with the
a new video. Yeah, we have a team Keith. So you have I don't know if anyone plays Super Smash Brothers, but one of the developers was joking that Keith now has different color choices for when Keith fights in Smash. If that's lost on you, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just drop that on you. Jeff, what's been your favorite Keith?
Dan stole my Mandalorian reference, so I was not going to. I was going to pick that. I'm kind of like that sci-fi sort of thing, so I'll go ahead and pick Thanos Keith as my second. Love the Infinity Gauntlet and all of the whole spectrum there that we have going on.
I mean, you can still pick the Mandalorian. I like the Baby Yoda one.
Yes. It's not Baby Yoda though, Dan. You're not, you can't.
You can't spoil it. You can't spoil it. Not everyone's watched it, Jeff.
2 years
later.
Baby
Yoda.
Edit that out, I suppose.
And then I guess the reason I had Smash on my mind is we do have Smash Keiths, or at least there's 3 characters or 3 costumes that Keith has donned upon. It's the Link Keith, the Villager Keith, and the Captain Falcon Keith. So definitely love all 3 of these. Maybe one day we'll have a full roster. That would be a feat. But those are mine. All right. Thank you so much, y'all, for picking out your favorite Keiths and also for being part of this panel and opening up and talking about the product. I did want to open it one last time in case there's any final thoughts from our panel here.
Excited to see the CLI fly out soon.
Yeah, I'm excited for it too. If anybody has questions or feedback, there's a button in the app. Feel free to click that and send us your thoughts, because we're always trying to improve GitKraken, trying to make it better. And, we need lots of voices to hear what is going well and what's not. So.
Yeah, exactly. We do listen to feedback. So it's passed around a lot in Slack channels and in meetings. And, that's the reason why we decided to start gathering public feedback. So definitely in whatever channel you find, whether that's on the public feedback forum or through the support channels that we have, or Twitter, or wherever you want, let us know what you think about the product, especially the CLI, because it is in preview and we're looking for as much feedback as we can to make that really an amazing experience. So thank you ahead of time for any feedback that you provide.
All right. And just to reiterate, anyone who's watching, you are welcome to submit your feedback directly on our feature upvote board, which is available on feedback.gitkraken.com. There is also a link to our public roadmap in case you're curious about what's coming up from the GitKraken product team. And if you do have feedback, of course, there's always the in-app feedback form in the bottom right of the UI. You can also email us directly at feedback@gitkraken.com to talk to our wonderful support team. And if you want, you can tweet us. We do see all your tweets. So don't think we don't see your tweets. We see them. Just at GitKraken, and we'll go ahead and we'd love to see your tweet and start a conversation. One more thank you to everyone here in the panel. Jeff, Justin, Dan, thanks so much. I've been your moderator, Jonathan Silva, and I think we can adjourn. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks
everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
awesome job.
That was so much fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We have not a lot of time and a whole lot of questions.
Whole lot of questions.
Before
I
we
know.
jump to our next talk, very excited about our next talk from Jesse on writing a book in Git. But let's just jump right to it, Jonathan. I think by now, hopefully, people know who you are, so we take your name off the screen. But what is the team excited about in the world of Git? That's what Josie wants to know out from Discord.
So if I had to summarize one sentiment that I think we're excited about is, what can we do to create, I almost want to say like a safer space for users or for collaborators just to talk to one another. You know, and maybe you might have heard notes of this in previous talks, but like the pull request can be a pretty scary thing where, especially if you're like a newer person on the team or if you're a newer dev, you know, creating a pull request kind of is this official thing, and having a discussion, you know, I don't know how many people have been there where you create a PR and it wasn't quite, you just wanted to get some initial feedback and then it gets torn apart, right? So what can we do to create a much more friendly environment for people to just get quick feedback from people that they trust on their teams, kind of going with a buddy system almost, I think, from one of the previous talks. So I know it's not quite a Git specific functionality in terms of like a CLI command, but I think it's more of something that goes on top of that. It's, this idea that I think you'll start to see percolate throughout the features that we build out in GitKraken and much more.
Right on. So again, moving right along, we're going to like buzz through these as many of these as we can. Nexus wants to know, will we ever have the ability to have third-party plugins for GitKraken?
Many of the ideas, this just goes to show that there's like lots of really good ideas on feedback.gitkraken.com. We meet regularly and we go through them, we read them, and we see a lot of things that we can't wait to do. So like, this is just another example of something that we think is also a good idea and would love to build it out. It just becomes a question of prioritizing and trying to make it happen, right? So it's not that we don't want this not to happen. It's more of trying to find the time and prioritizing it in a way that respects some of the other features that other users have also been asking.
Right on. I think deep linking is going to lead to a lot of interesting innovations. The fact that
Agreed.
you can now link into the product,
yes,
same way you can link into like Slack and your other Electron apps. It's pretty exciting time. I'm waiting for someone to build the Chrome plugin. I was tinkering around with that the other day myself, but I'm not really a Chrome dev. All right. Multiple times we have seen Axilla individual related to Keith. If so, can we meet? Multiple times I've seen Axilla. Oh, I think it's twice.
Axilla is Alex, our head of support. And what you're seeing is their remote icon on GitHub. And I'm told that that was an icon that came to life in college. We don't necessarily own that image, so it's not necessarily something we could make publicly available as like a Keith icon or anything like that. But I definitely see how it seems like it's one of Keith's friends, because we have over the years released like different, like, hey, here's all of Keith's friends, especially for some of the team features that we've released over the years. It's definitely in line. But yeah, that's a nice shout out to Alex, our head of support, who helps me a ton with a lot of the videos.
A little bit heavier of a question, but moving right to it, because I think it'll be helpful for a lot of people out there. Jane Ice asks, sometimes I'm unable to use interactive rebase feature. What are the requirements for being able to use that feature on a branch? And
it's an excellent question. Yes. Yeah. So I pulled up the docs page because I saw this one coming in. So there's four things that you need to, look up. Here it is if you want to grab it and search for it real quick. But if you have a merge commit, then we won't show you the interactive rebase option when you drag and drop. And there's three other conditions that you have to worry about.
Merge commit or conflict?
Sorry, merge commit.
Oh, commit.
Okay. Like a filled in dot on the graph.
Gotcha.
If two branches share a common ancestor, we won't show the option. If neither branch has the repo's initial commit, again, we won't show the option. And you have to not try to be attempting to rebase a parent branch onto a child, like the main branch onto feature. So you won't see the option in that scenario.
Right on. Looks like we got time for about two more of these. So this is GitKon. You got any feature spoilers? We already said an awful lot today.
I think we gave you a lot, Josie. Nice try, but I think we gave you a lot. You might be able to use your imagination in terms of like GitKraken CLI preview. Even some of Jeff's talk. I feel like if you go back and you listen to those talks one more time, go back to the recording, you might be able to start to kind of see where we're headed and what we have in mind, especially around the idea of team collaboration. So I'll leave it at that.
And definitely we are going to make those sessions available publicly as well as soon as we can. A matter of editing and, you know, conference rigmarole. And I just thought we'd end with this fun one, and maybe you can explain a little story of like why Nexus is asking this. But can you still order Chipotle from within GitKraken?
Yes, the answer is yes. It actually gets in the way of my video recording sometimes because it'll be Thursday morning and then like the button shows up. Like I can't screen cap that. That's gonna be, people are gonna ask, wait, that doesn't show up for me. What's going on? But yeah,
maybe explain that for the vast majority of people using GitKraken.
So starting I think around 2014, here in the office, I would offer to pick up Chipotle here just down the street from the office, and people would order online. I'd go in person to pick it up, bring it to the office, and we'd all share a meal together in the kitchen. And so I did that for however many years since 2014 was, and then in the before times, of course. And that just made its way into the product. So one of the devs wanted a convenient way of being reminded that it's Chipotle Thursday. And so every Thursday in the morning, the button would show up. Developer can just click it and jump straight to the order form, just let them know that they placed their order. So it still lives.
Awesome. See, that's the kind of knowledge you're only going to get at GitKon, and only in these live Q&As. All right. Well, that brings us up exactly to the moment that I should be hitting the button. So without any further ado, here is a session I know a lot of people have been clamoring about out in Discord. So please ask your questions out there, and we will talk to Jesse as soon as your video plays about building or writing a book in Git.
Thank you for coming to my talk, Writing a Book Using Git, How Git Can Help You Keep Organized on a Project. Writing in Git was something I did not anticipate when I set out to write a book. In my past life, I was a fiction editor and worked at a small publishing company. I'm used to working in Microsoft Word, Google Docs to sort of write and edit. And now that I'm a UX designer and consultant, I've written a lot of blogs and articles about the similarities, particularly between chess and UX. It sort of felt like a natural progression to turn these articles and blogs into a book. When it came time to start writing, Word and Google Docs actually felt more of a hindrance rather than helping me. And the blank page really seemed to get to me. I think there's something that feels kind of worse, or maybe just different, about writing nonfiction versus working in fiction. Nonfiction, someone goes to pick up a book, it's there to solve a problem. And then I was going to write a book to help someone solve a problem. They're talking about like chess and UX that felt very lofty and definitely had some paralysis, going on there. So I really just needed something low pressure where I could shut off my brain and just write something, anything. Could be garbage, doesn't matter. I just had to get that ball rolling, and it was so difficult to do that. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the content slightly more, so that way you could see what the process looks like, and hopefully it'll make a little bit more sense. So what does chess and design really mean? It might not seem like much to on the outset, but chess is a game and is also a great example of UX and UI. A player must be able to navigate and use their skills to beat their opponent. There's no element of luck. There's no dice, anything like that. That puts things out of your control. It is like the rules are completely understood from the beginning. Nothing is hidden from anybody. And that is pretty true of being online. What you see is what you get on a website, right? Or on an app. And it's the same on the chessboard. When a player makes a move with a plan to do a particular thing, the opponent counters with a move that maybe they didn't anticipate. And they now, that first player has to sort of think on their feet, look at their surroundings, and figure out what to do. How do I address this new problem? And so the same thing is kind of similar on a website. If the plan isn't completely enacted, then the user isn't going to be able to think. You don't want a user to think on their feet. That's not really a good thing, because they'll just go somewhere else for that same information. So that's why when a company has a site that sells X product or Y service, if it's not clear what the user needs to do, then the user isn't going to stick to the plan that the company has created for them on this website. And then that's a big issue. So the game of chess is really just about strategy and thinking through your options. In online life, the user actually has way more options than what they need. And so then it becomes like, why do you go to this website for this thing? And that in of itself kind of comes down to chess, right? Chess has, by move 4, like 1 million options at least of potentially moves you can make. So why does it come down to that particular move that you make? And so these are the kind of thoughts that have been sort of swirling around in my head for the last 7 months. It really just started small. It was chess and UX. And then it became, we can look at the design of the pieces. That became like a central point of sort of visual design, of branding aspects. And then it became, when you design something and it has to be coded in, then it becomes a part of the coding and what the programmers have to do. And then kind of thought about, the pieces are sort of hard coded in what they can do or cannot do. And there are limitations in both coding and the potential moves that the player can make. And so you can see how it just kind of grew and grew. And, blog posts weren't really going to cut it anymore unless someone wanted to sit and read like a three-part, blog series about a particular topic. It was time for chapters and having the space to sort of dig deep into this content. My prior experience with Git is minimal at best. I've been did some freelance developing work prior to finding UX, and Git was really scary to me at first. I mean, at best I could commit something to my main branch, but that was about it. Don't ask me to make other branches or understand what pull requests were. That was like really intense because these are words that I know, but they don't mean the same thing that I know these words to mean, right? A pull request does not like exist within our regular like colloquial language. So that was really intimidating. And I was always scared that I was going to do something wrong and I was going to break it. But once I kind of got over that initial fear, I realized that I could make a file and it didn't have to be filled with code. It could just be filled with words. And that was like the epiphany moment for me, where I realized that I could use Git to write, but I could also use it to outline, and I could make a private repository with every single thought about my book, or just dump everything in there. And that felt amazing, because that gripping feeling of I'm going to write a book to solve someone's problem was now countered with, here's a place where I can just let this stuff sit and think and mull and write as much as I want without the mental model of a word processor to like sort of hinder me. So as you can see from my screenshot here, we have each branch within the repository representing a different component of my book. So we have the introduction, we have sample chapter, my main chapter up top, or like the main branch up top. But this could really be anything. This could be like part 1, part 2, part 3, beginning, middle, end, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, which I'm sort of working on. And so in the end of like working through this stuff, I actually found some really great perks of writing in Git. It has a much more detailed version history than you could get on like a regular word processing like software. the transparency of, comments don't vanish like they do in Word or Google Docs. And the sort of really great thing, and probably my favorite thing, is that Git is designed to be used by multiple people. And we'll go over these more as I encountered each of them. But I just wanted you to see that, there really is like a lot that Git has to offer that doesn't come from like an out of the box word processor. So before we get into the brainstorming and organizing section, I do want to preface that this is just my way of doing things. Writing a book is very different for every person. And there's actually an adage from other writers that writing a new project is like learning how to write all over again, because every project has its own constraints, its own limitations, and things that make it different from the previous project you worked on. And so I hope that this inspires people to sort of think of Git in different ways. So I took my epiphany moment and started at the beginning. I needed a place to organize my thoughts. Now, writers do lots of different organizing and brainstorming methods or outlining methods, and I've tried pretty much everything over the years. And I had never tried Kanban boards before, so this was a new experience for me. I was like, well, if I'm on board with this whole Git thing, like, let's just do it and try out the Kanban boards, because it doesn't hurt, right? So basically a Kanban board is these columns that you see. I've labeled them as chess foundation, strategy, thematic thoughts, etc., and it goes on. And then each of the things inside of the columns are cards that can be moved around from board to board or from column to column. And it's basically the same thing as like a Trello board if you have one of those. And so in my case, because I was dealing with some pretty unwieldy like components for my book, I decided to start by theme. So the theme of chess, and then the sort of digital strategy, and then how do I want to incorporate or bring these things together. That's sort of how I started looking at it, right? Like, so in digital life, the overall plan is invisible to users, but the hints are sort of in the choices that we make. And so I also needed that to be reflective in chess, right? Like, what are some of the invisible things that help players make a decision? So all the thoughts went here. Good, bad, dumb, didn't matter, just all on here. And I spent weeks, actually probably even months, just sifting through this board. And this is now the final product of what my sort of brainstorming outline looks like. Now, I'm a pretty tactile person, so I actually took the Kanban board and turned them into flashcards. And I could group my categories together sort of differently than I could in a Kanban board, but these are the building blocks of my chapters. And so it's really important for me to be able to see, like, have an overarch, like literally a bird's eye view of different components of my chapters and being able to group them together in different ways. It's basically kind of like my brain is like a giant rubber ball band. And now I need to break that giant rubber ball band into smaller rubber ball bands for them to be easier for me to sort of see them. And so that's what this was. And I just kind of took all the cards and sat on my floor and just grouped them into different components, and then transferred them back on to another Kanban board, which you'll see here. And so these are a much more readable form of my cards, my flashcards. And this might seem either too simplistic or too complicated, but for me, it was more about understanding the core content and how these things go together, because the parts of, the anecdotes or the research and things like that will fit into these categories, but I need to know where the categories go before we put the sort of surface stuff on it and actually like build the framework first. So seeing this at a high level was actually really helpful. And, so even if this wasn't perfect, that's okay, because once I start writing, I can continue to move the boards around. And I like that this outline still has the flexibility and doesn't feel so permanent in the same way that like if you made a traditional outline of, 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, that feels, for me, it just feels a little too rigid. And so I like the flexibility of being able to know that this isn't set in stone. So the first column here, we have board vision, memory, calculation. That column is actually my sample chapter. So we're going to start there and start writing. Now, it's one thing to sort of plan everything out, talk about the book with other people, but it's like another thing to actually start writing. And that is intimidating, no doubt about it. And working in Git didn't take away that initial fear of starting. And honestly, I don't think anything would, but it was at least less intimidating. And I think a big part of that was breaking the mental model of writing in a word processor, right? When you start writing, you index, you write and write and write, and then you go to the next paragraph, and then, and it builds out something resembling a book or an essay, and so by working in Git, it really forced me to sort of break that, and then it just became words on the page, then it didn't matter as much. So for example, we could look at this and we see that the line just keeps going. I just wrote until I reached the end, and then we wanted a new paragraph. Now it goes down one number or two if I made a space. And there's no spell check or anything like that. So there's no little squiggly line sort of staring at me going, you've done this wrong. And so it was actually a relief, truly, to be like, oh, I can just write unencumbered by the mechanisms of writing in some ways, that, it's not about how well the sentence flows together right now. We're just going to write it all out, and then we'll clean it up later. So when you're done with that, say you've written everything you need to write, let's start editing. With a small addendum, get a human editor. This could be a professional one, a coworker working on the same project as you, or just a friend. Pretty much anybody who can use GitHub and believes in you and your work. So my editor is my supervisor. So the way that me and my editor tackled it was to do a pull request. Every time there was a comment, making an edit, any sort of changes that she had in mind became a pull request. And then that could be 20 pull requests. It doesn't matter. And if you don't know what a pull request is, it's just a fancy way of saying that you made some changes to an existing version. And you just get a notification. So pull request is just a notification that changes have been made. That's it. So in this example, we have that she wants to merge, which it'll become that new version, but we'll get there. So we have no new commit from the main branch into the sample chapter. And she made a note of add headings. And then you can see down at the bottom right that it's verified and it has a commit ID. So next is to merge the pull requests. So by merging the pull requests, all we're doing is saying, yes, this new version that has been updated from the pull request is the newest version that needs to be at the top of the pile. And then all I do is just accept that merge request, and let's show you what this looks like. So this looks like a lot. I don't blame you for feeling that way, but it's pretty straightforward actually. So we have the highlighted colors. We have in red is my words. And then this green line with the blue text is actually the edited version of it. And then these blue ones are some notes that I think she left me. And that's pretty much it. Nothing too fancy. I think it's just an adjustment of what am I looking at, really. And that's pretty much it. So repeat the drafting and editing steps until complete, or if your deadline is up, whichever comes first. So let's go back to those perks of writing in Git. So we can see all my notes are listed inside the repository for every commit I've made, right? So we have create sample chapter, update sample chapter, up here is add headings. This is basically like a built-in version of Word, like your version history for a major word processor, but you can write in as many detailed things as you want. So if you wanted it to say added headings and, this particular thing was added, and then maybe several commits later, you're like, oh, I don't know if I like that. You can go back to the original one or, take out the stuff and then go back and, kind of play with it and see what works for you. It doesn't, every commit is different. So if you want to add new stuff, that's okay too. It'll still always be at the top. And then there's, there we go. So comments, added headings is the topic. And then the added H1, H2 headings for better structure, to better structure the reading points. This comment never vanishes. And you can see it has a commit ID number of 95A6EA. And so if you have, let's say that you have a lot of commits and you knew that like your editor was saying, oh, in this commit ID number, you can just find that one. And that's how you can find it quickly. And so that never vanishes. And you know how on Google Docs, like, once you're done with something, you commit it, like click the check mark and it's marked as resolved, but now it's gone. And so I like that you can always see how much has changed. And that if there's ever something you want to come back to, that there's an ID number to identify it rather than trying to search added headings over, maybe you have 50 different branches. And what are you looking for? So this is just a simple way to do that. And then here's one of those previous versions where I pulled from my branches of the different commits. And you can see this is an older version where I had just started and saved it. So you can see I just pulled that and here's what it is. Maybe in an old draft I wrote, here's the thing about chess and design. And maybe I changed it later. And then I go, you know what? I don't know. I think I liked it originally. And I can go back and go see, oh, here's where I had it last. And now maybe I do like that. So I can just copy and paste it or just work on this final version, depending on things. All right. So as you can see, on the main branch is actually every branch has two pictures of me because every commit makes a change and shows you who did it. So you can see for the sample chapter, there's two pictures of me plus one. So that means that it's been, my editor has gone through and done that. So if it expanded, you would see her picture there. And so I like this because it isn't just a word processor. And I think that it really hits the nail on the head in some ways, that Git is designed to be used by multiple people. So instead of me, it could be my editor. And then, I'm drafting on one part, she's editing on another part. I think that's a really important thing, that writing doesn't happen in a vacuum. I mean, you physically write it, and that in itself is very solitary, but the outlining, the part where you brainstorm, out loud and talk with someone, even this talk was influenced by many people because I would share my idea. Oh, I have this talk idea, and it took a lot of people to get here. And so, this is we are very social creatures, and even something as solitary as writing still takes many people to make it happen. And Git can do that. That's amazing. And it's not like with Microsoft Word or Google Docs where it's more about you writing. Like it was always first about the one person writing, and then they add social components. I feel like this is the reverse. This is the social components added first, and then it's what you make of it. In this case, writing a book. So to recap, we have Git's Kanban boards for brainstorming and organizing. You can create chapters in their own branches or however you choose to format that. You can create files for drafting. You can use the pull requests to make edits. And then when you're ready to commit those edits, you can merge the pull requests. And that is how you write, edit, and brainstorm in Git. Thank you for attending.
And we are back. And welcome to the program, Jesse. Thank you so much for that amazing talk.
Well, thank you. This was so much fun. Thank you for having me.
It's so great to work with you. I am coordinator for GitKon, and I did all the speaker wrangling, and it was just a pleasure to go back and forth with you. You were very transparent and nice about everything, and that's awesome. Everybody was nice, not to say that anybody wasn't nice, not to throw anybody under a bus. Just pointing out that it's awesome to work with you. We had some good questions coming out from the Discord. But before we get to that, actually, I had a question, and since I'm hosting, I can do what I want, and I'll ask my questions in any order I want. You show in the slides you using the built-in Monaco editor, an editor built on Monaco inside of GitKraken, so our text editor.
Okay.
Maybe no, it's not built on Monaco. The same basic background text editor that Visual Studio Code uses.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks and feels kind of like Visual Studio Code. There's a reason for that. They use the same underlying library. But is that what you write in, or do you have another IDE that you prefer, like Sublime Text and VS Code or something else?
No, that's pretty much it. Like
Wow.
Once I find something that works, that's it. I don't mess with anything. That's it. Once it's a system, that's a.
That is kind of really incredible. So this is something I've actually discussed with a lot of folks out in the world, is like, what's your IDE? And like, we show, of course, all of our examples with text editing inside of GitKraken because, well, we talk about GitKraken here at GitKraken. And it's a fully fleshed out editor, but it's rare. I'd say this is the first time I've ever talked to anyone, and then we're doing it publicly, that uses that as their main editor. Which that's awesome. I'm so glad that it's like an all-in-one you'd never have to leave to accomplish what you accomplish, which is pretty amazing.
Pretty much. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, now, like, Git really scared me, and then once I started talking to people about like what's a good GUI to try, and they were like, you should try Gitkraken. And I was like, okay, sure. And I was really amazed at how much easier it is to use, like, because I don't know, I avoided Git for a long time. And so then once I started using Gitkraken, I was like, well, that's it. I'm done. I used to use VS Code. No, I don't.
Well, right on. All right, so let's jump to one of the questions we got out there in the Slack. I've not heard of this organization before, NaNoWriMo.
NaNoWriMo.
Nano, I'm sorry. It's getting late in the day for me. I've been hosting all day, as you've seen. Have you ever participated in or found writers, aspiring writers? Have you ever participated in, and for aspiring writers, do you suggest joining into NaNoWriMo?
Yes and yes. I've been doing NaNoWriMo off and on, which if anybody doesn't know what that is, that's National Novel Writing Month, where from November 1st to November 30th, all you do is write up to 50,000 words of whatever you want. This could be a novel, it could be like your doctoral thesis, it could be rewriting stuff. It's just about sitting down and writing the story or that book or whatever the project is right in that moment and making the time for it. So that's what that is. And yes, I've been doing this since 2008 because I love it. And I highly recommend it to everybody who loves to write because the community is really great.
That's super awesome. And we didn't put the website on there, but it's just nanowritemo.com or .org? .org. Okay. Cool. All right. This next one's kind of more of a comment than it is a question, but this should spur some conversation here. This plus the Jamstack would be awesome for someone like Al, who writes tons of Python books, as well as having it free on a website by Creative Commons. Are you, I'd love your feedback on that. Have you built Jamstack websites? Have you built like sites for this content, or is this strictly like taking it from here, putting it into a book format, and that's how I do it?
Yeah, I've never used Jamstack, but I've heard really great things from other front end developers who use it, and that it's super easy. But yeah, I could imagine, because I've picked up a couple of his books, and I could see how that could be really helpful.
Oh, right on. I know one of our other guests who was in the panel discussion yesterday, Tips and Tricks, Carl Alexander, he wrote a book in Markdown on object-oriented PHP. If you go find Carl Alexander's book, he wrote the whole thing. I think he used VS Code, but he used Git to manage the whole process in all branches.
Oh, that's so cool.
And Zach Wienersmith, I don't know if you're familiar with him, Saturday Morning Breakfast Cereal. He's written a couple, I think it might be up to 3 now, Choose Your Own Adventure novels. And
neat.
Yeah, and he mentions Git in one of the interviews. I don't know if he actually used it to write it, but it makes sense with branching, right? That you'd be able to branch off of branches. He did his with like a giant poster board with notes. But if you're not familiar, smbc-comic.com. Saturday Morning Breakfast Cereal.
I know.
Well, I was just saying for everybody else out in the world.
Okay.
You're hip. I don't know if everybody else
He's
is.
great.
He's super great. Super nice, too. I've met him a couple times. All right. So next we had another comment. Yes, it's awesome to utilize PRs. How was that process? And you say you're working with an editor. I would love to hear the story of like introducing this idea to an editor and like trying to explain a PR to someone that's not a native Git user.
So my editor is actually my supervisor at work, and she's the one who's like, she's been like a mentor, and so, well, she is my mentor. So she's been adamant about like keep doing this chess and UX stuff, and then once it kind of grew into this big thing, it became like, okay, so we're gonna turn this into a book. Like she was the first one to be like, you're writing a book, right? And I was like, okay, I guess I'm writing a book. And once I accepted that fact that this was going to be a book and not just a bunch of blog posts and things, then I was like, well, okay, so can you like help me with this? And she's like, of course, like I'm going to help you with this. And I'm like, okay. So that's why I say like, just make sure it's someone who, believes in you and knows you're that you can do this. And so she uses GitHub for like project management stuff, and so she's only slightly familiar with GitHub, and so I had her go through it, as you saw, and sort of make notes, and I was like, okay, so every time you have a note, just make sure you hit the pull request, because that was like my theory. I wasn't even 100% sure at that point, because she was like, I know how to do like write up an issue and use the boards and stuff, so it wasn't too hard, but it was like switching gears, right? Because all of a sudden she was like, oh, I don't know how all the like more coding stuff on GitHub works. So the pull requests, she didn't know about the squares, for example, on GitHub. And so I was kind of showing her like, oh, every time you've done something on there, it shows up as a green square, and each day the more green, it's you did more work, and no green, no work, and things like that. So yeah, so once we kind of walked through the process of her making the pull request and then me merging them, she was like, oh, okay, and then went through and just started making all of her notes, and I was really surprised, and I was like, this is even better than what I had originally like hypothesized it would be, because of all the other some of the stuff we talked about today about the ID codes and just that my notes are always there. I was like, man, I didn't even think about any of this stuff when I started. I was just like, I'm just gonna start and just see what happens, right? So yeah, that's kind of how I brought her in, since she was already kind of familiar with it.
Well, right on. It's always interesting to have to teach someone Git as part of the process. Go along. So I was glad and some familiarity out there already. So I'm curious a little bit about your process. I have been using Git for maintaining my own notes for years at this point. Ever since I first realized you could do it about 6-7 years ago. Awesome. I write everything in Sublime Text, and then I make commits, not as often as I should, but they're my personal notes. I actually have a public repo out there that you can go and look at how I built my old blog. Cool. And I found it really helpful from time to time to have it to be able to like just git log one line and just look back through and like parse or peruse like, oh, that's where I introduced that idea, or like that's where I got that idea from, or oh, I remember writing that. And sometimes I wrote like 3 blogs in a week, and it was like I didn't commit to the end, and then my commit messages are all funky at that point. But I'm curious, like, how often do you, like, in the process of writing a book, something cohesive, stop and go back and look at your log to see, where you are and where you've been?
That's a really interesting question. Actually, I thought you were going to ask me how often I make commits, and I was like, I don't trust anything. I'll commit every like hour, But that's a good question.
Smart idea.
Yeah, I don't. It's funny because when we were talking about doing this talk, I even then I hadn't looked at the notes and like going back into my old commits and being like, what did I write about? Like my first initial aspects of like the introduction. When I started the introduction, it was just me trying to understand like what exactly I wanted to say. And then once I started on the sample chapter, it was like a completely different thing. And so I actually haven't looked at the sort of introduction to compare if that actually matches the end result of my sample chapter of it being the way that I want it to. So I think that would be like, I'm definitely going to have to do that now, because it's always like a trip when you go back and you be like, oh, I thought that I was going to make it like this, but it's actually completely like that, And so that's always really like a fun thing to do, especially once you've actually completed that task and you can see, well, it started as this idea and then it grew and then it grew and then this kind of came in over here and this kind of came in over there. And I think that's a really fun part of the writing process, or just the creation process in general.
It's kind of a strange way to look at it, but it gives you an outlet, at least gives me an outlet of somebody I can talk to. It's me from the past, but I can like ask a question and literally say, all right, how did I find that? Oh yeah, let's go back and look at my log and see how I got there. And I will just say a plug for keeping notes in Git. The other great thing about keeping notes in a text file is grep works. So there will be a number of times I'll be like, where did I see that? Like all I got to do is grep the keyword from my folder of notes, and bam, like I can see what's on the screen. So I recommend that as well. It's sometimes fun because grep can also count to see how many times you use a certain word. I used the word awesome 173 times out of 1 month a couple years ago, and I realized I was overusing the word awesome, but I saw a lot of awesome stuff. There's no other way to say it.
There is no overuse of the word awesome.
I completely agree with you. Your talk was awesome. Question about chess. It's surprised no one asked it out there, but like how did you end up going down the road to write a book about chess in the first place? What was like the motivation to say like, all right, I need to add my voice to the chess community?
It was because I think chess is like a very niche kind of thing, right? Niche thing.
Niche, whatever.
Niche. I don't know. I only read the word usually in the rest of it.
I was in an airport in Singapore once, and a German man said, "You pronounce it niche unless you're in America, and then it's niche."
I just got called out. Yeah. So the more I wrote about the UX stuff, because it became like this like it became like a circle, right? The more I learned about chess, the more it reminded me of design components and UX things, and the more UX stuff I continued to learn about and use in my like day-to-day work, the more it made me think about chess. And I was just like, oh man, this vicious cycle, right? And that's when I started writing those blog posts and articles and things. And then once I realized that kind of I could appeal to a different kind of audience, right? It could be the chess industry, it could be the design industry, it could be people looking for particular ways to do things. Something that I think chess industry in general kind of has an issue with, and it's not like a knock on them, it's just that like chess websites, for example, are made for chess players and by chess players, and they're not beginners. And so how do you deal with coming into a space where everything's already understood but not really explained in a way that, at least to me, makes sense? And And that's when I was like, oh, so I can use this interesting example to show why these things are important. And something kind of like Git is pretty similar, where everybody has all the terms and like things like that, and then you come into it as a beginner and you go, oh my god, like I don't know what that means. Merge what? Like no, rebase, oh I don't know, you know. And so then it becomes like, how do you distill that information that's already understood and maybe not spoken about as well? I mean, like to explain, you know, what git log is, or even just working in the terminal if you're not used to that. It became like an interesting analogy of, okay, how do you get information across in a way that makes sense, that's not going to be overwhelming? And then how do you design for that? And that's when I was like, okay, but the stuff can't fit in a blog post anymore. And so I was like, okay, I'll just try writing like a blog post about why this is important, why chess and UX is important. And then my editor, you know, my supervisor, she's like, you just wrote the intro for your book. And I was like, God dang it. You know, you kind of can't escape it after a while. And I was just like, okay, I can't escape it. I have to write the book. Even if like nobody reads it, I just have to write it, prove it to myself.
It's that's the best reason to write anything. If you listen to like artists like Charles Bukowski, like unless you have to sit on your hands to stop yourself from doing it, don't do it. And unless it's going to roar out of you like the sun, don't do it. And it sounded like you had something to say, and I'm glad you did. We've come a long way in the state of chess publications. My first experience with the chess book, I was a kid and it was my brother's book, but it was I'll never forget, it was a mimeographed copy of, it's a very small book, but Miguel Najorf's King of the King's Indian Defense. It was like a edition he had in the 70s. It might not have been his book, but it's the same cover. But I'll never forget, it was like the blue mimeographed. It was like before Xerox existed. But now we're literally bringing it into the 21st century with Git. So where can people find out more about, you know, how to get involved in, you know, chess, learning chess? Where would you send someone that's like, hey, this sounds great, I already know Git, but I would love to learn more about it? Where would you send them?
Ooh, that's an interesting question, because there's so many resources available. And that's I would say if you go to like Lichess, which is it's LI and then chess.org, I think. It's an open source chess website that's run, you know, completely free. And they have a really good like system of just kind of introducing you to how to play chess. The other one that I used when I first started playing chess was an app called Magnus Trainer, and that also did a really good job of making it kind of gamified, which was pretty fun. But the community, I think, on Lichess is pretty fun. So I would say either start there or then message me on Twitter, and then I can help you with other stuff too. So because I'm still navigating as a new person to chess, so I feel that.
Cool. And we have one last comment roll in that I thought it would be a good way to end it, just to get your general thoughts and shout out to folks that opinions to send out to folks who haven't really thought of this before, like non-code uses of Git. What would you say to folks, you know, to encourage them?
I say don't be scared of the labels, like the terms, right? Like pull request or merge. Try to keep an open mind, because I certainly initially did not have an open mind about Git. I was just like so scared of it. But actually, like, there's so much potential and so much power in using Git for non-developer ways, that if you can kind of get past the uncomfortableness of understanding, you know, the initial language of just how to commit something, then, you know, keep at it, and it'll get easier, especially when you know what eventually, like once you learn what it is, how you want to use it, right? I didn't really appreciate Git truly until I got like GitKraken and started adding all of my like book stuff. And now I'm like, oh, okay, the sky's the limit, right? Because I have something like, I have a something I want to work on, and how do I go from there, and how does Git play a role rather than, the aspect of just having to learn it. Like, I have to learn this, right? But like, why do you have to learn this? What do you want to achieve that Git can help you with?
That's awesome. I think that's kind of a perfect way to go out. I'm going to bring Jonathan back in here to the feed. Oh, and I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. There we go. Now we'll get us all on the screen. Thank you so much. It's inspirational. Like I say, we had a lot of clamor out there about like, what you're writing a book in Git. So we're very just proud to have you on the show or the conference.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just, now it'll be a podcast.
Yes. And we'll look forward to seeing you online. So everybody connect you on Twitter, and see you on the other side. Cheers. All right,
Nice.
Jonathan. We are to the last session.
Home stretch. Very excited.
What an exciting last session it is. I've been looking forward to this ever since I knew it was going to be on the conference schedule, and I'm the person who put together the conference schedule. So I've been excited about this for a while.
For a minute.
But we're going to play Adam Ride's talk on driving Git with Jira, or driving Jira with Git. There's a lot of little words.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back, and Jonathan is going to have a Q&A. Get your questions in there. Anything you want to know about the Big Brass Band acquisition, anything you want to know about Git for Jira, or Git integration for Jira, ask away. And we provided a little more time in his Q&A to delve on those subjects as well. So without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and smash that button.
Thanks everyone for joining today. I'm pleased to speak to you at this inaugural GitKon conference. Today I'll be talking about driving Jira with Git to help all of those who constantly get asked to update Jira. By way of introduction, I'm Adam Ride. I co-founded Big Brass Band back in 2009. And in 2012, we released the first version of our Git integration for Jira tool on the Atlassian Marketplace. I'm now the general manager of planning solutions at GitKraken. We announced earlier this week that our whole team has joined the GitKraken family, building a suite of Git-based productivity tools for teams. Git integration for Jira will continue to be an important part of that suite. Let's first talk about meetings. Meetings are famously inefficient. They chop up your day, interrupt you from your work, and worst of all, meetings are often spent doing the wrong thing, going over status. A common complaint of Jira, and frankly, all productivity and collaboration software, is that if I'm updating Jira, why do we need to have so many status meetings? One of my mentors, Ernie Nielsen, drove home the point that if you're doing status updates and meetings, you're doing it wrong. Meetings are for wrestling with sticky problems and discussions, not for updating teams on progress. That's what Jira is for. But Jira often isn't up to date. If progress isn't captured in the Jira issue, then managers jump on Slack or comment in the Jira issue. Or worse, they'll call that status meeting. No one wants to have more meetings. The trouble is, we're having more meetings than ever. It's only gotten worse since the pandemic. According to research Atlassian commissioned on the sudden shift to remote work, people are feeling overwhelmed. Half of respondents reported spending more time in meetings, and half also say they spent more time coordinating with each other. And a third say they spend more time now reporting to clients and managers. Collaborating efficiently has never been more important. The holy grail of productivity is to have fewer meetings and fewer interruptions. What's one part of the solution for developers? Need to automate as much of Jira status updates as possible using steps developers are already taking. Before we go any further, let's talk about Jira. Atlassian's Jira is the juggernaut of project management software, in particular with software development. Atlassian products are used by 83% of the Fortune 500, and Atlassian has their sights on what they call the Fortune 500,000. In short, Jira is everywhere. If you haven't used Jira before, you likely will at some point. Over 100,000 companies are using Jira today, and that number is growing 30% annually. Who is using Jira? Well, about half of Jira users are using it for software and technical development projects, and the other half are non-technical users. All of these people are using Jira to get their jobs done. Why do teams use Jira? Well, it's flexible, it's well-known, and good for coordination between various teams. As a quick orientation in Jira itself, the Jira issue is the atomic bit of organized work inside of Jira. Every Jira issue belongs in a Jira project. A project has a project key. In this example, it is GIJ demo. As Jira issues are created, they're given a number. The combination of the project key and the issue number is the Jira issue key, shown here as GIJ demo 13. Jira issue keys are how we associate Git commits, branches, and pull requests with Jira issues. Here we have an example Git commit message associating the commit with Jira issue GIJ demo 13. When viewed in Jira, the commit shows in the context of the Jira issue. Back to the problem at hand. Can you just update Jira? Can't developers just jump over to Jira and update status, add a comment, update a custom field here and there? Well, developers often feel like too much process has been added to Jira, and that isn't part of their job. But more importantly, developers working in Git, perhaps rightfully, feel that their changes in Git contain the status updates that everyone is looking for. On the other hand, customers, managers, leadership, and others who care about the progress of development projects want to look at Jira and quickly get a sense for where their projects stand compared to the plan and see if there's any new risks. Often they are reviewing progress in Jira at a high level, so it's critical for the structured status data that Jira can provide be up to date. What's the middle ground between these two parties? We're going to talk about updating Jira automatically. So why are we going to update Jira? Why are we going to automate Jira? Because there's three things we want to create. Number one is flow. Number two is consistency. And three is time. Flow is that state where motivation, clarity, focus, and knowledge magically align. It's where we are at our most productive. But it can be a fleeting state, and it doesn't take much to knock us out of this state. Based on an analysis of 10,000 recorded programming sessions and a survey of 414 developers, a research project by Georgia Tech found that a developer takes 10 to 15 minutes to start editing code after resuming work from an interruption. When interrupted during an edit of a method, a developer resumed work in less than a minute, only 10% of the time. And a developer who is likely to get just one uninterrupted 2-hour session in a complete workday. Meetings, Slack notifications, and so many others are going to interrupt the developer's flow. Developers often curate their IDE, build tools, Git workflows, among other tools, to provide the most ergonomic setup for their productivity. Ideally, this setup increases flow by reducing context switching. Jira often remains elusive as a tool that can be personalized to increase flow. One way to increase flow is to automate. Consistency is the second of the items that we're looking to build. Jira is often disparaged as a tool for micromanagement and too much process. But teams without any process lack consistency. This makes it hard to onboard new developers, makes teams more likely to make mistakes in branching, more likely to have to redo work, and not meet other requirements like security and performance. Building consistency is building that trust within a team that they are working together towards the same objective. A significant way to build trust within a team is consistently update Jira. So we need to build consistency without heavy process. Heavy processes require many steps, lots of switching, and team members must keep the process in their heads. The key to building consistency then is automation. The last thing we are creating when automating Jira is time. We can't actually create new time, but we can avoid time wasted updating each other and spend it more effectively. An important reason why automating updates to Jira saves time is because it is an asynchronous process. You are updating it as you work. The reason status meetings are so terrible for productivity is that by its nature, a meeting is a synchronous process. Everyone participating has to be participating at the same time. These meetings are interruptions and they break flow. If Jira is already updated, team members can simply check the status on their own time. As teams' development workflows are automated, you will get time back. If automation saves you from switching over to Jira, you saved a minute. But if automating updates to Jira means that you can eliminate calls or meetings, you may have just saved yourself an hour. And across a year, that's a lot of time. As a reminder, in the remainder of this presentation, we will cover two main ways to automate Jira. I will be using GitKraken to make the edits, Git integration for Jira app to create branches and view commits in Jira, and we'll be using Jira Cloud. First, we'll start with smart commits. Smart commits are a syntax that you use in a Git commit message to instruct Jira to do something. You can record the time spent on an issue, add a comment to the issue, and transition the issue status in Jira using the transition name. For example, you can move an issue from in progress to resolved. The pros are that smart commits are simple and they can be used almost universally in Jira. The downsides are that there's limited actions that you could take, and you need to remember the syntax and the issue transition names. Here is an example of a smart commit message using all three commands. All right, let's jump into smart commits demo. Okay, we're here in Jira Cloud and we're going to do a demo of a smart commit. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a branch here in Jira. Notice that it automatically brings in that Jira issue key that's important for associating the branch. And it also by default adds the summary. We'll go ahead and create the branch. And now we have this branch. And notice there is a GitKraken link. So go ahead and pop it open into GitKraken and check out that branch. And we'll just make a quick change. So we're going to just increment the size of that font, that file. We'll go ahead and stage the file. And now we'll add the commit message. So this is a smart commit. So the first thing we're going to do is just add that Jira issue key. This is what's going to associate the commit with that Jira issue. Then we'll add in some of that smart commit syntax. So we want to add a comment. We'll say resolving bug found by Sarah. And then we're going to add some time. It took me about an hour. And we're also going to mark it as done. So in this particular workflow for that project, we can move it into the done status using # and done. Commit it, push it. And then when we go back over to Jira, refresh the page, and we'll see evidence of that smart commit. So first we'll look at that commit message. So we see that the commit has been associated, right? And so the first thing in the first command in the commit message was to add that comment. All right, so we see that there. Then we see that we added an hour of time and we resolved it using the done command. And that is a demonstration of smart commits. Automation for Jira is an application bundled in Jira Cloud and offered as a separate app on Jira Data Center and server. Depending on your Jira permissions, most Jira users should have access to create and update these rules. Triggers are what gets the rules started. Conditions and branching allow you to put some limits on those rules, and actions are what you choose to do with the triggers. You can even add multiple actions to a single rule. Automation for Jira supports commits, branches, and pull requests for triggering automation rules. A big difference between automation for Jira and smart commits is the number of actions you can configure. There are upwards of 30 different actions, like transitioning an issue, sending a web request or Slack message, and even sending an email. Automation for Jira rules are extremely powerful. You configure them once, and there are many actions you can take to chain them together. Once configured, developers don't need to remember what state the Jira issue is in or what the transition syntax is. They just need to remember to add the Jira issue key. Automation for Jira does require setup, and depending on how thorough you want the workflows, this can take some time. Again, an important benefit is the automation for Jira is that automation for Jira does not require any special syntax in commit messages other than including the Jira issue key. All right, let's jump into an automation for Jira demo. Okay, we're in Jira Cloud and we're going to set up an automation rule. So first we go into project settings, then into automation. And you'll see here that it's going to send us to the library. We're going to jump right over to the rules and create a rule. We're going to select from the DevOps options, branch created, commit created, and these 3 pull requests were all Git related ones. We're going to select commit created, probably the most simple option. Go ahead and save it. Now we're going to keep this demo simple. So we aren't going to do one with a branch or a condition. We're going to go ahead and skip to the actions, but there's quite a bit of power in setting these options up. So we'll choose from the actions. Again, lots of different actions to do, right? You can edit an issue, transition an issue, send an email. You can even send a Slack message or even a webhook. Lots of options within Jira as well. But we're just going to transition the issue, keep it pretty simple, and make it pretty similar to our smart commits demo. So all we need to do now is for a transition issue is decide what we want to do with that issue once it's triggered. So in this case, whenever we receive a commit, we just want to make sure that issue is sent to in progress, right? And so that it's reflecting the actual status of that Jira issue, which means if someone's committing to an issue, it's obviously in progress. So go ahead and save that and we'll give it a name. So it'll be commit created transitions to in progress. Go ahead and turn it on. And you can see you can actually disable it. All right, then we will go back to the issue. And now we're going to go use that same branch and we're going to create that commit so we can test out that automatic transition. So come in, we're going to modify that font size again. Now this time, notice that all we need to do is add the issue key. Okay. Now we'll be good citizens here and we'll say fix bug found by Sarah, but we didn't have to do that. Go ahead and commit changes, push it, flip over to Jira, refresh the page, you'll see that it's been marked as in progress. And that is automation for Jira. Now, if you really want to tap into the power of automation for Jira, smart values allow you to condition the rule to run after checking specific fields. For example, you could run a rule if the merge pull request related to the develop Git branch. That's smart commits and automation for Jira. They are powerful automation tools for keeping Jira up to date with Git. I challenge you to take a few moments now and either try out smart commits or configure automation for Jira with a simple rule. If your commits, branches, and pull requests aren't in Jira yet, connect them to Jira, then look for a quick win and build on it. In summary, when your team is updating Jira automatically using Git, you will find greater capacity for flow, consistency, and time, and avoid being asked to update Jira. Good luck.
All right, Adam, welcome to the live Q&A. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Jonathan.
All right, well, I see you've been active in the Discord. Looks like there's a conversation going on in there. We actually had a question here from earlier in the day. We wish you were on with us at that point because I didn't know the answer immediately, so I wanted to ask you directly.
You bet.
So it was when we were talking about version 8, and one of the nice features that we're releasing is the deep linking, and also the really nice integration between the button, a really nice button from Git integration from Jira, that'll take you into GitKraken. And so there was a question if this is available for both Jira Cloud and Jira Server.
It is. It is
Okay.
available today on Cloud, Server, and Data Center. On Cloud, it's available to everybody right away. On Server and Data Center, it just requires that your Jira administrator update to the latest version.
All right. Thank you for confirming that. I did also want to give you an opportunity. I mean, version 8, this might be the first time a lot of people are hearing about Git integration for Jira, since that's the new setup that you can have from preferences integrations. I mean, can you just summarize real quickly what the Git integration for Jira does? I know it's in the name, but
you bet. Yeah, it's a super creative name. Yeah, so Git integration for Jira is it's an app for Jira. Like I said, it's on all three of the three Jira platforms, and its job is to bring in Git data from your Git servers. So we integrate with the major ones like GitHub and GitLab and Azure DevOps and AWS Code Commit and others, and then relay that into Jira, so you can see commits, you can see your branches, you can see your pull requests and such. Additionally, something that's pretty special about our integration is that it works with every Git repository. So it's not just an integration with the most popular services. If you want to connect to just a regular Git repository, you can do that as well.
And then also with this version, we announced that a big brass band became a part of the Axosoft family. So welcome to you. I think you're joining us from this desert here in the Southwest.
I am. I'm right here in the GitKraken and Axosoft offices.
It's good to have you. So I did get a comment from a user. I think you saw it earlier as well. So speaking of the Git integration for Jira that you so kindly summarized for us, looks like this person's already excited. This is going to blow the team's mind tomorrow at work. So already getting some nice feedback there.
Yep. I think later in Discord they mentioned that they spend a fair bit of time in meetings, discussing the status updates, trying to see how far off Jira is from the current reality of their project. And like I said in the talk, if that's what we're doing in a meeting, it's just not the best use of anybody's time. So if there's ways that individuals and teams can find ways to update Jira without a lot more effort, everybody's better off.
So something about Axosoft is that we used to think of Jira as a direct competitor as we had our own project management tool. And one of the sentiments I would hear, I'm sure you've encountered it all the time, is just maybe common complaints about Jira being this big behemoth. What do you normally say to folks who express that sort of sentiment?
Yeah, our customers are all Jira users, so we're not usually trying to win over customers over into Jira because that's where they are. But I would say that probably two things. One is performance has gotten considerably better. I've been using Jira since 2008, and Atlassian's put a lot of work into that in all of their platforms. But the other is, administrators and users have some control over performance, right? The number of applications that you have installed on the self-hosted ones, how you configure it, what kind of box you have powering Jira. So there's some control there. But I would say in 2021, Jira is much faster than before, and likely plenty fast.
Plenty fast, zip. I wanted to pick your brain. So with the deep linking, so from the Git integration for Jira, there's that big button. I was just curious, what were some of the design considerations y'all had on your end when it came to making this connection between the two applications?
Yeah, well, we wanted to make sure that it wasn't too in your face. We wanted to be super relevant, like super helpful. Jira is not only a development tool, right? You have lots of different people with different roles, different responsibilities, and they're getting different things out of Jira. And so we wanted to be careful that somebody who was not going to be really close to the code wasn't
wasn't in their way. But on the other hand, for developers who want to be able to move quickly and seamlessly between Jira and GitKraken, that it would be easy for them to do so, and have that repository and commit context and jump right into GitKraken.
What would you say then is, I don't know if you can tease anything, but what would you say is the next iteration of that? How do you see this connection developing further?
With GitKraken? Yeah. Good question. Well, TBD, I think. TBD. You asked me earlier what does Git integration do, and I gave you the short pitch. The longer pitch is that we have many other features inside of Jira, right? You can browse the repositories, you can look at your branches, you can compare. Like, actually, my favorite feature is the ability to compare two branches or two tags in a repository. And when you look at the diff, we'll also give you the list of Jira issues that represent all those changes, right? So if you're trying to generate release notes or generate, like if support's trying to find out why something's broken in a particular release, you can generate that list of Jira issues, right? And so it's kind of sprinkling GitKraken, through all those other screens that are not exactly just the commit, I think will be helpful.
I think it's also worth, I'll jump in a little bit too, and GitKraken already has a Jira integration. And so a lot of users, if you're a Jira user, definitely take a look at it. If you just navigate to preferences, integrations, there's a section on the left where you can integrate with Jira Cloud and I think Jira Server. And so that'll show your issues on the left. And so it's just a great way of just reviewing a list of your issues. You can filter for it. And I think we also have part of a handshake. So when you when you have a project selected in the left panel of GitKraken and you're looking at a diff anywhere in GitKraken, we now have a new button that says open in Jira. And it goes the other way. So we open up the Git integration for Jira with respect to, we show the diff on your end as well.
Right, it pops it over, now you're in Jira, and then you can jump around from there. Yep.
What are your thoughts on the light theme? I know that Jira loves you guys always, I see tons and tons of light theme versus on the GitKraken side, especially there's been discussions here that we originated with the dark theme. How do you see us ever reconciling that?
In Jira, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. When we bring over, the long-term, outside of deep linking, there's a lot of features that we might, bring over from GitKraken, and yeah, we'll have to reconcile the dark theme versus the white, the light theme.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We might have to arm wrestle to see if we can get. I mean, I know GitKraken does have a light theme, so maybe we'll start there and let you flip over to the dark theme. I don't know.
We do, and I think we even have one of our developers, I think specifically only develops with the GitKraken light theme, mostly because I think in a previous talk we were talking about how we dog food our own product, and so he feels compelled that it's important to still have at least one person here on the light theme, even though maybe in our hearts we are a dark theme.
Right.
We have one question from the Discord here asking, can we get the option to open in GitKraken button with Bitbucket integrations? So I think that's a question beyond the scope of this Q&A, but
yeah, I think we can only control the apps that we can control. So the answer there is probably no.
I appreciate the spirit of that question, though.
I do too.
I think the idea though, there is something to this question with deep linking. Your team, we gave you the building blocks, right, to build out the deep link, and I think that is something that can other organizations or others can do as well, provided that so long as two users have permission to the repo, you've cloned it down already, you've checked certain boxes for security. There's definitely no.
Yeah, and the deep linking, you could put the deep link into GitKraken in a Bitbucket comment, for example, right? Or a Jira comment, right? There's nothing preventing you from doing that. You just don't get that automatically.
I have another question here. This one's from David. I'm going to try to bring it up for you real quick. So David asks, there are many issue tracking systems. Integrating different issue tracking with Git would be great. I guess it's more of a comment than an actual question.
No, but I'll say this. My title now at GitKraken is planning systems rather than Jira. So we're certainly looking at a variety of other planning systems that starting with the most popular ones and going from there. So we're certainly open to the idea.
All right. Is there anything you wanted to add to any remarks or any closing thoughts you have here?
Just that I think it's worth the investment to take your time to look at your projects in Jira to automate them. Right. It does take a little time ahead of a little bit of time, but it's worth it. Right. Pay the price at once and then reap the benefits long term.
And if someone was trying to learn more about the Git integration for Jira, what should they do? How can they learn more?
Yeah, you can Google it, Git integration for Jira. I know GitKraken has a product page now, or bigbrassband.com. You can also search for it on the Atlassian Marketplace. That's probably the best place because that's where you have to go to install it.
All right. Well, I think we can start to wrap up this Q&A. Adam, it's been a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I know that we have a long road together, so I'm looking forward to seeing these two products connect even more and see what we can do together.
Same.
All right. Thanks. You take care, Adam.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. So with that, hey, Dwayne.
You got rid of Adam before I could ask him any questions, man.
Oh, man.
That's all right. That's all right. I should have hosted myself in here, shouldn't I have? As the co-host of GitKon. I'm just drazzing you. That was awesome, though. That was really awesome. Anybody that's trying to get me into less meetings, I like that messaging. And it's so true. Like so many people. I was having this conversation last night with someone completely outside of our space. He's a school counselor. We're talking about the role of technology and he doesn't want to face that hurdle of having to learn a bunch of new systems. He's like, I just want to write on paper. And if that could translate into text in a doc, that's awesome. That would save me hours of typing. I'm like, they make smart pens, right? So he doesn't have to change his behavior. He can use the tool he wants to use, literally pen and paper or smart pencil, and it would transfer over. So we had a whole discussion, and I don't know if he's going to buy one of those smart pens. Moleskine. Have you ever seen Moleskines?
I have. I got it at a conference once, and it became my favorite notebook for that year. And then I filled up all the pages, and I keep forgetting to get another one. So thanks for reminding me on that one.
But they make a smart pen that goes with their tools that will translate anything you write into actual text. The first time I saw that was really buggy, but that was almost now. I'm dating myself, but about 13 years ago, the first time I ever saw that technology. But it's evolved a lot since then and got way cheaper. But anyway, the whole point is we should be encouraging people to use the tools they want, which kind of is why we put the CLI in the GitKraken. Let people do what they want to do with the tools they want to do it, get out of their way, and then let them focus on the things that they need to focus on. Like my friend is going to focus on helping kids as a school psychologist.
Yeah, with the Jira integration specifically, I mean, when you're looking at a Jira issue, you can create a branch directly from the Jira issue, and that'll autofill the Jira issue ID, right? And then that makes it so that you can find it in the graph or check out the commit directly that it's pointing to, all these things versus you having to search through manually. And so that's just another example of how you can save time, taking advantage of a lot of the stuff that I was talking about with Adam.
So we are here at the very end of GitKon.
The end of time.
A little ahead of schedule, but that's cool because we got a lot of stuff to say, and you're going to want to stick around till we stop talking because while it's available on YouTube, we have our own special cut of Dylan Beatty's Rebase that is only available here and will only be available in this recording. And in this recording, actually let's just dive into the big news, not hide that, and then we'll get back to thank yous, and then we'll end with that. But hey, everybody, GitKon's not over. You have 5 entire more sessions waiting on you. Where are they waiting on you? We're going to email you. And we already teased one of these on our website, but Eric Amodio, I think I blubbed his name earlier, but Eric Amodio, creator of GitLens. I mentioned it earlier in one of my Q&As, but yeah, GitLens, a tool that exists to expose Git commit messages inside of your IDE, assuming you're using Visual Studio Code. Mind-blowing technology. It's not everybody comments in line, but let's expose your Git history right as you're editing code. It does way more than that. I'm way oversimplifying it. There's a whole interview with them that I did, and we are very proud to present that out in YouTube. We also have Matthew. He goes by Math. The Visual Git Road to Technical Leadership. One you're not going to want to miss, and one you're going to want to send to literally everyone you know that is like, well, why would I bother with a GUI? It distills down the value of being able to visualize things very succinctly. You really want to not miss that one. Why is he being such a git about it? It's a fun title, but an absolute great talk about commit messages and the value of commit messages over time. All of these session pages have just now been added to the GitKon website. If you go over to the session pages right now, you will see a whole new section ready to go. Bonus sessions. Click on it. You can go see their session pages right this second. Oh, but we're not done yet. We also got Ray, and I guess talk on re-exploring Git's branching model for the classroom. Really a wonderful addendum to what Zoe did in her talk yesterday about education with Codecademy and teaching people Git, but how to use it in the university setting. We heard from one end, from Mike Miles in the university setting, of how to like web infrastructure and semantic tags because he works in MIT Sloan. And here we are, an actual professor teaching us, how he uses it in the classroom. Last but definitely not least on that list is Corbin Crutchley, developer relations over at CoderPad. He also is the CTO of OceanBit, which is another company. He explains that in his talk. But if you ever wondered what all of that stuff in your Git folder does and why it's there, he's going to walk you through it. What's actually going on down at the plumbing level if you're using the Git CLI, but those concepts, FSCK, file system check, he's the best definition and explanation of that I've seen yet. He talks about hooks in there. You're not going to want to miss these talks. In fact, you don't have to miss them. You can go watch them. Where can you watch them? Well, we're going to email you that link right after this, and you'll get that in your inbox. If you don't get that in the next hour or so, feel free to reach out back to us at GitKon, GitKraken at I guess I got rid of that overlay, but GitKon at gitkraken.com. Also, that'd be a great thing to ask us out in the Slack, GitKraken Slack. But again, we were going to email it to you. Don't go pounding on Slack's door right now and asking Keith because he's not going to tell you yet. We will get that to you in the next hour or so. Also in that email, you're going to ask you about your experiences here at GitKon through the use of a survey. That survey, I have an online screen thing for that, but we're going to ask you just your thoughts, how we can get better at this going forward in time. But also, don't forget we have those individual surveys. Diane just did an awesome thing and put in the chat in the Discord a link to all of the surveys from today. And yesterday. So you can go and see all of those and fill out the form. We're not closing them just yet. So those have a few more hours left in them. So you can go get your thoughts in, give that feedback to the presenters, and they know they appreciate that.
I
But
just want to say, if you're sitting on the sidelines that, oh, I maybe I don't need to do it, it really, really would be appreciated and helpful for those speakers. So please, if you think back to if you attended a talk and you remember it, please, we'd love to hear your thoughts and get those to the speakers.
All right, and just putting it on the board right now. It's a tiny URL, but I have a bit.ly and a tiny URL, but I like tiny URL because you can reassign things there. So if you go to that URL right now, you can get a jump start on doing that survey. I'm going to drop this out into the announcements channel out there on
Discord
as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm trying to juggle and talk at the same time. And then we are just very, very proud to announce, surprise, you're going to be able to watch this entire recording starting about 5 minutes after the end of the day. As soon as YouTube processes this one, we're also going to add in day 1 back to the watch live page. That is something special for all you registered users who stuck around this long. Again, that will be in the email as well. And if anybody still wants to register for GitKon to get a hand on the bonus material, to get access to those recordings and get to the watch live page and be included in any upcoming announcements and whatnot, they still can. We're leaving registration open to help everybody spread the word and get more people, more information out there. So I think that's all the big announcements we got. I don't know if I'm forgetting anything, but I think it's time to move on to the thank yous. We could not have done this. Me and Jonathan put a lot of work into this, but we did not do this alone, not by a long shot. We're just the two faces you see of GitKraken. But behind the scenes here, we have David. David is a colleague of ours who has been here the entire time, logged into the same systems we are, been crucial to the entire process of setting things up. So David, thank you so much. If you go out into the Discord, you can look at the people in the with the green names and the red names. But just real quick, Diane, I already mentioned her, but GitKon staff, June Tao, was our Jonathan right here. Lologer, which is Lauren. Yeah, thank you very much. Louis Kachong. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, Louis. Who's one of our moderators. CD Razin, David Davide Amola, FNC, Ice Flame, Josie. Josie, thank you so much. You've been a trooper this entire event, and we couldn't have done it without you. We really couldn't have.
Such good questions from Josie too.
The whole time.
All throughout the whole time.
Ambassadors, Matt Dark, Matul, RT, Cigar, Repretti, and Tan, Tristan, and saved really this for last, not just because he's last alphabetically, because of the way his name works, but William Penton, who we all know and love as Nexus out on the GitKon or the GitKraken Slack. He is critical to our community. He does so many wonderful things for us. He points people in the right direction, and he volunteers so much time to help people learn Git and to find their way around the various channels and systems out there. So the Discord experience, if you had a good time on Discord, he's literally the person you should thank. So go join the GitKraken Slack and thank him personally out there. Also, a huge shout out to the rest of the GitKraken team. GitKraken marketing team, Sarah, our VP of marketing, really instrumental in putting all of this together. Our entire exec team. I don't want to thank every single member of GitKraken here. We'd be here for a few extra minutes than I think necessary. But thank you to everybody. But thank you also to every single one of our speakers. And we had a lot of them. So just bear with me. Just going to read their names. Now I won't read their sessions. But make sure I read them off the schedule so I'm reading in the right order. Which I thought, I have open right here on this page that says schedule on it. But thank you, Jonathan, for being a speaker. Thank you, Matt Billman, for being here. Thank you, Angel Rivera. Thank you, Adam Culp. Thank you, Mike Miles. Thank you, Zoe Bachman. Thank you for everybody on that panel. Get tips and tricks I wish I had known sooner. Sean Dietrich, Rob Richardson, Miriam Zaid, who is also one of our admins, our moderators out there in Discord. Nick Hodges, Carl Alexander. You can go see all their speaker pages to see their contact details, their Twitter and whatnot. Justin Roberts, Johannes Schindelin. I am so proud we got a session with him. Thank you for coming off of vacation to be with us. Michelle Mannering. Today, Justin Roberts again. Edward Thompson, just an enlightening talk on the history of where we came from, where we're going with Git. Dylan Beatty, who just rocked us out so hard.
Stole the show. Yep.
If you really did, if you hint, that's what we're going to hear to go out on today. That's kind of how we're going to end GitKon. So stick around for that. Leslie Chapman, learning so much there. Brendan O'Leary for introducing so many people to Dora Metrics. Facundo from dialing in. I think Michelle was Mannering is the person who dialed in from the farthest away. But Facundo from Argentina is I think maybe equidistance. I don't know how that math works. Didn't look it up, but still global, truly global event.
Yes.
Jeff Chanella from our team, who appeared again right after that with you, Jonathan, Justin Roberts, and Dan for our Q&A with Get Kraken product team. Jesse Chikarin and Adam Ride, who ended the day for us. That's it.
We're missing one key person. I think the biggest thank you goes to you, sir. Dwayne, one big thank you to Dwayne. This conference would not have been possible without Dwayne spearheading this thing. So I see a lot of love here on Twitter. You're getting shout outs for how friendly you are, how knowledgeable you are, just your ability to engage and also organize and just wrangle all these cats and dogs, right? And trying to get these talks to really happen. So I think the biggest thank you by far goes to Dwayne McDaniel. So thank you so much for making this all possible. And it's been a pleasure to serve right here next to you.
Well, that makes it all worth it. It honestly does. This has been a really educational experience all the way around. I've had a lot of fun, and I know I want to get emotional at the end, but we're just going to play the outro, and then we're going to stop the broadcast. If you want to watch it again, stick around on the Watch Live page. I'm just going to say it out loud. Maybe don't share that around as an individual link. That's really a bonus for you as an attendee who sat through the whole thing.
Keep it special.
Got to the attendee, got that attendee email. You'll see in the next 10, 20 minutes. Don't bother Keith until an hour from now if you don't see it. Then feel free to come in the channel and talk. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for making GitKon 2021 happen and a success. We're logging off. Thank you so much.
you.